Good morning. I'm requesting if you can move into the front seat so that as people come in, they can feel the back seat. It will be very helpful. I do not speak French. Comme ça, come, front seat.
Okay. Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Soyez les bienvenus pour cette deuxième journée de l'Africa AI Village. N'hésitez pas à vous installer vers l'avant. L'idée, c'est qu'on puisse remplir la salle au fur et à mesure. Alors, voilà, soyez... L'intelligence artificielle qui se déroule actuellement à l'Elysée. Et nous sommes ravis que l'Afrique ait également son propre département ici au Crédit Municipal. Donc voilà, c'est donc l'organisation CALA qui organise cet événement. Est-ce qu'on peut dire bien fort, mesdames et messieurs, la structure CALA qui est d'ailleurs représentée par Madame Chico ici présente. On peut applaudir bien fort parce qu'on est réunis effectivement avec cette structure kenyane qui se bat au quotidien pour la transformation digitale africaine. Et donc voilà, tout au long de cette journée, on va aborder tous les aspects de l'intelligence artificielle avec les enjeux auxquels l'Afrique est confrontée, tels que les ressources humaines, les data sécurité, les infrastructures. On va vraiment parler de tous ces aspects techniques et opérationnels pour comprendre comment l'Afrique peut également prendre l'intelligence artificielle comme un nouveau moteur. Alors on le rappelle, c'est le Crédit Municipal qui nous accueille encore aujourd'hui. On peut applaudir également chaleureusement et remercier le Crédit Municipal qui nous accueille dans ses locaux. Alors on le rappelle, hein, ce lieu est vraiment historique avec cette belle tour médiévale que vous avez certainement dû voir à l'extérieur au niveau de la cour. Elle nous rappelle effectivement qu'elle a traversé le temps. C'est un petit peu comme finalement l'Afrique qui doit s'adapter à son temps avec l'intelligence artificielle. Il y a vraiment une cohérence avec cet événement et avec le lieu que nous avons choisi. Alors on le rappelle également, vous allez pouvoir vous restaurer tout au long de la journée. Au niveau de la galerie, c'est au niveau de la galerie qu'on a cet espace cocktail, breakfast, lunch. Donc n'hésitez pas, entre deux sessions, à faire une petite pause et à aller vous restaurer au niveau de la galerie. On va donc commencer dans quelques instants avec une première session qui justement portera sur les ressources humaines. Donc voilà, ce sera dans quelques instants. Merci infiniment de patienter, tout simplement. Merci beaucoup.
Whatever she said, I agree. Just wanted to give like an opening remarks, then we can invite for the question. Okay, then we can do that. Gentleman is going to do this, but we need this is what I say. If you don't hear English, where the thingy? So I just wanted, I'm not Lassina Kone, clearly, but I'm the CEO of Kala, and I just wanted to welcome you to the Africa AI Village. Thank you so much for coming. It's been a few weeks of a lot of crazy work. I'm really grateful for the team that has put it together, Maha and her team from across the Nile. If you can give her a clap. Our team that is in Nairobi, at least the Washington, the London one here, are here. Ashley, who is here, and Ghana. So we have a team everywhere who has been working on this tirelessly, so I'm really, really grateful. So what to look out for today? Great conversation. As the minister started us off yesterday, we want it to be real. And somebody say it, and raw. It's real and raw. We are not trying to impress anyone. We're not trying to cover anything. We need to be able to build AI for Africa by Africa. And this is the global stage that we are going to be speaking for. So let's have those real conversations. Unfortunately, yesterday, late in the evening, we were told that all the ministers were requested to join the president of France and the deputy, vice president, actually it's called vice president of the US at the main summit. So that's why we had to cut off the morning session with them. But they are here. All of them are calling in the evening saying, We wish we could be there. That is the station we wanted to be in, but we have to also meet their stately duties. So that's where they are this morning. But you'll see some of them popping in and out after the 12 o'clock moment that they are in that session. So welcome this morning. Please network, connect, find somebody you can do something amazing for the African continent with. Thank you so much.
Merci infiniment. On peut applaudir chaleureusement l'équipe de Kala, représentée donc par Madame Chico. On peut applaudir chaleureusement, mesdames et messieurs, puisque aujourd'hui, c'est donc cette équipe qui nous réunit ici à Paris, dit ce village, tout simplement, à l'intelligence artificielle africaine. Alors, pour toutes les personnes qui le souhaitent, vous pouvez également obtenir du matériel de traduction. On a une cabine de traduction qui est juste derrière, donc n'hésitez pas et surtout, n'oubliez pas de rendre le matériel une fois la journée terminée. Alors on va poursuivre, comme je le disais, on va parler de ressources humaines et de l'impact que l'intelligence artificielle peut avoir sur ses forces de travail, notamment sur le continent. Et pour ce faire, je vais inviter le docteur Julie Munga à bien vouloir me rejoindre pour animer cette session. Sous vos applaudissements, le docteur Julie Munga, mesdames et messieurs, vous pouvez donc me rejoindre. On peut l'applaudir chaleureusement, mesdames et messieurs. Merci beaucoup.
Good morning. Good morning. I need to add some strength. Thank you so much. That's lovely. I love your energy. I had Jane Munga. I didn't know what else she said. But I was asking her, what were you telling me to do? So she's asking me to invite the fellow panelists. So we have an exciting session this morning. We're going to talk about AI. Does it mean our jobs are in danger? Will we one day have somebody else, an AI speaking here? So we want to discuss that, see what it means for the African continent. So for me is to invite the panelists. First, I would like to invite Professor Olayinka David West. Professor Olayinka David West. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Professor Olayinka is the Dean of Lagos in Business School, so all the way from Nigeria. I'll be going to Nigeria later this month, so I'm excited. I'm coming. It's my first time, so I'm really excited. And then my next panelist is none other than we all know her, is Linda Bonyo. Linda, woo! Linda is a lawyer who formed Lawyers Hub Africa and director of Africa Law Tech, and a good friend, so it's good to see you. Oh, interesting, we're all ladies. Ooh, I'm loving that. I wonder why. Next is Holly. Holly, I might butcher your name, but forgive me. Holly Ranaivozanani. How did I do? Welcome, welcome, Holly. She's a Deputy Executive Director at the African Europe Foundation, where she oversees the foundation's strategy and dialogues on climate development, health, sustainable financing, and digital transformation. And then we have Professor Anisha Peters. I had met Professor earlier in the morning. Oh, there she is. She's from Namibia National Communication on Research and Technology. And she's also a co-chair of the Africa Fourth Industrial Revolution Working Group for the African Scientific Research and Innovation Council. And last but not least, he's no stranger to this floor. Help me welcome Professor Bitange Demo. Welcome. Where are we going to put, okay, I think you can sit here. Yes. I just want to check, is Uyoyo by any chance in the, okay. All right, okay. It's okay, I can stand right next to you. Okay. I saw Professor yesterday, he was standing there. So, please. Thank you. Please welcome our panelists again. I know we are, it's an exciting morning. Yesterday you said we were a small countries, but now we are small in numbers, but powerful. So I know this is going to be a powerful conversation. So the title, so this morning, this panel is entitled The Human or the Agent, the Impact of AI on Africa's Workforce. So we are here to discuss the impact of AI. How many of you have heard of the term agentic AI? All right, cool. So I will try and give you a brief, it was explained to me. I also had it around in December. It's one of the new buzzwords that has come into the scene in the past few months. But it's the next level of AI, whereby AI or the AI algorithms will become more powerful, and AI is going to start doing more tasks. So for example, when you came here, I'll talk about you came from Nigeria. Imagine an AI that saw in your calendar an invite from Dr. Shiko and said, you have been invited to come speak in Paris. And then you said yes, or maybe the AI said yes for you because it saw you're available and this is your interest. And then it went ahead and booked for you your hotel. It booked for you your ticket. It got for you your visa. It got for you your, what else? Your transport to here. And then it even connected with me because it knew we would be moderating the session. They say agentic AI. I hope I'm not misrepresenting, but they say agentic AI is that next level where the AI will have more power to do tasks for you. So we are now moving to a level where AI is becoming almost an aid of some sort. But when we talk about this, what does that mean for us? Because that definitely has implications and impact for jobs, for data. Imagine if AI makes for you a booking on a ticket and it puts on you first class because it knows you like the high life. Thank you. That's a good question. She asked, but can I afford it? What if you can't travel? Or instead of emailing, it hallucinates and emails somebody else. So these are some of the implications. But above all, we're here to talk about what is the impact on jobs. So I'm going to ask the first question to all my panelists. I'll pose the question. What do you think about where we're moving, how we're going? The risks of AI, even the international scientific report that just came out last week, talks about the loss of jobs as a potential risk. What does that mean for Africa? The work you're doing, introduce yourself and quickly tell us how you see this happening. Since we have a gentleman today, I'm going to flip a little bit and start with you, Ambassador. There's a microphone. Oh, you can use mine.
Thank you. I'm going to steal 1 minute to say why I want to learn French more, because this lady speaks so powerfully, so beautiful. I also wanted her to know that I have a son. Yeah. She didn't hear. Anyway. Anyway, people say so much about AI, so many things. But what you are seeing, what is happening is that there is no job that would get lost, and I would explain. AI is human beings who teach the machines to be able to do what they're doing. And we teach it so that because it has the capacity to remember, you put in so much knowledge, then it remembers all that. You are supposed to travel, and then those who travel do this, and then it's able to do that. How we are going to use it going forward is that we use human intelligence, which is teaching it, and then we use machine intelligence, the one we use to train it to do what it is doing, and what we call collective intelligence, meaning that it has gathered all that information, is able to think through to give you an appropriate solution. Yes, some systems are able to remember to do certain things, and they would continue to do that, but we would continue to require human beings going forward to either train or whatever. I have not seen any AI solution that is going to build Africa's infrastructure. It will still need young men, strong ones, who can dig the roads and tractors and other things. There is still a lot more work. It's just that we keep on saying AI is going to take, and then we end up wasting a lot of time. We have improved productivity over a long period of time, from the first industrial revolution mechanization, it improved. We came to second industrial revolution, the manufacturing changing to producing more for less. So we are continuing with productivity improvement. AI is going to help us to improve productivity instead of rummaging through the whole internet to get the flights, to do whatever. Those are minute tasks. Some of us, when we were studying our graduate school, you used to go to the library, get this many books, put them under somewhere in the library so that you use them tomorrow. Now, because of collective intelligence, you are able now to sit down and click and know which one, summary, and whatever, and you improves productivity. So don't worry.
Don't worry.
Yes.
You shouldn't worry. Thank you. That's the one. Let's hear from you, Holly.
Thank you very much, Jane. And I have to agree, actually, with Ambassador and Demo here. So definitely, I think we need to embrace the technology. And I think we see a couple of shifts already that has been happening. The first one, I think, when we talk about AI, we thought about very much his as a technical expertise. We talk about machine learning. We talk about computing. We talk about coding, etc. But I think there is a shift now to embrace it, more like a technical skills that we all need to have. So I think it's about moving from that AI expertise to really about AI literacy, and that means how we need to be able to interact actually with this type of technology, how we are able to use it as well within our daily life, really. And we see that AI literacy becoming more and more as a must. I think probably here around the room, maybe all of us is using ChatGPT on a daily basis to ask for anything and everything, and I think that trend would definitely gonna continue. The second part that we see is also how we embed actually that use an AI within a kind of a cross-sectorial approach. And what I mean by this is, as Ambassador said, it's about using it actually within, on our daily basis. So let's take the example, for instance, on a sector like healthcare. How do we use that kind of a AI-driven insights, for instance, that is very needed for us for prediction, also within the sector to do, for instance, AI-powered diagnostics for the doctors, but you still need someone. We need the experts, you need the human being behind to kind of being able to interpret this kind of data. And I think this is what we need to see. AI is not going to change, the expertise that human has. It's an enabler, and it has to complement actually that expertise. And then the third thing that we see as well is, and particularly I think for the African continent, it's quite important, we need to move ahead for being just AI consumers as AI creators. And what I mean by that is, when I talk about all these different tools that we talk about, they're not made in Africa, they're probably American, maybe Chinese, and I think we need to build that AI expertise. So embracing it is one thing, of course, but also being able that we need to foster the next generation of AI researchers, developers, innovators within the continent so that we can design, the tools that needs to happen, that we need to have, and we can also govern it. And I think we'll probably discuss later that questions around governance, that is quite important, but because we should not be dependent on other tools. So that means all in all, we need that AI literacy, but we need the studies, we need the training, we need the curricula with the university so that we can build that ecosystem.
Thank you, Holly. I could not agree more with the 2 points. I'm still a bit skeptical. I think I'm from the school that I believe there's going to be a disruption coming, especially in the workforce. I do remember when we started traveling, we used to use more and more physical agents for booking tickets. These days, I just go online and book everything myself. So I still see there's going to be some disruption in those areas. But let's...
Find where they went.
Oh, we did.
When they were displaced, they went somewhere.
That is true.
Yes.
So that disruption is happening, the kind of job that is going to be happening.
They are now teaching computers.
They're teaching machines to do that. That's true. And that's why I like your point that we need to have these localized solutions built for ourselves. So, Professor, please introduce yourself and high-level introduction on this topic.
Okay, so as said before, I'm Anisha Peters, and I am the CEO of the National Commission on Research, Science and Technology in Namibia. And what is that? You probably all know in your countries that you have a national research funder, You have a regulator for research, you have an innovation sort of agency, etc. So we are all of that. So we regulate as well as we also fund. Now, in terms of where are we going, one thing about national research funders is that we also determine the national research priorities and science and technology priorities for every country. So in some countries, it's called a national research agenda. Within that national research agenda, you will often find that your priority areas are what is the country going to concentrate on in developing. In our case, what we had done is for every single one of those priority areas, whether it's the food, water, energy nexus, whether it is healthcare, whether it's manufacturing, we actually use AI as an enabler. So our research grants that we had awarded during 2024, for instance, all had AI in it. Doesn't matter what the area or domain area was, it had AI in it. And then, of course, we're also developing AI in its own. Now, what does it mean in the future? I like what you said about, because I agree absolutely, that it is a 360-degree angle, right? You can't look at talent development only in terms of technical skills, only in terms of AI literacy. And by the way, we need to adopt that train-the-trainer approach, whether it is educators, at basic level, whether it's at universities, because otherwise we will be sending all of our people, training them and sending them out somewhere else because the knowledge is not retained within the country. So we need to, for instance, develop our science. This is important for Africa as well because our scientific developments are still underdeveloped. The R&D investments that we're doing is also very, very little still. So this needs greater advocacy because in the future for AI, that is what is going to count as well. Another thing is, for me, so it's talent that we need to develop, and we need to develop them now because I am a specialist in human-computer interaction, and I'm one of the ones who says, keep the human in the loop and do human-centered AI development. So human centricity, I see AI as an augmentation for us. In terms of job displacements, I really think that, that the future starts now with us doing that. However, there is a caveat. We can't just simply focus on education, 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 skills, 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 and concentrate on just one area. We need to look at the infrastructure. For instance, accredited labs. We keep on sending our people out to other countries to go and do their research work there. Other countries get the development thereof. Even if we send our people out to go and study now and come back as AI specialists, what do they come and do in the country if there's no infrastructure for them, devices, equipment? And then, of course, a balanced and flexible regulation that rather enables rather than stifle. And then, of course, very important is funding. So we need to fund, for instance, because as I said, skills development happens on many levels, AI hubs, innovation centers, etc. Entrepreneurs, they all need funding. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. I just want to double click on something that you said there, that the statistics now are worrying that a lot of our advanced talent, especially in AI, is having to migrate outside to look for jobs. And that brings me to the question I want even to, as Linda introduces herself, is to ask, are we ready policy-wise? What are we doing? Are we beginning to see a shift? Or within the work that you're doing at Lawyers Tech Hub, what kind of policies are needed to ensure that that investment is happening back here and our talent, our vital talent is not going to build others? Because it's true, at the end of the day, individuals also have to see how best to position themselves. So if you can introduce yourself, Linda, and let us know about the work you do and what kind of policies we have even in this place.
Excellent. Good morning, everyone. My name is Linda Bonyo. I am the founder of the Lawyers Hub. We work at the intersection of law and technology since 2017. And we host the Africa Law and Tech Festival that happens every year in July. that brings together policymakers, civil society, lawyers and bar associations, and technologists to talk about digital policy. We also host the Africa Startup Law Accelerator that brings together startups and builds their capacity around law and technology. But I think on this topic of AI policy, I would like to, first of all, just talk about two scenarios of two jobs. So the first scenario is a lawyer who wants to make things easy and take up artificial intelligence. 2 weeks ago, we had, I think, a case come out of South Africa where the courts decided that a lawyer who had used generative AI to put together their case, it was decided that a lot of the cases that they put in there were hallucinations. They didn't exist. And so for us, in a bid to be efficient and increase productivity, you're also looking at how do you comply with, how do you not hallucinate around the stuff that AI comes up with. But also on the second side, which the second scenario is, Africa now has a lot of wars going on from Sudan and Congo. And so you have people in the military who no longer feel, in Kenya we say woshe, there's no conscience around going to war because a machine does it. And so how do we lose this agency? We have the concept of killer robots. And I think in 2019, we held this policy hackathon around killer robots at the Lawyers Hub. And we're talking about what do we do to ensure that the world doesn't get there, where they do not think about going to war anymore because it's not their relatives who are going to war. It's not, we no longer have veterans. We have machines that are going out there. And I think these two scenarios sort of tell us that we need human agency and how to make sure that that still happens. We need liability to think about who is liable. We can't just say it's the machine, it's not us. But we've seen these cases again, and there's an interesting case from the US around Compass, which was used to, take more black men to prison because it would simply say that a black man has the propensity to commit a crime again, even if they were a first-time offender, unlike a white man. And so we need transparency and accountability around these artificial intelligence systems. And Professor mentioned yesterday around hiring and people using artificial intelligence in terms of hiring, but then they're not transparent. We don't know how the algorithm works. And also we've seen this around elections, when government takes up electoral technologies and they say that, and this is a case of Kenya, where the government indicated that, I think the provider indicated around the electoral technology that it was intellectual property. And so if you're providing technologies for public use, how do you hide behind intellectual property when it's for public use? So I think some of these particular issues are coming up. But I'd also want to say that I think it's also time to rethink labor unions on how do we belong. And I think we've seen this from California and the Actors Guild coming out and saying that these are our rights as actors. And this is how they organize in the age of AI, that we still need to be paid for intellectual property. We still need to have that sort of human interaction. I think that's pretty useful. But I'd also highlight something you talked about, talent and talent leaving the continent. I'm seeing a lot with the AI strategies that countries are coming up with. For instance, Kenya's draft AI strategy talks about attracting talent. And I think we are so stuck in attracting talent rather than keeping talent. So we want to introduce the nomadic visas like South Africa has introduced the nomad visa. But ideally, we are not seeing the incentives. So incentives for startups. So for instance, why would I hire a human being as a startup when a machine can do it better? Because we're increasing taxes, and taxes are going up to maybe 50% for some African countries when you don't have the equivalent benefits around healthcare and social support, and a machine will not do that. So the simple AI productivity things that we use, for instance, Otta on taking notes, I'd rather pay for Otta for $30 a month, for example, than have a secretary who you'd pay maybe $200 and then still pay for all these particular taxes on top of it. So until we get to the point where we have enough incentives to let people know that hire the African continent, retain this talent, don't pay for the machine, I think we're still going to have this human-machine sort of race until we give the exact incentives.
Thank you very much, Linda, and thank you for bringing that aspect There was also the highlight yesterday that was talk about how we need to start thinking as a continent. We need to start thinking when we talk about AI and talent and all this, the incentive even to keep talent within the continent, not just within our countries. So I think that's something we can also continue to talk upon. I think, Professor, we can come back to that within the next round. So Professor David West, you are the Dean at the Lagos Business School, and you intersect not just on the AI side, but also on the business side. So what do you see, a human or the agent, and where is this going from your perspective?
Okay, morning, and thank you very much for the question, Jane. My name is Yinka David West. I'm from Lagos Business School in the biggest, or what did we call it yesterday? The most popular, the giant of Africa. Yes, I had to throw that in. I think generally, humans...
Where's Ghana? Sorry.
Allow me to say that the giants of Africa have no electricity.
we have generators. Okay, so no, generally I think that we do need humans in the loop, but I want to twist this conversation a little bit. The title of my inaugural lecture was, "If I build it, will they come?" And I want us to take a demand side view of this, because we can talk about the supply, we can talk about the infrastructure, the compute, and we can build all we want. But let's ask ourselves, will they come? And how do we get them to come? One of the things we need to think about is access. Is it really accessible in terms of direct or proxy-based access, even if you can give it to medical professionals? The second is affordability. You can afford $30 a month. Majority of my continent cannot. So we need to be realistic in terms of what really is AI going to help us solve. And then the third is something I baffle with at the business school, which is data orientation. A lot of people don't use data. We don't know how to use data in our decision making. We make decisions from hunch and things like that. So when we're putting all these systems together, we're actually supposed to be augmenting the human being. But some of our human beings also are resisting that augmentation. So how do we ensure that it works? And I think that if we focus on some of the demand side issues, we can begin to see the growth and the change and the adoption of local systems. Because if we build all the local systems today, how many of us are in this room, or maybe 1 million or 5 million of us on the continent that can still continue to afford as a replacement alternative? But then again, how do I get my farmer to use it by himself and to use it comfortably? It has to be something that he can afford to use. It has to be something that works in his own language or in his own system, and it has to be something that enables and enhances him, and it also changes his norms and mindsets from traditional practices. So I don't think there is one AI, but there's going to be multiple interconnected systems that we need to do, because there's multiple dimensions of change that we need to think about. And so we need to also bear that in mind. So whether it's on a use case basis or not, we need to bear that in mind. Fortunately, I don't have to deal with the bottom of the pyramid, but I deal with the middle layer. But then again, how do we also get, and I think it was the professor that talked about human-centered. Sometimes we're trying to build for ourselves, and we're not really trying to go down market and understand that, okay, what does it take for somebody like, I work in financial inclusion, so when I work with financial service providers, and we say, go and do a human-centered customer research in the field, and some of them confess that they've never been to the field. So we're like, how are you building your products? Because I said, if you're going to a market and somebody is a butcher, his hand is in meat every day, right? So he's not exactly going to take his hand out of meat and build and use your app. So how are we thinking around the people that we're building for? We have a market. We have 1.4 billion people. So we don't need to borrow from other sides. We just need to say, okay, how do we do it? And do it at different levels. Productivity is important. We need women to be able to go to the market, do their trade, come back home and still care for their children, support them with their homework. AI systems can help with that. So it's a mixture of many things. And I think the conversation starting is important. But again, it's about how do we ensure that it's important, not just for commercial purposes, because the economics always wins, right? So commercial purposes, but that's social good, to ensure that we're using AI to transform our continent. Prof asked yesterday, how do we use it to address poverty, right? Multidimensional
poverty. That was going to be my next question.
So you can ask Prof.
I'm coming to that.
Yeah. So those are just my comments. And as a business school, what we're trying to do is invoke that social consciousness to realize that, yes, we can have all the privilege, but again, that privilege does not solve for anything if we're not solving for other markets. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, hand clap for that. I think that's very interesting. There's so much rich tangents for this, and I have my questions, but I also want to be very cognizant of the audience, and so I'm going to request you, if you have questions, start preparing them. I'm going to do a couple more questions, and then we'll open up the floor for you to ask your questions. I want to go back to the demand side, because I think, and going back to the issue of why are we building this AI? At the bottom line, in Africa, we cannot move away from the point that we need to do socioeconomic development, we need to build our economies, we need to ensure that the young people who are now the majority of our continent have jobs, they have opportunities. So, Prof, Professor, this is true, this is a very rich panel. Professor Ambassador. I heard him whisper that was a young man. So, on behalf of the young man in the house, how is this going to impact the human or the agent? What are the opportunities, and how do we start bringing young people within this conversation to ensure that they're also benefiting from this? And going to the part of skills, how do we ensure that we tap them in to build localized and to ensure that we continue to get the benefits?
They are ahead of us. But I want first to send congratulations for electing a woman. Yeah. It's very important. Actually, AI played a role in it.
Wait. What is
Wait. I have to say something here. So our new president-elect was actually more popular than the party. She pulled in more votes than our ruling party pulled in. So it means that even the opposition party members were voting for her.
Oh.
You see? Very important. Actually, young people are way ahead. If you look at the gaming space, and you look at when they say US, China, the third continent is Africa in terms of gaming. It is from gaming that NVIDIA became NVIDIA. And hopefully we are going to see a lot more. I've been quarreling my son that you can have time to eat, my friend, from the game. But after he finished, I'm not promoting him because she's not listening. I said, now you can do, you can do what you want to do. They are actually doing much, much more. And Linda was talking about movement, migration, and the other stuff. We shouldn't even ask that question. India doesn't ask. We were discussing the same at World Economic Forum. India, they say if you want to go, you go, because then you create space for more to come. And even some are becoming prime ministers in the UK, others are running in the US, you know. So let people move if they want to move, but we need to train a lot more. We must continue to train and create opportunities for them to be able to do something. We have a real opportunity, a huge opportunity in the space of AI, because you have a lot of young people who have no fear when they get online. You think this is an iPhone, they don't care. They are doing good, and am I lying? Alice? No. Yes. Actually, they are very agile in this space. We need to take advantage of this population. We must provide education for this huge population, and you would see the transformation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. My next question is going to be either Professor David West and Professor Anisha. the professor really is happening this morning. And it's going back to the talent and how we're building this. You're both in institutions of higher learning, and I want to maybe zero in more on the ethical side of things. How is it that we're ensuring that within the ethics, that we're training that and ensuring that we build our young people to deliver ethical products?
So ethics, let me start if you don't mind, because I think one of the things we do as a business school is we embed ethics in all our teaching. So we don't believe in creating managers only for that economic side of things. So ethics is one of those modules that we've taught from inception, 34 years as a business school. And we do it in two ways. We teach ethics as a standalone, which is, again, let everybody understand ethical concepts and principles. And then we embed ethics through all our modules. So whether you're teaching finance, whether you're teaching HR, you understand the ethical components. And another thing that we also do is because we're concerned about the human person, anthropology is another aspect of learning within our schools, because we can't change Africa if we don't see each other. And so we need everyone to see each other. We need everyone to recognize that there's a moral duty and a responsibility in how we behave. And then our behaviors begin to change. You can't win everybody. But I think it's also about, first of all, some people come and say, you know what, we've never had these conversations before. And ethics is about a choice. But again, sometimes when you don't even have the starting base or the theory of why, then you can't even start it. And because our learning model is participant-centered, we're not coming to preach at you. So we have other people sharing their experiences. And one thing you can say about us in Nigeria is that we want us to build businesses that, you know what, we would resist corruption, we would receive bribes, we wouldn't give bribes, but it's difficult. And some people believe that that's the only way. But again, it's taking the argument to a value-based argument. How do we begin to think about values, shared values, rather than just, winner takes all and me alone? So embedding ethics, even within the AI concept, ethics is something that, again, has to start across the value chain. And we need to start it even from the thinking, why are you doing this? What is the implication of this? Not just, I want to be the next Mark Zuckerberg or whoever, but it's really about why are we doing this? What's the social part of the system? And then we can build the system around that human need. Okay. Thank you.
All right, I hear the 11 o'clock bell, so we do need to move this forward. So yes, Professor Anisha, then we'll take a few questions.
Yeah, so in terms of the ethics, yes, it's true. I mean, ethics is, I think, in many universities, also in the Namibian universities, it's sort of a module that is shared across. However, when we're looking at computer science in particular, it takes on a little bit more depth. So you will have a specific, more of the ethics integrated throughout the modules, and more particular focus on it, because we want to build ethical, responsible, trustworthy, safe systems, right? And within responsible AI, there's a lot that's coming out there. I also believe that responsible AI means that you actually go out into the communities and you go and co-design with communities. For us, I was a dean before and vice president for research at the universities in Namibia. And one thing that we always had done is we made sure that every single student that comes out of computer science, that they will be able to know how to do community-centered design. They would have gone out to the communities and done that design. Now, within the research council, we're doing the same, right? We're saying our research needs to be impactful, transformative, transdisciplinary, and that means that the community is embedded in there. Like, we don't fund anything that doesn't have, for instance, an SME involved, and we don't fund anything that doesn't have a community involved where you are going to sort of test out or work with your things. But that's the university setup, however. But we have to realize that we're in a very agile environment. In other words, the many of our developers today are not really coming out of university, right? You can come from any field and you can go and do online courses, but the online courses have a depth first. So it doesn't have that breadth. So where does your ethics and your human-centeredness and everything else, where do those ones come in? And I'm advocating, for instance, that when we're developing those online courses, that we embed with them. Anybody who's done many years ago some of the Google courses would have seen, developer courses, would have seen your material design was embedded with it. You couldn't do just development. And this is how we should treat ethics, that it's embedded in that. Otherwise, the systems that we will develop will come out differently. I want to give, for instance, on this training, yes, I want to give an example of one of the innovators that we are funding. Right now, they're all coming up with all types of AI solutions, etc. But one particular one is actually has been testing for the past year in the grade 10 classes in about 3 high schools in Namibia, the teacherless classrooms, where it is only an AI teacher who was there. Now, of course, early results showed that the students had actually dramatically increased their results. But this begs the question, is this going to last? Is it a case that is transferable to every situation? So the next action research that we want to introduce on that is actually to compare for the augmentation so that it's just not really just the teacherless classroom.
All right, thank you very much. Before we come to you, Holly or Linda, I'm going to see if there are there any questions in the room? Any burning questions? I see one in the back. Do we have a roving microphone and one in the front? It's on.
Mic check. Hello. Okay. Yeah, good morning and thank you very much, all the professors and ambassador. One question, a little controversial, is I believe Kenyans are the best in tech. Yeah, Kenyan Gen Zs. They're the best. You just need to look at what they've been doing the recent 1 year. But this idea of saying that they can all go out and get jobs out there, to me, it's actually a misnomer, because why don't we want to keep the talent at home? We have all the resources in terms of, in every way, from material resources to intellectual resources to intellectual property to data. Professor Ambassador Ndemo is very, very famous for having introduced the very, very fast open government data project, I believe actually in the world. As soon as he left, it was, I keep asking our ministers where it's at, and everybody just gives us a roundabout. And we all know why. It's because of some of the sectors that are really prone to corruption. So, but here we are, chasing that same talent, sending them to go and be maids and houseboys and guards in other countries. One thing is for sure, if you look at the number of people, for example, in the United States, that hold those kind of positions you're talking about are usually, Indians and Asians. I actually don't believe in developing talent to then ship it out. We should be developing talent to provide and serve the African continent. In fact, I'm of the opinion that that's how we should be. We should literally build a wall.
Sorry.
So how do we do that? How do we maintain our talent inside? How do we convince our politicians to actually take our continent seriously and not focus so much on proximity to the West?
All right, I'll ask Linda to respond to that, and then as we go over to a second question, and that might be the last one because of time. But Linda, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say that I also respect Gen Z. Kenyan Gen Zs have shown us what civic movements look like, and they have unmasked politicians. At the end of the day, they don't hide behind, we know your number, we know where you live, we know your daughter is on Instagram. They will find you. And I think that's a really great way to do things.
But we also have to ask the ethics around some of that
Yeah.
stuff. Okay.
Yeah, I believe so. But I also think that there's a principle in law that he who comes to the law must come with clean hands. So politicians are corrupt. So when they play that game and Gen Zs play this game, I think it's fair game. So secondly, I was going to say this, that I believe that we should not ship our talent, raw talent abroad. And this is why. If you move to anywhere, I've spent the last year in Europe against my liking. But I have learned one thing. It takes about 5 years to engage politically in any new country. And politicians like that. Suddenly you're not home to vote, you're not home to oppose them, but then also you're in America, you can't vote. So we lose this agency and we lose the willpower to say anything in the world for 5 to 10 years. I think we should not do that, and we should let our people stay home and make home habitable. But the way to do this, I think, is to just begin to stand up and say no to the madness that is in Africa. I think that if I was president, this is what I would do, president of Africa, if that existed, I would close off the borders. I would say, close off this thing, there's no sending cocoa outside, let's trade with each other. It's easy to fly to Europe from Kenya than to fly to West Africa or Sierra Leone. Like, it's simply just so difficult to do anything within the African continent. And so our policymakers find it easy to come and meet in Brussels and meet in Paris because it's easy. But the thing that we must do, in my view, is to first just change how people move. If people move, and it's easy for you to move from Kenya to go to Nigeria, if there's a railway system, we don't have to have all these discussions around demand, because people suddenly can start seeing how easy it is to just sell plantains from Uganda to wherever it is, and then we fix the other things. But I believe that the African Union is stuck on so many non-issues that really don't concern us, and they buy time. People are happy to be at conferences. I just think that we need to stop it and say, let's begin from the foundational issues. The foundational issue is, can people move? When they get to the border then, let's now figure out currency. Let's figure out these other things. But I think from the policy angle, we are borrowing European laws for African institutions. And this is what we're seeing with even data privacy. We run for GDPR and then we come back and say, oh my God, it doesn't work. We can't do this privacy thing. And we're doing the same thing with AI. We're looking at, you know, how is Europe doing the AI Act? And then we just want to bring it to Africa. Also because who's funding policy? We're not funding our own policies. America's policy is funded by billionaires, like we've now seen the tech oligarchs, you know? But then for Africa, it's funded by these European institutions that fund digital policy. We need to start funding these things and asking the questions and saying, please, I say this, it's me wanting Beyonce's hair at Linda's budget. It can't work.
All right, thank you. Wow. Ownership. I think the key question there is ownership. Who is owning our AI? There's one last question. I see. All right. I'm looking at. Okay, I had promised her for sure. So please take that question. I don't know if I'll be able to take. I'm looking at the organizers. We can take maybe the last two and that's it, and we'll take them together so they can all be answered together. So back there, here, and then to the gentleman. If I can ask the panelists also just to take them, then we'll take them all together as closing points.
Sorry, I don't think the mic is working, so I'll try to project, and I promise I'll be quick. Thank you all for such a fascinating panel. My name is Isabel Wilkinson. I'm a fellow at Chatham House.
We need people behind online audience.
Sorry, we need the mic to make live audience.
Thank you.
Is it?
Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you all for such a fascinating session. As I mentioned, I work at a think tank based in London called Chatham House. This picks up on a point that Professor David West raised, and I'd love to hear from the panel on this. You mentioned the necessity for multiple, interconnected, localized systems. It would be brilliant to hear from the panel on particularly powerful examples of this that you've seen in your own work. And from my perspective, I'd be really interested in hearing your thoughts on the sort of governance that's needed to enable this sort of system, or this interconnected set of systems, as you mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So use cases and the governance needed.
Thank you very much. I've really been enjoying the discussion. My name is Sahana Arun Kumar, and I head a consulting firm in digital transformation. We do a lot of inclusion projects across Africa. I have a question on how do we get this understanding or sensitization that we talk so much about, you know, for our youth, et cetera, but at a government level, because as we know, a lot of government doesn't really understand even digitization, and it really depends on which country you're talking to, and let alone AI, which is, you know, many years further than just the digitization. And I find that there's a lack of convening across ministries to kind of get that understanding and get that sensitization. How do you think we can work on this challenge? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So how do we empower civil servants and government to better respond to that? I'll come first to you, so then we'll go that way. So one last question. Thank you.
So thank you very much. It was very interesting. My name is Maïssa. I'm from Senegal. I would like to speak in French because it is, I don't know if I can. No, okay. Oh, no problem. So I was asking back the main question of this. What are the works that will be threatened by the AI, since if I analyze what have been said, so people that are working in the procedures, people that are filling forms, people that are writing contents are the main people that are threatened. But in Africa, are these jobs really something interesting? Because when you say, oh, the agent is something that is going to hire for me a plane or anything, you have a chance to travel to France, but to have the visa, I can tell you all around me, nobody in Africa, the youth are not able to travel using these services. So my question is, what are the actual jobs in Africa that are threatened by AI?
Thank you very much. Very good question. Thank you very much for all the questions. Holly?
Yeah, maybe I'll take the one related to youth, because I think the notion of inclusivity is absolutely crucial. And you're right. I think there are several platforms that already exist right now that talks about youth, being part of the decision-making process. But it's been very large, talking about various issues. And I think bringing the AI, the digital conversation within that, it's quite important. And that comes back to one of what the panelist was mentioning in terms of AI diplomacy. So, for instance, leveraging better that African voice through the youth, I think it's quite important. Let's take, for example, the example of the G20 process. I think under the presidency of South Africa, that could be a great opportunity, and digital transformation is definitely a line that they're looking within the different tracks, where we need to have youth representation that represents actually the continent voice as well, the expectations, and where you need to bring that to the agenda. At the African Union level, you do have already, of course, the Youth Office, where we need to push this kind of conversation. But having that kind of not working in silos, I think there's always a risk having youth conversations separately to all the political decision making. That doesn't work. So I think for what we've been preaching as well within the foundation, because that has been at the heart of what we've been seeing, is making sure that in big summits, whether EU summits, and looking at Professor Ndemo as we're looking at that from the Brussels side, or any big multilateral events, following up on the UN Summit of the Future, where we definitely saw youth at the center of it under the leadership of Namibia and Germany. I think we need to continue within that conversation. But it's not just about the discussion. I think having a seat at the table matters, but I think it's about taking the action. And here again, I think there is a role in terms of making sure there's accountability towards the decision makers, that there need to be a process in place in terms of monitoring, of course, different commitments that have been taken to place, and making sure that these things happen. Otherwise, we're back again into that circle of conversation. Part of the conversation be as well the monitoring and taking accountable. And I think that's how we need to shape, I think, a different narrative as well on the continent, and making sure we work together. And the final point, I think, back to the what has been raised about Europe. I do, coming from the Africa Rep Foundation, I do believe in partnership and the Africa Rep partnership. I think it's very much about co-designing, and I think it's good to say, it's harder to, I think, to implement, but I think that's definitely the logic where we need to work greater. I think you're right, it's hard for a country to advance, a national strategy. You need to have that voice, and that voice, of course, for the African Union, regional bodies, SADC, maybe not ECOWAS, but all the others need to work together, G20 presidency, etc. But at the end, I think it's important to see as well how we do work with other partners. And it's not just about the strategic investment that we need to see in terms of the IAI landscape. It's also about maybe learning from each other on the different policy reforms, have that greater harmonization. But again, I think tagging it along as well to all the multinational processes with youth and being better inclusive, I think that works.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask a task from the other 4 panelists to try and make your comments to 30 seconds and answer one of the questions, attempt to answer a question, and also make your closing remarks.
Yeah. Okay. So interconnected systems. Here I have to take a negative view, because in what I've seen is that cross-border collaborations on systems doesn't really work. We're not exchanging data, we're not exchanging systems. Even the payment systems is a nightmare at this point in time. So even within the country, in Namibia, but I know that in other countries across Africa, you have a problem within the government, for instance, that your population register cannot be shared from outside of government with private sector. In other words, you cannot test, you can't integrate that data. That creates a problem. We're always talking about open data, but open data isn't so easy, but I'll leave that topic for another day.
Thank you very much.
Because there's a lot of things, but I wanted to talk about that. There's a lot to say on the middle layer jobs, right? The repetitive jobs, and they always say accounting and lawyers. I don't think lawyers can be replaced, but lawyers, accounting, etc. So anything where you find a lot of information and, the AI can replace that. But one of the things that I wish for is that the AI would basically be, or the AI is embedded in a robot, would basically relieve me of tasks in the kitchen, for instance.
Oh, that would be great.
And leave me to go and do the painting and not meddle in my entertainment business. Thank you.
Professor Bitange, Ambassador.
Yeah, I am going to attempt, if she listened, she was interconnected. Sorry, you are reading. Okay. East Africa was one of the area, or still is, one of the most integrated region, and simply because of language, Swahili. Number 2, when we were developing the infrastructure, especially ICT infrastructure, we did not see the borders. So the cables went to Rwanda, to Uganda, without considering the borders. And that actually led to one network, which was created some time back. And people would have, like now you have in Europe, even though Europe still is not fully integrated in certain ways. And so it is possible to integrate Africa by starting from regional economic communities, because SADC is beginning to be a little more integrated and central, but West, it isn't. It's easier in Africa to integrate along Francophone or Anglophone, but West Africa has a mixture of that. And when they don't want to listen to you, they don't understand the language. So they speak French or bonjour or the other one. So we need to create in such a way, we begin from where we can be able to integrate the people and then expand it to Africa. Yesterday I was joking here by asking, what sovereign are you talking about, Africa or Togo? And everybody failed, said Togo, Ghana. They are not here, eh?
Thank you, Professor.
Yes, so until we begin to talk about sovereign Africa, then the integration becomes very, very difficult. I stopped there because Alice's question is not answered by ambassadors. I may not go back to process.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Sorry, because of time, I'll go to Professor David West.
Thank you. I think I'll close from where Ambassador Ndemu stopped off. And I think it's really about what is the Africa we want? And we need to think about that because there's no problem that's going to be easy to solve. So it's all about what mindsets do we want to take into the problem and what are we willing to do about it. So whether it's institutional voids, whether it's digital transformation, it's all about the human in the loop and the human deciding not to do. And maybe that's what we need to remove from the loop and put AI. That might make it faster. But then again, I'm just saying that we really need to sit down and really have a, I call it a come to Jesus conversation with ourselves. What do we want to do? What do we want to achieve? Because the world is moving on. And we have to be the ones to say 1.4 billion lives. And that's the responsibility we have. So do we want to flutter off that responsibility or do we want to really seize it and capture the power that we have within? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Powerful. Thank you.
So I know your expectations are not very high because I'm speaking after the professors.
No.
So
honorary. Learned friend.
Thank you. So as Dr. Bonyo, I would want to say, I think as the world becomes more nationalistic, we need to think about Africa first. I'm going to make two comments that may be very controversial, but the first one is, I think we need to standardize visa fees. Okay, even if I'm paying for a visa to come to your country, it's fine. But I want a standardized visa fee. I want to know that if I'm going to the US, which the US has done, you know that you're going to pay $250 or so, and it's a 5-year visa if you're a Kenyan. We know that. But if I'm coming to Europe, I'm coming for 2 weeks, I paid 90 euros. I'm coming for 3 days, 90 euros. 2 years, it just depends on what the officer is thinking. Okay? That's unjust enrichment in law. Because then I have to pay you 5 times in a year because I'm a frequent traveler for me to come to your country for a visit you invited me for. And I'm not saying this out of the blues. We've studied it. We've done the studies within the Lawyers Hub. And we can clearly see that there's a lot of money coming out of Africa for visa fees that are unjust. It's time that Europe standardized its visa fees for the African continent. I think that will be fair. So, number 2, I am going, and that was to your question, I think, Maitha. Number 2, we need stronger civic participation laws in our continent. In Kenya, Article 10 of our constitution says that public participation is necessary to pass any given law. And the courts have actually overturned decisions where the public was not involved. I think we must push for this across countries in Africa, but also at the African Union level, because people just don't engage at the African Union level. It's select people who go there. It's select people who participate. It's time that we begin to have some openness about this, because we just don't call out the West and say, be open about your processes. But we also need within the continent to be open about these processes. We need to know how a law is formed. What's the impact before it comes into law? And I know there's excitement around AI and to go to the next best thing. But we must do an impact of where can we go back to the foundational laws? Uber drivers are striking in the continent every single time around pricing. What do they do? We've seen this movement with technologies. So what does fair pay mean within the continent? I also believe now, as we are talking about this, let's take a step back and say, leave the excitement of artificial intelligence. What do we need as a foundation to take us to the next new technology and the next realm? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, please. I want to close this panel first by thanking the conveners, Carlos, and the entire team. Thank you very much. But I think my takeaway shot is very brief, and we started this conversation talking about AI, and we quickly found the conversation was not revolving around the technical part of it, the tech. But we've come to talk about other issues, the corruption, governance, borders, visas, and all these things. So it goes to show that, yes, there is the technology, but the human has to remain. So whether it is the human who can be impacted, the human still has to influence how we move forward. So thank you for convening that platform where we talk about the human in Africa and how we can help shape that as we move forward to the next generation of AI products. Thank you very much. And thank you to the panelists. a picture, I believe.
Merci infiniment à notre modératrice, le docteur Jen Munga, pour cette première session. Est-ce qu'on peut applaudir chaleureusement cette conversation qui nous a permis de redéfinir l'humain au cœur de cette nouvelle technologie qui est donc l'intelligence artificielle. Alors avant de partir, on va faire une petite photo de famille. Please don't move. Let's take a picture, a family picture, please. Est-ce qu'on peut avoir quelques-uns de nos photographes partenaires qui peuvent nous rejoindre pour cette photo de famille? On va immortaliser ce panel. Ok. Thank you so much, merci infiniment. Donc, on raccompagne nos panélistes avec des applaudissements. Nous allons poursuivre avec une prochaine session. On va parler de la place des femmes dans cette industrie qui est donc l'intelligence artificielle. Et si on laissait les femmes finalement prendre le pouvoir et l'idée cette nouvelle technologie. C'est un sujet qu'on va aborder dans quelques instants. Ashley, comment tu vas, Ashley? How are you?
Good, thank you. I think we're ready for our next session, which will be why we need women in AI. Yes. So we'll start calling on the next panelists, Dr. Shiko. I'm just going to start calling the panelists and then the room will flow into it. Is there Alice, I'd like to welcome you on stage so we can get people to start moving. Sam, how do I pronounce the name, Sam?
Oui, nous allons continuer avec notre prochain panel. S'il vous plaît, mesdames et messieurs, si vous pouviez regagner vos places, s'il vous plaît, on va reprendre dans quelques instants.
Amazing. So we have all the panelists on stage. We're going to get started.
It's okay, I'll start.
Good morning. We're starting.
Hello, hello. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap once. Clap twice. Clap thrice. If you can hear me, clap 4 times. Clap 5 times. Once, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. Now we can sit down. I know I learned this trick from my child's kindergarten class, and it works even on adults. Thank you so much for this. I mean, what an exciting panel that was around agents and humans, and ending up that agents are not taking over our lives. There's always going to be a human. While I was excited about that panel, I'm more excited about this panel. What day is today? Who can say what day is today? You get a bag for the right answer. No, apart from the actual date. What day is today? Not apart from when, Tuesday actually, but apart from Tuesday. What day is today? No, you're the panel. Today we celebrate the women in science, technology, and STEM. And that's why I'm excited about this, because we put this panel to be able to celebrate not just the young girls who are coming up, but the women who have held to be leaders. Yeah? So I have an amazing panel today around women and technology, but not just women, but women in leadership and technology, and especially in the AI space. So yesterday I was in TV, I was famous in France, and they asked me, why are you emphasizing on women in STEM? And my answer was very simple. It's because women form more than 51% of the African continent. We have the heart. So we bring the heart, as the many professors that were here previously were talking about. We put the heart in the discussions around AI. And that's what is important for us today. So today we talk about women and in the technology space. So I welcome you to this discussion. I welcome you to this conversation. And Alice has a nice announcement for us after the conversation. So I will start from Alice coming this way and just introduce yourself, what you do, and what makes you excited about this. We celebrate at work. We celebrate this day every single year. So this is one of my favorite days, this and Women's Day. So, and my birthday. Okay. No, my birthday is in November. You can start saving. No, it's for you. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. My name is Alice Munyua. With Mozilla Corporation, Senior Director, formerly heading a program called the African Ready, and then heading our international expansion, trust and safety team. And now I'm advising our founder and chair, Madame Mitchell Baker. I don't know how many of you know Mozilla, but I usually start by asking one question. Which browsers do you all use? How many are using Chrome? Oh, damn. How many are using Firefox? Seriously, just 3? Okay, all your data is being stolen. All of it, and being used to make the current AI models. I would advise everyone to switch to Firefox. Not because I work for Mozilla, but because we are the only company or tech that is non-profit. And I don't even consider Mozilla big tech. We actually truly believe in putting people's online lives, putting people back in control of their online lives, and specifically women. Those of you who know Mozilla, I think it's run by a huge group of very powerful women. Yes, granted, there are not that many women that look like me, so hopefully we'll change that. So I want to first start by thanking Shiko and Jane. They're actually part of my co-founders. We've just recently founded the African Women in AI Network with over nearly 200 women. So I'm really, really proud of that. And the reason why I start as the founding convener, and then we will look and see what next. But I'm going to start with a quote from Angela Davis, who says, "Black women have had to develop larger versions of our society than perhaps any other group. They've had to understand white men, white women, black men, and everybody else who's non-black. They've had to understand themselves. And when black women win victories, it is a boost for virtually every segment of society." So women in Africa represent a really critical part of AI ecosystems as creators, innovators, decision makers, policy, and all of that. But where are we? We are not that well represented. And actually, when you look at the AI models, forget even the AI, I had buried my head for years with this AI. I actually thought it was snake oil. I still really, truly think it is snake oil. But in a way, it's changing.
So once I actually really started taking it seriously, the realization and the first introduction was another woman called Dr. Safia Noble from UCLA, who wrote a book called Algorithms of Oppression, literally looking at search engines like Google and how they represent Black women. And that's why we call, from an African women perspective, we keep calling for transparency in a lot of these algorithms. Because if you Google those days, yeah, Google has now changed. If you Google who's the most beautiful woman, it was always a white woman looking like Barbie. If you Google who are the ugliest people, Black women. Who are the prostitutes, Black women. And our own Black men will actually find that funny and even contribute to it. So essentially, I agree with Malcolm X when he said the Black woman is the most disrespected, the most hated in the world. And so we need to change that. And as a result, we unapologetically, and as a sign of resistance, have to create community. Community only for Black women. No other women of any other tribe or whatever is allowed. And I am unapologetically going to be doing this. Even though you're a white woman who lives in Africa, we're going to be thinking really seriously about how did you even come to the African continent in the first place, and what are your values when it comes to becoming part of the Women in AI network. So unapologetically Black and African. So that's one. So from that launch, we had really interesting recommendations that I'm going to be looking at and perhaps sharing, because those are...
Next.
Yeah, next, okay. So one of the most important things from Mozilla perspective, and Mozilla's values are actually similar to mine, is what is the question I asked yesterday, is creating alternative AI, or AI for the African people, for us, that really reflects who we are, uses the resources we have, which is our own data. And going back to the question I was asking Professor Ndemo, he created the open government data. Our governments hold the largest amount of data sets from us. So if they simply just opened those data sets, to begin with, we want to have to send youth out. We can use those data sets to create a lot of models and create space for women to do quite a lot. So some of the aspects of AI that has to take into consideration, especially for African women, one is privacy, safety, data protection, transparency, inclusivity, and those are not there. They're not even there for Black men. They're not even there for the African continent, for African men, let alone women. So we have a lot of work to do, towards that. So those are my opening comments, and there's more, and I can speak about the African women in AI. Thank you.
Thank you. Doctor?
First of all, hello everybody, and thank you, Shiko, for having me here, and happy International Women's Day in science and children in science, technology, and also in maths. I think we have a mathematician amongst us here. My name is Anino Emua. I'm the founder of Avantis Consulting, a consulting firm here in France with a background in banking. I'm also the founder of 100 Women at Davos, which is a global community of impact-driven women leaders, which was started in Davos alongside the World Economic Forum in response to the relative lack of representation of women in global decision-making fora. I'm also the founder of Africa Women CEOs Network. Both networks include several thousands of women, and our core values, or at least our core pillars, are women in leadership, advancing women in leadership in corporate, in entrepreneurship, with a focus on sustainability and emerging technologies, and of course, artificial intelligence. So work on the communities, but we also work on advocacy at the UN in Davos, and now here at in Paris at the AI Action Summit and the Africa AI Village. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We all were unable to say your name.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Soha Samb. Soha, yes. I'm from Senegal, so I am the lead of the Women in Machine Learning and Data Science Senegal. And I'm also an AI assistant, research assistant in university. So I'm very happy to be here sharing thought about women in tech as somebody who always advocate for women in tech. I believe that actually we, like you said at the beginning, we have, in many of our countries, we have more women than men. So why are we still talking about women in tech? So why do we still have less women in the tech domain? So this is a question that we should ask ourselves. And I believe that this is something that is really from the basics, from the beginning, from children's to now. So if you go to many countries like Senegal, we have in the baccalaureate, what we call baccalaureate, less than 30% women doing science. So this is just what is reflecting right now in AI and in tech in general. So I think it's, yeah, we will have the opportunity to talk about this today.
Awesome, thank you. Dr. Anino, I want to pull up on from what she has just said, Soha has mentioned. As a woman who has been engaging influential women worldwide, what are the most significant barriers preventing women, especially African women, in leading AI, and how can we dismantle this? I mean, she said we are a majority, but you have met women. What is the it factor that makes women leaders, and how can we borrow it in the AI space?
I'd like to first precede my comments with the importance of having women in Africa in the space first, and just sort of situated in that. Now, many of us here watched or have watched Coded Bias last night by Dr. Joy Boal-Mwinyi. Now, her work, many of us know, is really about how when she was doing research, she found out that in facial recognition, that her face wasn't being recognized, and she actually had to put on a white mask. Now, this goes far more than that. What she found was that these algorithms, right, first of all, if we look at who created them, they were created really by white males, and that reflected in the recognition. So white males were the most recognized, followed by white women. Then we had less of black male, and then black women. That points out to the importance of diversity when we are creating AI and algorithms, really critically important. And is that diversity that's important? That is men and women involved, and women and men of all colors and races. That's the first thing. Now, when we look at the barriers and say, why don't we have sufficient women or women in Africa? The first one has been the tech space has been dominated really by computer scientists and computer engineers in creation and innovation. And what we find everywhere is that when we look at that pipeline in universities, what do we find? Underrepresentation of women, and certainly of black women and African women in Africa. So the pipeline is certainly one thing. The second thing is that there's been a change in terms of the culture of technology over the last probably 30 years, since the 1980s, where the domination of that sector has created a culture called, very often we hear that, the tech bro culture. And that culture obviously is not particularly attractive for women. So women do not see the industry as really being really interesting. And thirdly, the other thing as well is that when we look at the complete ecosystem, including education, what are we promoting? How are we making sure that women are involved? Women as innovators, we know that in VC funding, that we only have, in Africa, it's about just a bit under 3% of VC funding that goes to women innovators. And when you look at, that is the whole funding, when you look at innovation, not to start talking about AI, it's even less. So funding female-led businesses is also a problem. So the funding, the education, the pipeline, and the culture of inclusion or lack of inclusion are some of the key issues that we need to deal with and to address if we want to have more inclusion of women, and certainly African women in AI.
Thank you. Alice, so we know you've had like an amazing career. So we are going to skip Mozilla and go back to your policy days. And yesterday you asked the ministers, and this morning you put the professors to task. What are the key things that need to be put in place for women to take these leadership positions? We are doing a lot of networks. In fact, yesterday we were talking about it, leading to today's celebration, is that African women actually in the tech and STEM space, in terms of percentages, surpass the world. We are at more than 35% of women in tech in Africa, while it's less than 20% in the rest of the world. So in terms of averages, we are doing very well at a network, at a entry level. But when it comes to leadership, it thins out to almost less than 1%. What are the things that we need to put in place for women to take those tech leadership positions and then AI leadership positions?
Wow, that's a really great question, but difficult one. Because to do that, we have to dismantle all of these systems. We have to dismantle capitalism, because capitalism is actually based on extracting and exploiting Black people and Black women specifically. We have to get rid of patriarchy.
That is going to be hard in the next 4 years.
We have to get rid of all of that. But anyway, with the systems that these systems that are super oppressive, patriarchy, capitalism, and I call it racial capitalism because the current system of capitalism was literally based on exploiting Black people and the African continent specifically. So for that will be daunting and it'll take a long time. But there's hope. There's a lot of hope, and I've seen that especially in Kenya with Gen Zs. If you actually look at the Gen Z movement and those that are actually running, those are doing a lot of tech work behind, they're women. And it's exhausting to keep fighting for these positions, to keep fighting for these leadership positions. I know that for myself because when I was a policymaker, I was a policymaker for 6 years. At the beginning, I was a CCK, a commissioner, similar to FCC. I was a board member of the Communications Commission of Kenya. Professor Ambassador Ndemo and I are actually literally the ones that opened the sector. You know, we were the ones that signed Safaricom to operate in Kenya, the ones that signed the documents for M-Pesa, the ones that brought teams over, defined the cabinet, all of that. And by the way, around that time, I was in my 30s and I was the only woman amongst, men that are over 50. And I'm not going to even talk about how difficult that was. So I think it's like what we've done here with the Africa AI Village, considering that we were not invited in the main summit. None of us were African people. So we created our own space and created our own event. So we need to keep doing that. And then once we start building, like what we've done with the African Women in AI Network, and we had really great use cases that were demonstrated by Rebecca and others. Once we start doing that some of those solutions, some of those products that are solving real life issues for us, I think the world is gonna then take us seriously, and we're going to be the one holding these positions. I actually don't believe in forcing ourselves into spaces where we are not wanted. Instead, let's build our own as African women.
Awesome, thank you. Back to you, Soha. You work with grassroots women. How do we then build a pipeline of women in leadership? What are the strategies that we need to do to get more women? Because you can say we are building women in leadership, but if you don't have a strong enough pipeline, then we run out of those women. And I think there was a big delta between when Alice was a leader and we came in as newish leader. There was a delta of a number of years where there were hardly any women leaders.
I'm old.
I didn't want to say that. So there was a delta in terms of women in leadership in the tech space in general. So how do we continuously build this pipeline as women are getting into leadership? We have a new set of leaders coming in.
Yeah, I think Dr. Anino said something very interesting, talking about model that maybe couldn't recognize faces of Black women, let's say. So the person who created the model is important, but also the data is very important, the data on which the model was created. So what happened? Let's take the case of RH people, like human resources. I'm looking for an AI expert, let's say, and then I have a model. You know, many companies actually, the first filter is done by AI models. You apply, in a minute you receive an email saying, unfortunately, you are not accepted. This is not a human being talking to you. This is an AI model for the first filter. So now when I'm looking for an AI expert, and then it's happened that the data the model was trained on, it was maybe 90% of men. Then when you are a woman, you apply, you may be probably rejected. Probably, if this feature is important on the data. So the thing is that women need to be first here to be considered by the AI models that exist, right? So, and this cannot happen if we do not give the training that is needed for women from the beginning, from the basics, let's say from kids. Tell them what happened is why people, many of our, like if you go to Senegal, why are they not interested in science and technology? Mainly is because they, at the beginning, they don't know what is it used for, what is the importance of those technology, those science and mathematics stuff they are learning at school. So we need from the basics, show them that this is the importance of what you're learning, and this is what you can do with those things. And then also showing role models. You know, many of those revolutions, let's say innovation that exists, we have women behind. But then maybe we are not showing them enough for them to really see what is people are doing actually in the field. And this is something very important. I remember one day I was like doing, let's say, a talk for promoting science with the younger generation. And then after the talk, a young girl came to me saying, okay, I was about to drop on science tech, but now I think I will continue. So because at the beginning, she really didn't know what she's doing and what she can do with that. So this is also something. And then another thing is maybe, I think it has been said before, is like giving more funding to women innovation initiatives. And this will be kind of a way to like giving them more, for them to feel like they want to do it, and then they are supported, right? So this is something that I think should be really useful for women to be more on the top. Yeah.
Awesome, thank you. So I will be opening up to the audience in the next round, but I have like a couple of questions. Dr. Anino, you're next. She's spoken about the role of mentorship and role modeling, but we know women, we are not good at it. We are not good at putting ourselves out there. We're not good at telling our stories. We are not good at showcasing our brilliance to the world. We're always saying, and I'm one of those people, to be honest, I always say my work speaks for myself, right? How do we get more women to be role models? Because I know there's a difference between a role model, a mentor, and a champion, and a sponsor. Because the only way women are going to be able to identify you as any of these roles, they have to know about you and your story. And I mean, you work with all these influential women. How do you get them to speak out about themselves?
You know, one reason why this is so important is, and this even in Davos just last month, and at one panel that I was at, and I said, not my quotation, I can't remember where the reference is from, but I said, if you see her, you can be her. And people, women stopped me in places telling me or messaging me about this. And these are already women leaders. Role modeling is critically important. Women tend to have, and women leaders, because of their journeys, they are clear, right, about the importance of their work and how it can impact women. So very often we see women in leadership also interested in impact. And when the focus with women is that it's also for others. That is where the difference lies. So when we give visibility to women, right, one, certainly for yourself and for you to progress, but in addition, when they see and they understand that that visibility is important for others, right, for women to see and to need to normalize, we need to normalize female leadership. That is actually what I find that really drives it. So yes, it's for yourself, but importantly, it's for others coming along. And also, I mean, the reality is when you actually see what that visibility does, and when you're sitting in the rooms with decision makers, and you are part of decision making, my goodness, why wouldn't you want to be in there shaping the decisions that are affecting you, your business, your family, your country, etc.?
Awesome. I love that. When you see her, you can be her, and we need to normalize female leadership. Love it. I love those quotes. And now I put Alice on the hot seat because we've been talking about how do we grow women tech makers leadership. And Alice, how do we grow women in AI tech leadership?
What we started, I really truly believe, we were denied seats on the table, we were denied room in the rooms, we were denied all of that, so we create our own. And that's exactly what we did. And we created the Women in AI Network, you, me, and Jane, as the original founders, and we are going to create a critical mass of African women in AI by today launching a fellowship for African women in AI that we can talk about, and that's for African women across the entire continent. And the women that we spoke with, there were over 200 of them. They came up with recommendations that are quite. I can share with them because they're quite. There are many here. And it's creating an environment and a space and a platform that encourages collaboration, that encourages transparency, working together. There's space for mentorship. There's space for funding from within. I would really like us to get away from this model of funding where we're begging for money from the north, and a very controversial and a true whatever, that's our money anyway, that was taken from the continent, brought here to build Europe and the Americas, and then is being lent back to us in the form of philanthropy, grants, and all of that we have to beg for. One of the things that we did in 2023 with the African Rally was actually acknowledging that and realizing, why do we have to beg for money, which is actually ours? So we have people who have money. We have the resources internally. So it's a matter of telling our rich uncles and aunties and all of that, instead of investing in malls and and apartment blocks, complexes that nobody's using, invest in those startups, invest in women entrepreneurs, invest in some of these solutions that address our real life issues. I think that's how we go. It's by really, for once, stopping our dependency on everyone else but ourselves. We have to depend on ourselves. Several of us have said it over and over again, no one is going to come and save us. We have to save ourselves, we have to build ourselves, we have to make for ourselves, and we have to build an ecosystem where we support each other, build each other, and create, find funding to support those activities and projects.
Awesome. So I'll take 2 questions. That bell means that I need to stop. My goodness, those are many questions. I said 2 questions. So I will take from the 2 women because I can't say no to the women. And the men have to decide who they have to sacrifice. We need the men. Okay, you've been advocated for, so both the men. Okay. Is it working? You can use mine. Okay. Okay.
Thank you so much for putting up this said event. My name is Teddy Nalubega from Uganda, a researcher of AI. And I'm happy with what Alice has been talking about. I've been running around complaining why we are not invited on the table. So starting 6th, I said I'm going to participate in all the events. So I've been at the OECD, the EU's events, and when I would ask the organizers, how come there are few Africans in the space? They were saying they didn't show up. So I showed up, I registered, I was invited as an individual. Then I told them, can you show me who you invited? We have so many of our governments receiving these invitations to these spaces, but they don't show up. So I had to follow up on the EU to see who was invited at the Grand Parade and didn't show up. My government was invited. So as we push forward as women, I think we need to hold accountable our governments to some of these opportunities that are there, but they are not sharing them with us. So we, as African women, we need to, first of all, be open to moving forward to show ourselves, show up in the spaces, but also ask our governments to give us permission to attend these events. Then the last one is on, apologies for the long thing. The last one is the urgency and ownership that you talked about. I think it has to be clear from the onset. We need to own our data. And that should be clear as we launch whatever we decide on right now. We should be clear on that. We must own our data. Thank you so much.
So I want to talk to you about asking for permission. We do not ask for permission.
No, from the governments.
Yes.
Because the visa part.
We don't.
How would you get the visas then?
You get somebody to invite you.
Actually, not that. Why do we need to come here? Why can't we have those meetings in our country?
Okay,
why do you need to be invited by OECD?
No, my thing is we can't always be playing catch up. We need to know what's going on at a global stage. So you can't know what's happening, what's going on, unless you are in these spaces. For example, the training topic is on ethics and responsible AI. So that's what I'm saying. We need to know what's going on so that we don't always be playing catch up, but rather be updated on the latest of the technologies.
Shiko, if you'll indulge me a little. I don't know whether you know Dr. Timnit Gebru and all of Ruha, Benjamin, and all of them. They've actually been talking about, these are black women, African women. They've been on the forefront. In fact, they're the most popular and most serious black women on the forefront, talking about ethics. I don't see them fighting to be invited on the table.
But they were in the Grand Palais. They were invited.
They were there, yes. But I don't see them fighting to be in OECD and all of that. They just simply do the work. If you think about what Timnit did, they refused to give her the table. They took, they childishly took away the sweets or whatever it was. What did she do? She built her own. Exactly. And so I think what I'm trying to say is we need to get away from this desperate need to be accepted and invited by these northern countries. You keep forgetting that they've stolen and taken so much from us. So my grandfather.
But we are building on their platforms.
No, we need to start building our own, and that's what Shiko and I and the others have been saying. We need to build our own. Yeah, we need to have that mindset.
I think there's need for mentorship coaching there.
Exactly.
Knowing I've known Alice for forever, so So I want to move on.
Thank you. I'm Ervan Choumi. I'm from Cameroon, and I'm CEO and founder of Nyamga. And I'm really happy to be here today and also to see these powerful women on stage. Each of you are an inspiration for women like us, right? So I'm really happy to hear you speak out today. And coming back to what Mrs. Munya said, it's really true that the African woman is the most disrespected one on earth, right? Especially by black women. And when I come back to what Dr. Emua said, is that if you see her, you can be her. And that's so powerful. And what I'm trying to say here is that this stage here, like seeing you talking, it's mostly from women we are already trying to take some leadership somewhere, But there are those other ones who are not even aware of these platforms here, who are not even aware of where you ladies are speaking up, right? So I'm talking about these women who are somewhere in Africa, like thinking that the only future they can have is by having a rich boyfriend, you know. They don't have any dream at all because they don't know which kind of world they can dream of. So I don't know if it's possible for all these great women networks to create small programs for these women, like just for them to see we can do that. Like, I mean, I work mostly in Switzerland, and when I see what Dr. Emoa did with Davos, you need to know the mindset of the people there to think what it takes to build something like that, right? And this is so powerful that I think it's really important for us to go on the ground field to make the work of educating, re-educating, right? Because the education of the young black woman needs to be rethink by black women. Thank you.
It's true, I was at 100 women in Davos this year, and it's like an injection of like energy into my bloodstream.
Thank you very much. I would like first of all to thank the organizer of this space, and also to thank the panelists. I'm very glad to be part of that. I would like also to congratulate Sohar. So my name is Lamine Ba from Senegal. So I'm very happy to see her here and enjoy her leadership. I mean, you all mentioned the fact that having a role model is very important if you want to increase the number of women in tech. If I take the example of Senegal at the faculty level, because I'm professor in the biggest university in Senegal, Cheikh Anta Diop, we have very few faculty members, women faculty members. This is a big problem, because if we don't have women at the levels, putting in the mind of the girl that it's possible for them to reach this kind of levels, and being faculty members in tech is very important. Also to let know the kids and the girls that, I mean, it's very important if we wanna fill the gap in terms of diversities, and if also we would like to raise women leaderships as far as AI or computer science related fields is concerned. And I have a questions for all of you on the stage. What should we change in Africa if we want to, for example, raise the number of women faculty members at the university levels? Thank you very much.
Before you take that, I want to take the last question so that we can, I'm being told time is out.
Yes.
So you can answer as we move on. Okay.
Yes, thank you very much for this. I would like to contribute because I was, oh, please. I just wanted to contribute because I was faced on managing this thing of women in ICT. I was a coordinator of African Center of Excellence. And the two things you mentioned that was very important to bring them on board was the mentoring. Because some of them, they are afraid of being faced a lot of work, having some difficulties, and not having someone to help them. So as a professor, it was very important. I have seen that it was very important to make them comfortable. It was not too much, just at the beginning, when they get confident, so the thing moves along. The second thing was the models. And the models is so important that when we have one day, a woman from out of Senegal that came there, and that was a big rock star on ICT and has hers the company. Most of the students student women are asking, I want to have your career, and it was more important that she studied at university. She was there at the same time of them. And after that, we went to the level of secondary school, and the main problem was mathematics. And the reason I talked later was here, mathematics and mentoring. So I tried to build up a program to help them in mathematics, but it was very difficult because some of them, they need some time to use to help their mother because they do not have some, there is financial things that we have to tackle. It is not just advocating, but we need also to push some money to help these women that are vulnerable financially in their houses. Thank you very much. I'm stopping here.
So I want you to answer the question and your closing remarks in a minute each, because I'm being told time is out.
Thank you, Shiko. Just to answer the questions on women's inclusion in terms of professorships, etc. And Professor has talked about some of the barriers. Now, you would be aware as senior academics of an international study which showed that in the recruitment and the interviewing, right, a particular study of women, of professors, how there was bias in the system, and just by doing changing those applications and putting a man's name, changed the way that how the body that was looking at these CVs reacted, right, more positively towards men. So there is bias that has to be dealt with. But what we're talking about here, which is key, is inclusion. Women have traditionally been excellent in the teaching profession. There's no need. It is strange not to have sufficient women in the professorial body because women naturally are in that. So there are issues, many of which you've mentioned there. So I think in terms of inclusion, there's a lot that needs to be done in order to make sure that women can rise through the system because they're actually naturally talented in terms of the teaching profession. We just need to add the academic inclusion as part of that. And just to say that my closing very quickly is the reason why we are interested in AI is simply because of the economic and the social benefits. It boils down to that. If we look at the social and economic indicators, most of them, in anywhere in the world, and certainly in Africa, economics, women, financially, violence, health, almost any indicator, you find that women are suffering the most, and children. Peace. And therefore, it is critically important to have a gender perspective. We cannot progress without a gender perspective on any policies, including AI, that we deal with. Actually, surprising considering how how we don't do so well on those indicators that we actually outlive men. So it actually tells you that we're actually quite resilient in all of that. So that's just my closing point. Thank you, Shiko.
All right, thank you. So one thing I wanted to add is just actually you're seeing a lot of initiative on women's. Every day you see a new one. But then I think it's time to act, like go for more, something very, how do we say it, applicable. So we need also to collaborate. We have initiative in Ghana, we have initiative in Kenya, in Senegal. So we need to collaborate on this initiative and making something for Africa. And then we can reach more people that need this advocating. And yeah, one thing I wanted to say is also that when we're doing AI, we want AI models that are generate, right? That are really can work on data they were trained on, but also data that they never seen. That's what we want. And then this is just inclusion and diversity. And then so if you want to make this AI useful for each and everyone, we need to be inclusive. So meaning that we need to have women. I used to say that the problem that concerns women, no one will solve it for women. We are the one who's supposed to solve. And AI is a tool, it's here to solve problems. So we have to consider it and then tackle our own problems. Thank you.
And finally, Alice.
Thank you. I just wanted to, the question around mentorship, there's a conflicting study out there saying that African women are over-mentored. And what we really need is practical, funding, what she said. And so it's about time, I think mentorship is important, but we are over-mentored. Yeah, we need money. Our own money. Anyway, thank you. So my closing remark is first to thank you, Shiko, so very much, and your team for organizing this. And for me, this is like a form of resistance, literally doing our own side events. So thank you so very much. Thanking you and Jane as my co-founders for the African Women in AI Network, and very happy and really proud to announce the African Women in AI Award that we are going to be launching very soon together as part of this network. We haven't got the details yet, but we're going to be doing that in partnership because we really, truly believe in collaboration for African women to really make an impact in this field, in the AI ecosystem. Those are very important aspects, participation, collaboration, transparency, teamwork, and all of that. So I'm very, very proud to be announcing that today in partnership with Kala, with Strathmore University School of Business, with Afralti, and the African Union. We are going to be putting out an announcement about that soon, probably towards the end of March. On Women's Day, actually, we should do that. So I'm very proud of that, and I welcome all the women in this room to join. Someone from Kala will probably provide the right contacts to join. So thank you. That's my closing. Those are my closing remarks. Thank you very much.
And I want to say thank you to Alice for being a great champion for African women. So the fellowship and the award will be announced on Women's Day as she has committed to it. We're going to be doing that, and we're going to be announcing fellows in Kigali. So make a date with us in Kigali, 3rd and 4th, for the Global AI Summit on Africa. Please come to Kigali. Thank you so much, and have a lovely, lovely afternoon. Thank you to my panelists. I think we need to take a photo. Before you stand up, I think I will let her speak.
Merci infiniment. Est-ce qu'on peut applaudir ce panel qui a été très, très inspirant? Personnellement, j'ai été très inspirée par ces parcours de femmes. L'intelligence artificielle, c'est une opportunité pour nous, mesdames, tout simplement pour s'émanciper et pour s'épanouir professionnellement. On a notre place dans cet écosystème et on l'a bien vu avec nos panélistes. Est-ce qu'on peut encore les applaudir chaleureusement, s'il vous plaît? On va faire une photo de famille, bien sûr, je vous en prie. Let's take a picture.
And then we can go and break after the picture and come back for the next panel.
Exactement, on aura une petite pause de 20 minutes juste après cette session et on se retrouvera ensuite pour parler d'infrastructures. Nous verrons quels sont les défis que l'intelligence artificielle doit relever en matière d'infrastructures sur le continent. Ce sera juste après la pause. On vous le rappelle, les pauses se déroulent tout au long de la journée au niveau de la galerie située au fond de la cour, donc juste à l'extérieur. Vous avez un photocall également. On vous invite à immortaliser vos plus beaux selfies, vos plus belles photos, à nous les repartager sur les réseaux sociaux. Voilà. Faites un tour sur notre photocall et on se retrouve dans 20 minutes juste après la pause. Merci pour votre attention et encore bravo à toutes nos panélistes, et bien sûr on remercie également nos partenaires qui nous soutiennent et le Crédit municipal qui nous accueille tout au long de ce forum. À tout à l'heure.
Let's come back at 12:35 for the next panel.
Là, c'est bon, normalement, tu devrais pouvoir m'entendre. Là, tu m'entends. Mais là, du coup, c'est pas vraiment dans le stream, tu vois. Est-ce que les gens du stream. Donc, il faut que tu parles dans le stream. Donc là, tu es dans le stream, parle là-dedans. Est-ce que tu t'entends dans le. Je vais parler, donc là, est-ce que tu m'entends? Là, je parle, retest de synchro avec le Zoom et le YouTube, retest de synchro avec YouTube. Alors là, je parle sur le Zoom, Ouais, tu parles sur le Zoom, ouais. Ça, y a pas de souci. Et donc là, c'est bon là-dessus.
talking about the compute infrastructure that Africa needs. Thanks for joining us. I will let Robin introduce her panelists. Yeah, and we can get started.
Thank you, everyone. So, before I quickly introduce my panelists, I'll also let them get into a bit more depth as we kick off the conversation. But there's been a lot happening in the world over the past few weeks, and the past few days, actually, in particular those who are following the news last night and even this morning. But there are two discussions in particular that have really shaped a little bit about how I thought I would kick off this conversation. I think the first one in the realm of AI is, of course, the announcement of DeepSeek and the conversation that ensued about the economics of what it costs to build and train a model. Now, immediately the question, well, there are some geopolitical questions that, of course, come into play globally, a lot of what we've heard here, and I'm sure many of you in those conversations. The conversation that I've been having is, well, what does that mean for Africa? And I'd love to hear the reflections of my panel here on this question, because on the one hand, there's a discussion about this actually could be very good for thinking about the economics of compute, the value of return on investment for investing in infrastructure, what the cost of innovation actually looks like. On the other hand, people say, well, we're not really sure we believe the numbers, but regardless, like, what are the implications? And what does that mean for what is already an agenda of innovation that is ensuing? On a personal level, over the past 6 months alone, I've been working more intently with over 100 generative AI entrepreneurs on the continent, addressing issues or seeking to build innovative solutions that support healthcare workers, that support the growth of the agricultural industry, that support facilitating education, working with both teachers, teaching assistants, and many others. And this just becomes kind of a continuation. So as we get into introducing my panel, I guess one question is what all of you think about the impact of the DeepSeek conversation. Is it accelerating an agenda we already had on the continent? Is it inhibiting? Is it business as usual and this is just noise? The second big topic, and there are many, has been the decisions around development aid and the decision that was taken, particularly linked to USAID. And that is creating financial and economic shocks across the continent in very different ways. But regardless of what you think about the decision, it also takes a different kind of question about what kind of capital we need for what purpose and how we use capital for different things. It's certainly going to create a lot of pressure on systems such as healthcare and education, and looking at industry, agriculture has been another big one. And so this raises another question. So what is the impact here? And is this a moment that actually accelerates some of the innovation we're seeing and some of the approaches we're taking in terms of how we drive innovation? Or is it a distraction? Or is it actually creating new challenges that will need to open up? I'm joined today for the conversation that underpins how we're realizing the positive impact of AI innovations across the continent by taking the next level down and taking a conversation about compute infrastructure, and what is this digital infrastructure we need to unlock the potential of AI. I'm joined by Rama Afulo, and I am, see how things are updated, Rama Afulo, CEO and founder of Satellite. I'm joined by Kate Collett, the CEO and founder of Amini AI. And I am joined by Krupa Suchak, the Director of Transactions at the EMEA Data Centers. We're not joined by Alex Sado. In case he walks in, well, we'll let him join. But to kick off the conversation, Kate, I might turn to you first. In light of, again, I've picked two what I think are fairly substantial sort of shocks or feelings of shocks that have been creating quite a buzz over the past couple of weeks, and both directly and indirectly impacting the continent. But I'm curious, given that we've had an agenda of innovation, given everything happening on the continent, is this business as usual? Is this accelerating our conversations? Is this limiting? And what does it mean for compute and compute infrastructure?
Yeah, thank you first for having me today. On the question of DeepSeek, I actually think it's accelerating a lot of what our innovators have already been doing. If you look at what happened, no matter what the stats are or what they will be at the end in terms of research, in terms of understanding how much money has gone exactly into training that model, they actually reminded us that we need to build AI models and optimize for efficiency. And historically, the past couple of years, the global north specifically has built this illusion that first AI equals Gen AI, equals foundation models, equals large language models, but also that you can't actually be innovating in AI if you don't build the largest general purpose foundation model and the largest supercomputer. We've been proven that this is actually not true. And we've been reminded that scarcity is the mother of innovation. If you can't access GPUs, you need to find a way to actually solve your problem. AI is just a tool. It's not an end. It's a mean to an end. What is the problem I'm trying to solve? What is the best path for me to solve this problem? And now I'm going to go and pick up the technology that actually can apply the best to that. I can tell you the reaction of my engineers and my research team. We've had a foundation model for Earth Science that has been sitting in our desks for like a year, that they've worked on. They find new techniques to optimize a lot of those parameters. It's a very small model that's optimized for like downstream tasks, specifically for Africa. And they were very, very hesitant to release the research and open source the model. I've been asking for it for months, and they're like, no, we don't know. Well, now they got a confidence boost, and we ended up releasing that research and that model last week, actually. So, you know, they realized that they didn't have to be ashamed because they built a small model that's optimized for a very specific task, and they didn't build a billion parameters model, right? So I think, and I hope this is a time where a lot of our innovators on the continent will wake up and realize that they already have the tools. It's always been there, and they can actually now be vocal and get a platform where they can show that innovation is driven differently in our continent.
Great, thanks, Kate. This is, and Rama, maybe I'll turn to you next, because you've addressed the way in which there's a pivot in people doing things differently. One of the challenges, as I turn to you, Rama, in existing infrastructure has been the questions and considerations about issues of latency. Yeah. Now, part of what you've built with satellite seeks to address that and open up what I've also heard described as sort of a chicken and egg of demand. Like, it's complicated, latency is low, that might inhibit use. If you can open that up, there's actually a tremendous amount of demand. And that plays a big part in people thinking about investments in compute infrastructure, return on investment, et cetera. Tell us more about satellite, 6 months old, as you were telling me earlier. Yep. Tell us more about the model and what you're trying to tackle.
Yeah, sure thing. Is this on? Can you hear me? Is it on? No. Yeah. Hello. Okay, that's on. Firstly, thanks Robin. Thanks everyone who invited me. Shiko, Ashley, everyone. I have a comment for these two when this gentleman is done, but I'll first start off with satellite, what satellite's about. So my name is Rama Afulo. I'm Kenyan, currently based in the Bay Area in California. And I left SpaceX 6 months ago to start Satellite, which is, what we're doing is we're networking satellites, aggregating the excess compute and turn that into a virtual data center marketplace. It's an edge computing model, essentially a cloud service provider for space, right? Initially for space-to-space communications, and eventually also for space-to-space to ground and space-to-ground, meaning you can use the excess resources of satellites from Earth for whatever you want to do. If you want to train AI in space, if you want to pre-process data, if you want to use the cameras on satellites and do whatever you want to do with them in space, we'll be able to sort of aggregate that model for you. Couple of comments, I think. I spoke, just hearing what Kate was doing. One of the big things we heard about DeepSeek, what we were excited about was the ability to create sort of small language models on satellites in space. And I was talking to my team about doing that on satellites in space, but I'm gonna talk to Kate about maybe using her model, right? And the other thing with Krupa, we're talking about, she was showing me some of the stuff she's doing with data centers as well, and like sort of like mapping out where you can get a lot of your GPU usage and whatnot in Africa. We can probably integrate that too. So I think there's plenty of opportunity for collaboration. Now, to answer Robin's question on the latency, actually, let me start here. Who here understands, who wants to give us a definition of what low latency is? Just shout it out. What is latency? Just shout it out. Use your inside voice. Anyone? Okay. So latency is just time, right? The amount of time between communications, like it's a telecommunications term, right? And satellite comms as well. So what we're trying to reduce is the overall time it takes to communicate between two different systems, right? And that's super important. So if you can imagine a video call where the latency is 3 seconds, so you've got to wait 3 seconds to actually have this sort of feedback loop where you're having communication with each other. Well, typically you expect 10 milliseconds of latency feedback. Otherwise, you will notice, the human brain will notice 10 to 20 milliseconds, right? So we're trying to reduce that overall in space. Super, super, super important. It was the #1 metric when I was at SpaceX. I was working for he who shall not be named, right? I think it's one of the big metrics in telecoms in general. We're trying to solve for that, so yeah, talk to us. Also, shout out to Alvin, sitting over there. Just joined the team about a week ago, so yeah.
I'll grab the mic back. So speaking of some of the challenges we're trying to overcome, so I'd love to come back to this latency question. Two other topics when people talk about some of the complexities of existing compute infrastructure and where there's opportunities are, number one, the intensity, this is in no particular order, by the way, but the intensity of energy requirements. And Krupa, this is something that you've been looking at quite a bit, both in terms of the energy that, well, let's take a step back. For Africa, there's more than, I believe, it's about 60% of the world's solar energy sits, can you hear me? I can feel it, okay. About 60% of the world's solar power comes from the continent. I believe it's about 40% of untapped renewable energy sources also comes from the continent. In East Africa, and I do realize our panel's a bit East Africa biased, so apologies in advance for that, including myself. You're Central Africa. Okay, so where you live is different than, so we've got Nairobians. So this is another reason why in a few minutes we'd love to open up the conversation here. But for now, so recognizing, look, 60% of the world's solar, 40% of the untapped renewable energy resources. There's been a big push in East Africa around building carbon-positive economy, building climate-positive economies and thinking differently about energy efficiency. I believe there's an announcement a few months ago about a green data center. But there's an intensive amount of energy requirements. Is this, and I'll turn to you, Krupa, is this a distinctive advantage for how Africa can build this infrastructure? And what are the realities of how we bring it to life through the lens of broadly and then specifically in your work and what you're seeing in terms of the role of data centers?
Yeah, good question. So Africa definitely has a lot of sources of untapped renewable energy, be it wind, hydroelectric, tidal energy, biomass, or solar energy, right? So according to one of my studies, and being really conservative with my numbers, we found that overall, 50,000 megawatts of renewable sources of data centers, or like renewable sources of energy in data centers, are in operation today, right? And an additional 60,000 megawatt of energy is available in the market, which is either planned, proposed, in conceptual stages or in exploratory stages, right? This is huge. This is like twice the existing amount of renewable energy, which hasn't yet been tapped into the market. So clearly this is evidence enough for the fact that we have untapped potential on the continent. Now, looking at it from a data center perspective, right? In the recent years, we're seeing that there is a push towards becoming more sustainable because they've come under the scrutiny of being one of the, yes, I'm going to project my voice. Can you guys hear me though? Okay, well, brilliant. So just going back to the perspective of data centers, right? Because of the recent scrutiny of being one of the biggest consumers of energy on the global planet, according to IEA, about 2% of global electricity is being consumed by data centers as of now, despite of being one of the smallest industries in the planet, right? And a projection of double the energy consumption in the next 2 years, right? With the compute coming into the market, there's even going to be a larger growth in energy consumption. Now, there is a two-way approach, one from top to the bottom, where governments are mandating data centers to go green through their legal action, or like legal policies and compliance, right? And from the bottom up, the clients who are more aware and woke on sustainability initiatives are requesting data centers to become more sustainable. Now, Africa can actually tap into that trend, the tide of becoming more sustainable as a data center, by using their strategic advantage, which is the untapped energy in the market, to attract more investments on the continent, right? So to add to that, they can also encourage data center operators or investors to build mini grids around the location in which the data centers are built, or just close by, or on-prem, right? So in terms of like action items, what we can do as Africans is, as a first, just bring visibility on a global scale of what is available on the continent and attract investments in that manner. But also make it aware and declare at a global stage that we're ready and we want to welcome investments in the data center market, right? The second thing we can look into is taking notes from investment programs like Invest in South Africa or Invest in Tanzania, where they've actually supported investments into the data center industry through legal incentives as well as financial incentives. And to give you a good example is reduced or subsidized import on hardware pieces. So while I wouldn't like to or won't be able to mention the name of a big hyperscaler or cloud provider that wanted to enter Nigeria as a market, but had to pull back, and this decision was highly triggered by the fact that the import duties in Nigeria were really high, as well as the democracy behind just the logistics of getting it cleared. Now, that really creates a problem. And that's not just the case in Nigeria, which lost a really good opportunity, but similar cases across the continent that we have noticed in the market today. Now, if you want to take, as a government, a further step into this, there is a potential for developing more special economic zones, as well as tech parks, which can not just spur innovation, but it becomes a good market for data centers to tap into. So it becomes a good attraction for more investments altogether. So just to wrap it up, I think we definitely live in a time where we can capitalize on the existing opportunity of our renewable sources of energy to attract investments, as well as own our own infrastructure on the continent.
Thanks, Krupa. You touched on something. I mean, you're describing data centers, and there's this big question of what is the actual data that is available, in what form. It's something I hear from entrepreneurs, and Kate, I think this is your wheelhouse, as they say. But one of the conversations I get often hearing is this question about data. Number one, a large percent of our data, the data doesn't sit on the continent, isn't owned. And you'll tell me the exact figures there. A second one being, do we have the data sets we need, and do we have data in the form we need, and in the so form, availability, like where it sits, where it lies, and then later I'm sure we'll come back to the questions of the sovereignty questions, but where does data fit into this picture, either as a driver or as a barrier of both the need for investment and return on investment, and how we think about that as coupled with the broader infrastructure?
That's a great question. I think it's going to be a driver, and the statistic, just for you to understand the picture today, is that only 2% of African data sits on the African continent. Let that sink for a minute. That means all our data are sitting outside, somewhere in the US or somewhere in the UAE, in the context of the deal Kenya made last year, with Microsoft and G42, but it's all outside. So we don't actually own our data, and that's a huge problem. And I hope that becomes one of the drivers to build more data centers. So now, on the actual data that's available, another thing to know is that Africa is the most data scarce continent. So a lot of our data either is not available. So think about the digital divide. We still have 2/3 of the population who are not connected to internet. 37%, I think, is the mobile internet penetration on the continent right now. But the fact that we out and unconnected means that we're invisible to a lot of like the data sets that are being used to build large language models. Because what they're doing basically is scrapping the internet for data. You can do some experiment. I've done a couple with both ChatGPT, actually all of them, ChatGPT, Gemini, DeepSeek. I come from Central African Republic, so I'm not from Kenya. I live in Nairobi, but I'm from CAR in Cameroon. And I asked ChatGPT to tell me what's CAR's national dish. It gave me poulet nyembwe, which is nyembwe chicken, which happens to be Gabon's national dish, not CAR. So if you're good in geography, we're close, but we don't share a border, and we definitely not share a national dish. So if I change, even if I ask, the name of the dish is actually Ngunja in my country. DeepSeek came a little bit closer, gave me a couple of dishes that were from CAR, but couldn't pinpoint which one was the national dish. And when I asked about Gunja to DeepSeek, it actually described me a very different dish, which is gombo. So just to let you know, we still are missing, our data is still missing from those large language models. And that's a combination of the infrastructure that is not there. So if the infrastructure is sitting in Seattle or other American cities, that's where the data is being hosted and processed and collected and such. And secondly, because no one has actually decided to take on the pain to solve for that data scarcity. We didn't start the company thinking we're gonna build a data company. I actually moved from New York City and I was like, I'm gonna build an AI company for Africa. And I was like, where can I have the maximal impact? Probably environment, because when you look at the pillman of our economies, agriculture, minerals, we still rely a lot on like the environment, natural capital. So we decided to focus on that. But then when we started to build as data scientists, we were like, where is the actual data? And we thought that if we were facing that issue, our entire ecosystem was also facing that issue. And this is why we decided to kind of like pivot to building that end-to-end data platform for the continent, where we digitize, we collect, we process, we aggregate large amount of environmental data and even other, including socioeconomic, and then build the models. So we won't actually, I don't think these are issues that are isolated. And I don't think we will make any meaningful progress if we don't address them all at the same time, whether it's the infrastructure, whether it's the data sets, whether it's being able to provide compute access to developers to build the models. That's the only way we will truly, truly be able to capitalize and generate the sort of economic value that AI promises to generate for the world.
Great, thanks, Kate. And I'd love to come back to this question of how do you get all of the, oh, wow, I'm really, okay, very close. Now everyone can hear me. Oh, I can see now everyone's paying attention. So you couldn't hear the first 10 minutes, but now you can hear us, right? Okay, great, because in a moment, I'd actually love to hear, there are a few familiar faces who I know have distinctive perspectives on this topic, and so I'd love to hear from the floor, both in form of questions or some of the issues you're working on. I just want to pick up on Kate's last point, where she mentioned there are a number of things we need to be moving at once. So there's the investment in the data, there's the investment in the infrastructure, there's the investment in turning the untapped renewable energy sources into actually energy that can fuel the data centers and otherwise. And then even something, Rama, that in the lead up to the conversation, you're tackling the latency issue to create a better experience for users. And it sounds like some of what you're doing as well is really unlocking some of this latent demand. Particularly for one example that came up earlier was the opportunity for SMEs and small business, but even industry that is grappling with what are these AI solutions, how do I use them, how do I see, maybe a question I could pose to you and and then also open it up to the floor for questions as we're leaning in. But how do you get all of these pieces going at once? How do you start to unlock the user demand while building the infrastructure? Is it a chicken and egg? Is it a sequential kind of thing? How do you think about it in terms of how you're building or unlocking market demand while you're recognizing, at least from what conversations I have, no one can quite point to, or there's wild disagreements on what actual real demand is. So curious how you...
I think if anyone knows the answer to that question, please come talk to me. All right, that would be helpful. Right, we're building the plane while flying it, and it's in a tornado of some sort. Right, it's been interesting. It's been an interesting 6 months. I think the cool thing about what we're doing is that it's pretty easy to attract people to come and work for a company that's in the intersection of space, cloud, and AI, right? I think it's kind of like a cheat code a little bit, right? So folks are interested in doing that, and we've been able to raise some money, so that's been great. But figuring out what comes first, and like whether you build the infrastructure first or you hone in on the demand first, and because it's a somewhat novel idea, so a lot of people are a little bit, hesitant when it comes to whether or not they should adopt it before others, because you're asking satellite operators who are not always the best of friends to actually share excess computational capacity on their equipment, right? Like on their satellites, right? That's a big ask, right? And there's a chicken and egg scenario here as well. And we're chasing the network effect, right? We want folks, the best way to think about what we're trying to get people to achieve here is Airbnb for space compute, right? Monetize the excess computational power on your satellites, right? So we're trying to get people to buy into that. But then we've got to provide both the buy and the sell side. This is just for the satellite operators. And then we've got to convince folks on the ground eventually that this is also a system that will be useful for them. But now we'll be tackling the inverse latency issue, all right? Whereas it's faster for you to access your data here on the ground versus in space. But then you get customers, like when talking to a few national or international space agencies who want data sovereignty, right? And who are willing to deal with the increased latency in order to have that. So it's just like a myriad of different ways you can really milk this and figure out the best way forward for it. But for us, I mean, really the approach has been whatever opportunities come in front of us. We go chasing after everything. But there's opportunities where we'll get paid to do things, and there's opportunities where we will pay in order to get those things over the line. And whatever makes the most sense for us is the path we take forward. And one thing I want to sort of put into play here is the size of the market, because I think it gives you sort of an idea of why we're doing what we're doing. 10 years ago, there were less than 1,000 satellites ever deployed in space, right? Right now, there are, does anyone want to hazard a guess how many satellites there are in space right now? Just throw out some numbers. Just shout it out. 500,000? Any? How many? There were less than 1,000 ever deployed 10 years ago. Who says 1 million? Okay. Two other numbers. 20,000 and? 2,500. I think right in between your two numbers, there's 13,000 or so odd satellites in space right now. By the end of this decade, there'll be 50,000 at least. Some estimates are up to 500,000. Most African countries do not have a satellite in space, right? When we're talking about data, and Kate was just talking about this, we don't even own our own way of collecting our data, right? If you don't have satellites in space, GPS, solar cells, there's so much stuff that comes from space in particular, and if we don't have a foothold there, we will be screwed in the next 5 years, right? I don't even want to mince my words here. It is going to be a serious, serious problem, right? Yeah, anyways, I got a bit of sidetracked there, but yeah, I'll leave it at that.
And on that cheery note, maybe we take some questions from the audience. Actually, the hand went up. I see two questions. Let's start with Silas. And then actually, maybe I'll hand to you.
mic check. It's kind of working, right? Yeah. Okay. Who was question two? Silas in black? Oh, you're standing and I can't see you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yes. So, I mean, a huge kudos to what you guys are doing. I mean, it's critical for the ecosystem. I'm also from the startup ecosystem. So I've got questions for both you, Rama, and for you, Kate. I'll give a bit of context before that and then expand on that. So my name is Silas Adekunle. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Awari. We are an AI company out of Nigeria. We are building the country's first large language model in partnership with the government, and it's quite a large-scale operation. So we're talking hundreds of engineers and thousands of people on the data capture and preparation layer. So we're potentially a customer for you, Rama, and we're also peers in terms of building things in Africa. So that's the context behind my question. So on the one hand, I'm curious about the satellite space. And again, we can pick up this conversation later. So could you give us a bit of insight into kind of the dynamics of that industry? As you rightly said, you know, most African countries don't even have a satellite. So you're going out there trying to get a lot of people to, there should be some open framework, I imagine. How difficult is it to actually coordinate and try and get access to this data, to this spare compute capacity where you're trying to have federated kind of approach? And the second question on top of that for both of you then is, from a market point of view, where's the demand coming from for the data and the models or that you're building? Is it you know, from African companies that want to interact, that need that compute, or are you targeting external? And same for you as well. And I'm curious, just more for dedication of the startup ecosystem.
Awesome. Firstly, kudos for what you're building. I wish you only the best. Let's have a conversation. Let's see how it can be helpful. All right. I think that's amazing. And I hope you're training it ethically. Right. Yeah, I think Timnit Gabriel will come for you, right? So be careful, right? So firstly, if we were to be in a situation where no satellite operator ever wanted to work with us, we would just build our own, right? I'm not overly worried about that. I should probably be a little bit more worried about that than I should be. Actually, Alvin there is on a special task to see what it would take for us to actually build our own satellite, right? Bit of background on both of us. I'm a space systems engineer. He's worked on ground stations in space as well. Yes. Yeah. It doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what type of satellite it is. Probably these days. So the satellite market went from building really massive satellites that would take tens of millions of dollars to build to small CubeSats that would take $50,000 to $100,000 to build and then maybe up to $500,000 to deploy. And now it's gone back in the other direction because the technology has gotten so good and so compressed that people are like, well, why don't we just build bigger satellites, right? So like the SpaceX Starlink satellites are about like, you know, the width of this, like from that chair to that chair as well. So they've gotten bigger and bigger and bigger. So yeah, not overly worried about whether or not the market adopts it the way we want to. I think the actual software itself will be something the market wants, right? But we'll see. Maybe I should be more worried, right? And your second question was touching on? Yeah, I mean, look, it's dependent on who we go after, since we're both on the buy and the sell side of the marketplace that we're creating, right? So some folks are like have security concerns about allowing folks to be able to tap into their satellites and to use the excess compute in any capacity. They're worried about certain countries like being able to infiltrate it, whereas others are like, well, I just want to use as much computational power as I possibly can. So I want to be able to use another satellite as a relay, right, to avoid cloud cover, right? Or I want to be able to pre-process as much data as possible because 40 to 80% of all data from satellites is lost, right? Just coming down from cloud cover or from the data being overwritten. And then a lot of the data that sort of the Earth observation imagery that they take is useless. right? It'll be like photos of like the ocean where they don't really care about that, right? Yeah, finding ways for people to pre-process that. I think Kate had the follow-on.
So on your question on the market for data, I don't think you sell raw data. I think you sell insights, because raw data is not useful. What's useful is the information or the insights that you can derive from that data. When it comes to our company, we tried to actually look for customers on the continent, and it was really, really hard. Why? Because the ecosystem is still not ready and still doesn't understand the value of that data and those insights. Think about it. We're a continent that have been making decisions based on our intuition for a very long time. We've not been using actual data or data-backed systems to make those decisions. So I think it will take a little bit of time before locally we're ready. But the other thing is there is actually a market for those insights outside of Africa. Because if you think about it, a lot of the global supply chains today still rely on the continent, whether it's minerals, whether it's agriculture, whether it's energy. We still are controlling or are the central ground of a lot of the global supply chains. So that means a lot of global private sector companies still rely heavily on Africa for raw materials and such. So this is where the market is. And we have to make sure that we are able to capitalize ourselves on this market before someone else comes and do it for us. I salute you for what you're doing in Nigeria, because what I've been hearing is that OpenAI is going around and trying to cut deals with our governments, saying, hey, don't build LLMs. It's too complicated. Don't go and spend gazillions of dollars of compute. It's too hard. Give us your data, we'll do it for you, we'll train it for you, give you back the token. You know what that means? That means our resources gets out, gets transformed, sold back to us at a premium. And we have to avoid that.
Okay, I think I have the microphone. Robin? Robin, so good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Last I saw you was April 2024 when we drafted the Nigerian AI strategy. Well, my name is Sonny Roche. I'm at Oxford University, and I'm a member of the technical working group on AI for UNESCO. Macron just launched 200 billion euros. 109. Okay, 109. The US, 500 billion, right? Getting together, working with Elon Musk. Africa, what we're discussing here, we can't pull it off unless we get the African Union unified with a purpose. If not, we're just wasting our time. How many presidents in Africa have advisors that they will take advice from on AI, on the importance, on the disruption of AI to the world? We are not at the starting point. The mantra, AI or die, is real. Those companies and those countries that do not embrace AI will die. We are the corpse of the fourth industrial revolution, and Africa is still sleeping. A few of us cannot do it. We have a friend, just hold on. We have a friend, his name is Adebayo Ogunlesi. BlackRock just bought his company, GIP, for 12.5 billion. He was a major owner of Gatwick Airport. He comes to Nigeria, his home country, and nobody listens to him. You cannot operate in an environment of massive corruption. From Oxford University, we've developed a model for AI readiness assessment, 4 C's. Constituents. Constituent means the board of companies, the executive council of a country. Number 2C is capacity. We call them the 4C framework. The second C is capacity. Capacity means the individuals and the resources. Competencies, the third C, and the fourth C is culture. We are still engaged in this culture of AI will take our jobs. Chief information officers in banks that I speak to in Nigeria are scared. And in the West, the global North, we are having a C-suite for chief AI officers. Meanwhile, in the global South, we are resisting it. What am I saying? It is time for us to talk to our governments, for those who have the patience for dealing with governments. I have a company that I'm associated with in Nigeria called Gen AI Learning Consulting. I spoke at the Qatar Doha AI Summit, December 10 to 12, where they launched Arabic LLM, FANA. So we have decided to work with the Qatari government to develop the LLM for Nigerian languages. Thank you.
All right.
Was there a question?
Yeah. I will have a question.
No, I'd like to address it, right? I think it's a great point. At the same time, I'd want to know, like, it felt like there's a lot of doom and gloom there, right? You said we will never, but then you also gave us a solution of things you're working on where you're not actually working with the AU. So it sounds a little bit like you can solve your problems and you can't. I feel like if we're going to rely on a bunch of our governments to do this, we are going to be even further behind, right? So I'd like to not leave you with doom and gloom, but I do appreciate the sentiment.
Yeah.
So,
I have
sorry.
the microphone. Can I continue?
Can I respond to that
yeah,
question
sure.
first? Thanks. So it is wonderful to have a grand vision, and part of like AU's mandate is to like cater to Africa's needs, right? And we're definitely seeing there is a growing concern about Africa lagging behind, and the further back it lags behind, the further discrepancy in the economic gap we're going to be observing, right? Clearly, there's a clear call for action in this point. But thinking practically, and he mentioned we need practical solutions on ground. And I would say just look at some simple examples that we can actually apply in the market. So I would suggest, I would like to champion one case, for example, which is the NIDC. That's the National Internet Data Center in Tanzania. It was developed as a public data center back in 2014. And then in 2022, they opened up access to that data center to the public in partnership with Aparistatos, in partnership with TTCL, which is their broadband communication, essentially. But the fact that there is a partnership in place and they're opening up more capacity, they're bringing more capacity in the market, it kind of fills in a smaller amount of gap in terms of what compute we have available on the continent, right? So if other governments and national data centers start adding more capacity, which will be more public, I think that's a simple step we can all take to bridge the gap eventually.
Awesome. So I will build up on the kind of remark by Kate. You didn't invite somebody from East Africa. So I represent, so my name is Asmelash Tekahadgu. I'm the co-founder and CTO of Lisan, an AI startup that has developed state-of-the-art machine translation and speech recognition systems for Ethiopian and Eritrean languages. And it's been exciting to hear this, amazing ideas and initiatives from the startups here. Maybe I'll just do a little bit of a background. I could have been there. Wasn't invited. Anyway, so one, for Africa, what would this mean? So you have like big tech companies like Google or Microsoft building these AI systems, and what can we do? And Lisan has been doing its kind of thing around East Africa, and so you have other smaller startups like Lelapa, you might have heard of them in South Africa. You might have heard of Ghana NLP in Ghana. So we're actually joining hands to kind of sort of create a federation. It's called the Huniki Federation. So these startups will still continue to be independent and thrive as their own, but we're also coming together. So like if you're a big kind of, I don't know, enterprise that wants to tap into African languages through AI, let's say machine translation or automatic speech recognition, so you can hit one API, sort of, you know, like Google Translate. But what's beautiful about this is it's an initiative that kind of has like community-rooted organizations. So all of the benefits that come from all of this will go to their respective kind of organizations to empower their kind of community. So I just wanted to shout that out. But then I have two follow-up questions. One, because we are on an infrastructure kind of you know, panel. Satellites, so exciting. I would be your first customer. In fact, I was tweeting about something sort of painful. If you remember, you know, during the war in Ukraine, Elon Musk was tweeting like, we're gonna open up, you know, our satellites. And I come from Ethiopia in a specific region called Tigray. There was an active war going on. We were sealed off. I was sealed off from my parents, family, and so on. And you don't have an alternative. So please, could you be that alternative? Because, you know, not just our technology, but we want to connect. We want to have like independent alternatives, you know, for Africa.
I've had an unfortunate experience of working for that clown Elon twice. And I was a product manager at Starlink before starting the startup. And part of why I did not particularly enjoy my time there was because they're a vertically integrated closed ecosystem. And what we're trying to build is a horizontally integrated open ecosystem. It's part of why I really liked what DeepSeek did as much as the broligarchs, the tech bros in Silicon Valley are trying to like douse water on the flames there and say, oh, well, they actually trained it with however much money. No, it was actually the $6 million, what they said is actually a fact. So what we're trying to do actually is to be a counterweight to what some of these folks are doing, who are wielding way too much power and acting like dictators. So yeah, hopefully we'll be able to accomplish something that will be worth its weight in salt.
So specifically, is it only compute, or do you have the service, for example, for connectivity? Because that's something I would sign up today.
Compute is where we start. We're trying to be the cloud service provider for space. We want to create the standardized communications protocol for all space-based communications in general for everyone except for Starlink. Let them do their own thing.
Let me ask, so there are a number of questions, and I see Ashley giving us the look and the approach. So maybe what I can propose is, I saw 3 hands, or was that hand linked to was your hand linked to his hand? Yeah, okay, so I see 2 hands. Why don't I propose the question comment, and then we'll use that to weave into final responses and closing reflections. Thank you. I believe gentleman in the black hat, and then there.
So my sort of, I guess, call to action. Thank you for the panelists and everybody here. I think these are important conversations. I want to touch on what my elderly uncle here was mentioning, was talking about culture. I think with all technology or any type of advancement that touches on society, there's that element of culture. And where I'm challenging, I guess, leadership and panelists and thought leaders, quote unquote, around these questions is the very thing I see partially sometimes in all of our countries. I'm from Senegal, and we have new leadership that's come in that's trying to deal with, operationally, how do we move things forward? How do we help advance our country's problems, our citizens' issues, while having the foresight and time to understand what all this technology means, the different implications from a legal, from a all the different frameworks that bind and help bring these together. There's a vacuum oftentimes that exists between, what leaders understand and what is actually possible. And that's where, all the quote unquote sharks and opportunists and people who are out just for profit come and fill that vacuum. So I think it's important that we fill that space. It's sometimes really painstaking, borderline annoying, but we have to continue to fill that space. And so I don't know what the call to action is how do we help really fill that space, but together. Because I think if we have, collective voices, we'll be better heard and have the actual people who can actually advise, our decision makers and government people, et cetera, to make the right decisions, to have the proper context and understanding before we, think about capitalizing on, AI or whatever else. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Amin Idris, and I'm the Director of Infrastructures and Energy at the African Union Development Agency. That's why. because I was listening to people talking about the African Union and say, well, I may need probably to provide some information or some clarification. I will be sitting in the next panel anyway, so I'll have the opportunity to unpack a little bit more. But 2 comments, actually. Number one, about the energy itself, and especially about the renewable energy. Last year, I won't actually really talk about the challenges because they are known, usually. And most of the time, people don't talk about the solutions that are actually being implemented. So I want to focus on the solutions that we are actually putting in place. We have adopted a continental policy called Continental Power Systems Master Plan that actually aims to multiply by 5 between now and 2040 our power generation capacity, because the situation is dire. As of now, we have about 230 gigawatt of power generation capacity. That's number one. And number two, about 50% of the existing power generation capacity are going to be decommissioned by 2035. Which means that in the next 10 years, if we don't do anything, we may even lose the existing power generation capacity. The current power generation capacity is about 23% from renewable, and the biggest part of renewable is coming actually from hydropower rather than actually from solar. Of course, in this plan, which already started to be implemented, the idea is to move by 2035 to up to 65% of our power generation capacity must come from renewable, out of which about 50% will continue to come from hydro and 50% from other sources, including the solar. Now, the thing is that we come to a situation where we know that investments hardly come to Africa, usually. And mobilizing domestic resources is also quite hard because of the fiscal constraints that our countries face. And public investments will not be enough, actually, to help us ready to generate more power. So we come with 2 solutions. The first one, of course, is to have the plan, and the second one is to push forward the creation of a regional, then continental electricity market. Why? Because when you create a market, especially at the regional level, you bring investments. You attract investments, because, especially private investments, because there is a market. And the best way, actually, and this is the good news, to create a regional market and then continental market is first and foremost to start investing into transmission capacity, which is what we are doing. As of now, 2 regions started already trading electricity, especially EAP, East Africa Power Pool, and SAPP, Southern Africa Power Pool. And we are pretty sure that we can actually connect the East Africa to the North Africa. And by 2030, we would have invested enough in the regional transmission lines, because the investment required is not that much, it's about $35 billion. Then we can really start pushing through. So though the situation is difficult, there are solutions that are actually being put in place. Now, by 2040, the idea is to have universal access, but 1,200 gigawatt won't achieve actually universal access. It will still be like 20% of the African population who would actually be lacking access to electricity. And the solution, of course, is where actually solar intervene, where we move with, how can I put it, with mini grid, power solutions for remote spaces. And we have been piloting this approach for the last 3 years in South Africa, for instance. This is where we are based. You can see that we moved from about 2 gigawatt of power generation, and because of all the instruments, all the reforms that have been happening in the market, now South Africa have multiplied almost by 6 its power generation capacity from solar, from 2 gigawatt to 12 gigawatt in just 4 years, which is impressive. We haven't seen that anywhere else in the world, especially for countries where usually people keep complaining that we are not doing anything. So the reason why I'm talking about that is because we know that to have computing power, to have data centers, to have all those tools, we really need first and foremost to really address the issue of power generation and power capacity. So yes, we are working. It's not like we are always, this is the first comment. The second comment, of course, is about the AI itself, and I will come to that. Yes, we have the impression, which may be valid or no, that African countries and especially African leaders are not interested, or they don't know what they are doing. The thing is that this technology appear suddenly for everyone, and many countries, not only in Africa, are really trying to cope and to catch up with that. Of course, on this continent, some countries have developed their own strategy because they have the capacity, the human resources that is needed. Because it's an issue of human resources first. It's not just about political will. You need as well to have the required human resources to be capable of thinking actually solutions, out of the blue. So some countries, South Africa, Nigeria actually is also trying its best. Ethiopia is another one, Kenya, as well Cote d'Ivoire, as well Senegal. Of course, so many countries are trying. But at the same time, at the continental level, at least from our agency point of view, what we have decided is that we need to make sure that we develop at least a guideline, what we have called the Africa AI strategy, which was adopted last year, which is just a guideline. That's number one. And then we have come with a capacity, I would say, building programs for civil servants to make sure that the policymakers would be sensitized enough so that we can actually start raising their capacity and we can help them to reproduce or to implement this strategy at the national level. This is extremely important. And then, of course, thirdly, and I will stop here, you are taking a mic, I can see you, I have been very long. Of course, the third one, and I'll come back to that later during the conversation, we are integrating actually all these strategies as part of what we have named in Africa, Program for Infrastructures Development in Africa, which definitely encompasses as well the solutions that we are providing and that the countries, but also all the other organizations are providing to our countries toward achieving data sovereignty, but AI independence as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we'll move into the closing remarks, but I just want to appreciate two things. One, the call to action, the intense call to action around AI or die, the follow-up call to action here, and the engagement of the AU, I think answers the question of something I like to say is the future is often created by the outliers. There are bright spots, there are distinctive represented on this panel and in this audience, people who are working, whether we describe it as against the grain or ahead of what is a norm and a narrative that we need to shift. And so that I'm really honored to have shared the stage and actually have this conversation with all of you today. So I'd love to just quickly go around and ask for quick closing thoughts, and whether you would like to leave the audience or leave this conversation with a call to action or something you're driving or one or two ideas. Please, over to you, Krupa. We'll start with you.
Okay, thanks. Just to resonate a few ideas that have already been spoken. that yes, we have a lot of challenges in Africa. We have challenges regarding power, but we have alternatives in terms of building our own renewable energy. We have challenges regarding fiber, but then Rama can bring in the satellites to solve that problems, right? We have challenges in terms of insufficient data, and obviously Kate can, provide that subset of data in the market. But what I'm trying to get to is the point that we do have challenges, but we also have the opportunity of creating solutions and coming together and collaborating to solve this problem together. So yeah, that's the final word. Let's come collaborate and make this happen.
So I think for me, maybe I'll summarize and answer like the 3 points that were made. One on coming together in collective and also addressing the point of governments. AI innovation in Africa actually already exists. So when the governments wake up and they think that, they need to start somewhere, the problem is not that they don't know where to start. The problem is that they're not looking at the right place. They're not looking inwards. They're not looking in their own countries. They're not looking at the young kid who's been building machine learning systems for 5 years. What they're looking at is the US company who is claiming to be driving innovation rather than looking at the homegrown innovation that have been happening for years. And that is the problem. I've tried to engage with governments, and to be honest, they don't want to listen to me. They would rather listen to Sam Altman or my ex-boss, Jensen, right? But who knows better the culture, the problems, the solutions than us Africans? We have to start working together. Back to your question on infrastructure, why would we rely on Ellen to build our own infrastructure? Why would we rely on Jensen to build the data centers for us? We have to build them ourselves. We have to invest in our own resources, whether it's our youth, whether it's our own infrastructure, and we have to stop being consumers of technology, but we have to be active builders of technology.
Just want to say thank you. Thanks for being engaged. Appreciate it. I think just to echo that, we cannot rely on the tech bros to help us. They do not care about us. Most of them are racist and they're sexist, and they don't care. So we should do it ourselves by any means possible. If you are inclined to be a builder, please be a builder. If you are not inclined to be a builder, please be a builder. Thanks.
Thank you, everyone. To the builders.
Round of applause for such an amazing panel and such an amazing audience for all the engagement. Thank you so much. We'll take a picture over there before you disperse. I'm looking for the camera. Oh, there he is. Amazing. Can we get the yes, perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much. So we did have a lunch break, but we're running behind time, so we'll keep the panels moving. Yeah, we're skipping lunch. Are people feeling like they're really hungry? No one's hungry. Amazing. I love it. Yeah, we're skipping lunch. No lunch. We go to the next panel and then we can get a break. Yeah. So we'll do a 3-minute chat session, and then in 3 minutes we start the next panel.
Merci encore à nos panélistes pour cette session sur les infrastructures. On a compris les enjeux auxquels le continent doit faire face et comment l'IA peut être une opportunité justement pour tout simplement pleinement capitaliser sur le potentiel africain. Alors on le disait, on va poursuivre, on ne va pas faire la pause tout de suite. De toute façon, comme on le rappelle, vous avez un buffet qui vous est servi en continu au niveau de la galerie. au fond de la cour. N'hésitez surtout pas à vous restaurer, à vous rafraîchir quand vous le souhaitez. Vous avez vraiment de quoi manger. N'hésitez pas également à faire un stop sur notre photocall pour immortaliser votre passage ici à l'Africa AI Village. Voilà, avec vos plus beaux selfies, n'hésitez pas à nous repartager sur les réseaux sociaux. On va poursuivre avec un nouveau panel. On va parler de data, de security data, un sujet majeur lié de près à l'intelligence artificielle. Donc on va avoir le plaisir d'avoir des experts qui vont pouvoir nous proposer des solutions de manière très concrète. Et voilà, ce sera dans quelques instants.
Open mic 1 and 2. So please use those two. And one panel will begin c'est juste pour la pause, vu qu'il y a beaucoup de brouhaha, je préfère laisser.
Ok, one and two. The doctor. Yeah, but I don't know where they are. Maybe they're here. Okay, maybe we can try to find him. Yeah, we'll just call him. Donc nous allons parler de sécurité, de data security. Avec notre prochain panel, j'invite le docteur Shoei Marker à nous rejoindre. Merci, chers invités, de bien vouloir regagner vos places puisque nous poursuivons avec une nouvelle session et pas des moindres. On va parler des données, de la sécurité des données. Cette nouvelle technologie qui est donc l'intelligence artificielle peut également représenter des risques. Nous verrons comment les appréhender. Je vous invite donc à regagner vos places. S'il vous plaît, nous allons débuter dans quelques instants sur le panel lié à la sécurité des données. Merci de bien vouloir regagner vos places, s'il vous plaît, mesdames et messieurs. Nous poursuivons avec cette prochaine session qui va donc débuter dans quelques instants. Bonjour et bienvenue. Yes, you can sit.
Yes, we'll get you new water.
Yes, okay, so we're all good, we're ready to get started. If you're standing and you can hear me, please clap your hand. If you're standing and you can hear me, if you're standing and you can hear me, please wave.
Test.
Okay, amazing. So I will hand over the mic to Dr. Shoemaker. I've been looking for you and you were right in front of me. So thank you so much. You'll introduce the panelists and we'll get started.
Thank you so much. And welcome everybody to the panel. I can see we've had an influx of people. If you can't find a seat, there's standing room at the back. But I'm really excited about this panel. I think it's building on the previous conversations around some of the tensions that exist between how do we enable African-led innovation, African-led growth, how do we ensure that value is retained in Africa, with the challenge of balancing regulation, the governance over data, particularly in relation to cross-border and international data flows. So the title of the panel is Data Flows, Data Sovereignty, and Africa AI Innovation. I'm, as I said, really excited about this panel. I do genuinely believe that these challenges of data flows and sovereignty are one of the most challenging questions that we're going to face globally. And Africa, I think, is particularly challenged in terms of retaining the value that comes from retaining the value over data flows and mitigating the extraction of value in data that so often happens. So I think this is a really critical question. I'm particularly excited about it because also I think thinking about how to enable the flourishing in innovation, the creation of new businesses, of new ways of using data, creating new AI products, with ensuring that individuals are protected is going to be one of the great challenges. And we have an amazing panel lined up to talk to that. I'm going to be as invisible as I possibly can in this panel. This isn't about me whatsoever. This is about the expertise here. And we're very lucky to have, at the moment, 3, but waiting on the 4th person to join the panel. So we have, on my right, we have Mr. Idris, who's already, I think, made a mark in the conversations today. He's a senior director of infrastructure industrialization with the AU Development Agency. Thank you for joining us. And we have Angela Lungati, who's the executive director of Ushahidi, who's also on the board member, is a board member for the Humanitarian OpenStreetMap Initiative, as well as Creative Commons, and a member of the World Economic Forum's Global Futures Council. And finally, for now, we have Mr. John Walubengo, who's the Deputy Commissioner for the African Data Protection Office, which I think is a really exciting part of the panel and a critical insight into how some of these challenges are going to be addressed. And we're also waiting on Mr. Bunmi Ajala, who I understand is caught up with some other commitments, but will be joining us shortly. So this panel is really important because it's really going to be digging into some of these tensions between data sovereignty and data flows. And I think AI complicates that really quite significantly. One of the core drivers of value from data growth is around, obviously, the BPO and ITO sector. And we know that the BPO sector alone is worth over $1 trillion. Africa has about 2% of that in terms of global value. But some estimates from consultancy research suggest that the AI could wipe out almost the entire call center sector. This is a huge income driver in many countries. And so I think one of the challenges is really going to be, how do we ensure that the disruption of technologies, of AI particularly, is mitigated and that individual value is retained within Africa and African countries? How do we ensure that value is really located in the countries in which it's generated? How do we ensure that individual businesses are able to grow and flourish? And we're going to be talking about that now. The panel, we're going to talk about essentially, firstly, the risks and challenges around governance and managing the tension between data flows and sovereignty, and then moving into the opportunities. And for my first question, I'd like to turn to Idris. And the AU's long been an advocate for data sharing, promoting data sharing agreements and frameworks. And I'm wondering if you could share thoughts on how countries can balance data sharing with national sovereignty, and how can those competing demands be met in ways that can really ensure African economies can grow and flourish?
Thank you very much. Actually, this is, I would say, not only a crucial question for us, but it's a question that keeps us sleepless, I would say. And from the African Union perspective, let me maybe share with you some thoughts, especially on the critical linkages between data governance, cybersecurity, and AI strategy. Because those for us are really fundamental elements of our continental digital transformation. They influence definitely data flows and our economic growth, but also our digital sovereignty. First, let me talk about the data governance and AI strategy. I have prepared, actually, I didn't know that was a question, but I was prepared already to speak about that. You know, AI models, of course, they thrive, we know, on vast, high-quality data sets, and Africa's data governance policies, we should ensure open, secure, and ethical access to data while protecting our citizens' rights. So that's the principle, let's put it like that. Now, there is obviously regulatory fragmentation. This is important across our countries on data collection, storage, but also cross-border flows. You know, and that usually create a lot of inconsistencies that impede AI model training and scalability. Beside that, while some of our countries advocate for data sovereignty by keeping data within their borders, and this is, you know, AI-driven businesses require cross-border data flows as well I would say that for efficiency, but also competitiveness. So we need to balance public and private sector data access, especially since AI sector relies heavily on public data availability in areas especially like health, like agriculture, but also energy. So this is really the fundamental issues we are facing. Now, we have a data governance and cybersecurity protocols at the level of the African Union that we have designed and that have been adopted, but they have not been all ratified, and this is where actually the biggest challenge lie. The Malabo Conventions, because the one on data governance is called Malabo Convention. Malabo is in Equatorial Guinea. It sets a continental framework for data protection, but also for cybersecurity. But we have significant implementation gaps, you know, among our member states, you know, and weak or absent mutual recognition mechanism complicate, of course, cross-border data flows, etc. And did this really become even more critical because we have adopted the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. So you can see that as first challenge, while we have this protocol already in place, you know, and it has not been really ratified by all the countries. It has not entered into force. We have already ratified, all the African member states have ratified the protocol on Africa Continental Free Trade Area, which clearly says that information, investments, but also goods must flow freely, you know, among countries. But at the level of data, we still actually lagging behind. So we haven't really ratified the protocol. The second challenge as well we have is about the cybersecurity. You know, cybersecurity for us is pretty much really linked to the question of the data security, because AI will significantly enhance data, I would say cybersecurity through threat detection, automated responses, and real-time risk assessment. But at the same time, models are vulnerable to data poisoning, I would say, adversarial attacks, and deep fake threats. So weak cybersecurity also exposes us. And as of now, we are one of probably the most exposed continent with regard to that. So there are a lot of challenges. But moving forward, what we are doing right now is to make sure that we harmonize by aligning data governance, cybersecurity, and AI strategies. And we use, because when we realize that people are not really approving the protocol, they are not ratifying the protocol, we decided that we have some levers that we can use, especially through the Africa Continental Free Trade Area protocol, which have been ratified. So we can actually bring additional protocols through that to make sure that at least we start this work of harmonization. This is extremely important. We are also enhancing cyber resilience as of now at the country level by strengthening national cybersecurity framework. We have done that in 2024 for about 16 countries, especially in Southern Africa region. This is extremely important for us. We believe that for the countries, we need really to enhance their capacity. And then that's the best way for us to make our continent capable, actually really to address this challenge that you are mentioning. Before countries becoming capable of sharing, I think it's very important that they must be able of securing themselves. And that's maybe the reason why they have not really ratified fully the Malabo Protocol so far.
Thank you, Idris. And I think that speaks really compellingly to the importance of developing these comprehensive frameworks, getting agreement on them. But the great challenge, of course, is implementation. It's great having a law, but if it's not applied, it's not really going to make the difference that we need it to. So I'd like to turn to John as Deputy of Kenya's new Data Protection Authority to talk a little bit around what Kenya's approach is around cross-border regulatory frameworks, what that looks like in terms of the governance frameworks, the challenges, again, also in terms of implementation and what that looks like.
Okay, thank you very much. From the Kenyan perspective, we enacted the Data Protection Act in 2019, and like most data protection acts, they tend to be very inward-looking, prioritizing that citizen data remains in territory because the country wants to protect the personal data from territorial point of view. However, we know that in most trade or business environments, you probably want a lot more flexibility in terms of where the data goes. And I can give the example, in Kenya we have this big bank called Kenya Commercial Bank that has regional presence in East and Central Africa. And as they have branches outside territory, you then realize that the branch in Uganda must follow the Ugandan data protection law, which expects that Ugandan citizen data remains in Uganda. And so you have a regional bank having to build infrastructure in several countries instead of perhaps having one data center in Nairobi serving the whole region simply because of the data protection requirements. So there's always some tension between the intentions of personal data protection from a sovereign state point of view vis-a-vis how flexible the businesses can actually execute their operations across the region. In Kenya, whereas the law requires that prefers that citizen personal data remains in territory, there are actually conditions for having citizen data out of territory. So you can indeed keep Kenyan data outside Kenya for as long as you meet certain conditions. And some of those conditions could be as simple as transparency. Does the citizen know that their data is sitting outside the territory? Has the citizen or the customer agreed to that, etc.? However, if you're wearing the shoes of an enterprise, what that means is that each regional country now has their own different conditions that you have to meet. So back to my example of the Kenya Commercial Bank, they now suddenly have 5 conditionalities if they want to operate in the 5 East African states that they have to grapple with whenever they want, for example, to move their Ugandan customers' personal data to sit in Nairobi data center. They have to tick the box as far as the Ugandan data commissioner is concerned. When they go to Tanzania, it is a similar challenge. So it becomes very, it's called a regulatory burden. And one of the solutions that the region is exploring is at the East African community level, where there's a working group on how the data commissioners in the region can harmonize their laws in as far as data transfers are concerned, so that it becomes a lot more easier and seamless in terms of ensuring that the personal data laws support rather than sort of hinder business transactions. I think those are my comments for now. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I think that's really, and the example of KCB, I think, is a really compelling one of how a regional entity has to manage compliance across multiple jurisdictions, which obviously has a huge cost in terms of going through not just processes, but the oversight, the regulatory compliance, etc. And to pick up on the point you made around individuals have to consent to having their data being in a particular location, a particular jurisdiction, very often that data is held in proprietary systems, and individuals don't necessarily know where the data is. They don't know what that data is going to be used for, who's going to be processing that data. And many people, I think, have concerns around what's going to happen to their data, although I have to confess, I think I've maybe read one fully, if that, full details of the terms and conditions that you have to read through when you sign up to a service. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's very difficult. Who has the time? But the point, I think, is that one's personal data goes into this ether, and we don't know where it is. We don't understand the systems that are managing and holding it. And Angela, you've been doing some really important work looking at how open source systems can be used to manage personal data and do so in ways that perhaps can engender greater trust amongst individuals. And so I wonder if you could just share a few comments on kind of what that experience tells us about what more bottom-up ways of thinking about the role of digital systems in individual trust.
Thanks. I'm probably going to have, my answer will be a bit long-winded, but I will get to the final point. And I'll start by saying I'll probably sound like a broken record. I probably said this a lot. If you see any of my talks or any of my blogs online, I always start with this appreciation of the fact that people see Ushahidi's work and find it amazing. But the thing that I'm always struck by is that it's not Ushahidi in itself that is amazing. It's how people use it that is inspiring, right? And so it's always a reminder that technology itself is not the thing that is going to change the world. It's how people are going to use it. And so even now, as we think about artificial intelligence and all of these different conversations is, what are we using it for? What is the purpose? What is the means to the end that we are looking at to use it for? And so one of our biggest mantras has been trying to meet people where they are. And so even now, the question we need to be asking ourselves with AI is, how are we meeting people where they are? And this is probably where the conversations around language come in. Are we allowing people to engage with these systems in the language that they can understand? And so you'll hear about all the work that the groups like Masakane and the Ghana NLPs of this world are doing to collect and digitize African languages. So hold on to that point. Second thing is building frameworks that local communities can build on top of. So it's not them having to copy and paste something, but giving them the space to adapt it to their own local contexts. And so even right now, as we talk about AI, we need to be thinking about what frameworks are we building that allow people to come in and build on top of, rather than them having to build from scratch or trying to copy paste something. Third thing is creating space for shared knowledge. And for people to connect with each other and learn from one another. So this idea of building communities of practice that will allow people to connect and convene based on shared values. And this is where the bit around data governance comes in, because I think when that pops up, the immediate thought is government policies, right? But where's a space for community governance? The example that I tend to use is not from Africa, but is one that we are learning from, is the Maori data sovereignty principles. So how we're moving from data being subject to laws of where the data is residing into where the data is collected from, and into who the data belongs to, not who owns it. Because the difference between ownership and belonging. Who does the data belong to, and what values have been structured around the governance that will allow people to gain access to it. And so this is where the conversation around licensing also comes in, because the challenge is a lot of African data sets, I think it was a previous panel, that 2% of our data doesn't even sit on our continent, which means that the value from that data, whether it is monetary or otherwise, is not coming back to the communities of where it's coming from. That's very extractive, right? And the open source ecosystem as well is grappling with the fact that it feels like there's been a violation of the values that underpin what open source was always about: open knowledge, open sharing. And then you have these big tech companies and the startups that they are funding coming in and scraping all of the data from the knowledge commons and open systems and building proprietary systems and then charging us thousands of dollars to gain access to it. It is not okay. And so I'm really happy that there's groups like, this is a shout out to Dr. Melissa Omino from the Strathmore Center for Intellectual Property Institute. And there's also Professor Chijioke Okori from University of Pretoria. They've been exploring, I think they launched, I'm trying to find the name of the alternative license. It's the Nwulite Obodo. I'm sorry, Nigerians in the room, I'm butchering this. Nwulite Obodo Open Data License, right? They've set out some guiding principles for alternative open data licensing for African data sets, so that we are still encouraging ways of sharing and reusing African data sets in easy, effective, and equitable ways, but ensuring that that value goes back to the communities where that data is coming from.
Thank you, Angela. I think that the idea of really trying to build open platforms of data to enable innovation to be built off that, and also the communities of practice around that, is so important in terms of really locating value and keeping value in Africa, which you spoke to so compellingly. I know that you had a comment to make, Idris, that you...
Yeah, actually. Yeah, thank you very much. Actually, of course, when we speak about data, we usually jump into data that are digitalized already. But the fact as well is majority of data in Africa are not, as of now, necessarily digitalized. And there is, just to give you a number, majority of our countries don't have civil registration systems. And majority of our citizens are not even known by the governments. They don't have ID, they don't have actually social security numbers. majority of our businesses, if you take micro, small, and medium businesses, we estimate that in Africa we have about 100 to 110 million micro, small, and medium enterprises, out of which 85%, meaning 85, let's say if we go with 100 million, 85 million are what we call informal businesses. That means they are not actually registered. But at the same time, while governments really don't necessarily have the capacity to harness, to collect data, and they don't do that, either citizens' data or even businesses' data, mobile companies are the ones who have the biggest data set. If you look at, you compare that actually with the mobile penetration in Africa, in most of the countries, mobile penetration is about 60 to 70%. Some countries go even up to 80%. So mobile companies have, it's not actually the GAFA who have the data, really, it's the mobile companies that have really the data about the citizens. And this is one actually dimension. So for us in the African Union, the question is not necessarily just about regulating. Of course, we are really trying our best to regulate, to develop capacities of the countries so that they can align to the continental or even regional guidelines. Some countries have already passed bills like Kenya, like South Africa, like Uganda, on data collection, data protection, that one definitely, but how we can actually utilize some of the existing data sets that are stored within the country, especially the ones from the mobile companies, so that we can improve, even from government perspective, access to data. Someone was saying in the previous panel that we decide intuitively, you know, especially on our public policies rather than on data. Okay, I don't necessarily share that point of view, but there is, comme on dit en français, il y a un fond de vérité quand même autour de ça. You speak French, right? Donc il y a un fond de vérité autour de ça. Donc la question pour nous, ce n'est pas forcément simplement à propos de comment faire pour que les données que nous avons dans les GAFA puissent, Facebook, Google, maintenant OpenAI, puissent être récupérées. Mais comment faire pour que les données qui sont collectées aujourd'hui, et je finis. Ah, okay, English. All the data that we have. You don't have interpreters everywhere. Yeah. Some of the data that we have, most of the data that we have actually in the mobile phones, mobile companies can actually be collected, harnessed, and then utilize it properly. And I'll finish by saying that one of the things we are doing at the African Union, we already started thinking about how we can use open source solution, of course, like the bottom-up approach that actually you are talking about. But and this is a matter of capacity, but that requires as well from us as institutional, and that will go to the next question, as institutions to start thinking as well differently, because institutions, we have this tendency of thinking in a very classic manner, right? When we talk about, let's say, all those problems, challenges, the solutions that will actually go are institutionals or business, and none of us usually think about how we can utilize open source solutions, harness on that, build the capabilities in the from the open source community, and then try to scale them up so that we can actually come with solutions that are much more adapted. Thank you.
Thank you, Idris. And I think your point around identity is so critical, particularly because we know that if you're going to participate in a digital economy, having a digital identity of some kind is absolutely critical. And there's these growing moves, I think, to figure out what that looks like and ways of achieving that, ensuring that it's grounded in legal rights, which is so critical with civil registration systems, birth certificates, and the digitalization of those we know is so challenging. It's transforming whole departments and processes that are very analog is very complicated. And I think that raises a really interesting question of when disruptors come in, how do you manage that in a way that aligns with national privacy laws, national sovereignty, and I'm thinking particularly of, who's heard of WorldCoin? So WorldCoin, I think, is fascinating. I mean, it's one of OpenAI, the OpenAI founders' projects. It's a scary-looking metal ball that scans your eye and gives you a digital ID, and then gives you a cryptocurrency token as well. And the project is based around the idea that they want to become the default provider of digital identity in order to enable things like social protection payments or welfare support, or God help us, if the whole world collapses and we don't have a job, we need to have universal basic income. But it's been very controversial because, like Facebook's effort to create a global currency, it's run into all sorts of regulatory problems, not least what happens to the data, but also having a license to operate. And John, I wonder, just from sort of the perspective of Kenya's Data Protection Authority, thinking about how do you balance the enabling of innovation, and far be it from me to suggest that WorldCoin is the direction we'd like to see innovation going in, but how do you enable innovation while ensuring data protection laws are adhered to and complied with, and individual data is protected?
Yeah, thank you very much. It's interesting that you mentioned WorldCoin, because in Kenya we had WorldCoin and quite some big sort of reaction to it. Even though the fact was that from basic, tick the box point of view, WorldCoin had already ticked the box in as far as being a data controller in Kenya was concerned. But then on the ground, when they started collecting the iris of Kenyans and, giving the cryptocurrency token, there were issues of whether the consent given was induced or it was freely given, etc., etc. And then the issue now that you talk of technology, the issue of cryptocurrency, what does it really mean from a regulatory point of view? And at that time, as it is now in Kenya, the central bank was not very comfortable with cryptocurrency, though I know 2 months ago there's a draft bill on virtual assets doing rounds. But the WorldCoin example is a classic case study on how emerging technology sort of creates tensions with existing regulations. And the reaction on WorldCoin at that time was, I would say, quite brutal, because the security agency moved in and stopped operation, confiscated everything, etc. This is public knowledge, so I can speak about it. And at the same time, that reaction didn't sit well with the idea that Kenya is the Silicon Valley, where new technologies, new ideas are being invited to be experimented at our Konza Technopolis, etc., vis-a-vis the idea that the security agencies are moving in and doing a clampdown on one of the emerging technologies. So from the data commissioner's point of view, we want to break those tensions by providing what some countries are already doing, something called a regulatory sandbox. So what this means is that the industry or the innovators are invited to the table with the regulators, the investors, and they're given like a temporary license, 3 months license in a safe environment where the technology can be sort of triaged. And then that gives room for both the regulator and the innovator to understand the risks and opportunities. We feel this is a better approach than saying, shut it down until we understand it. Because the innovation doesn't exist from the government side. So you need it to sort of mature for you to understand it. But at the same time, you have the consumer interest. You don't want it to mature before you understand it. So you try and create a safe environment where you have a regulatory sandbox. The innovators are encouraged to apply. They are admitted into the sandbox. They are sort of given parameters to operate on a test basis. They get customers. They actually have a prototype. But during those 3 or 6 months, the regulators are learning the technology. That's the only way. And I go back to the sandbox, to the WorldCoin example, because I was involved in the investigation of WorldCoin thereafter. And you could see that WorldCoin, during investigation, was not willing to share information, because now there was too much tension. They were not sure if they shared too much information, it will be used against them. It was now a police case and everybody was very guarded. As opposed to if we had invited them into a regulatory sandbox and tell them, deploy in this environment, they will do it. And everybody then benefits from the new technology. And if there are any regulatory tweaks that need to be done, then the regulator is able to do them in good time before that technology is then released to the market. Thank you.
Thanks, John. That's, I think, a really interesting insight into how quite a top-down approach to kind of managing the relationship between governance and innovation. And I agree. I think the idea of sandboxes, both regulatory and technical, are one of the greatest innovations in a way in managing that relationship. So it'll be very interesting to see how that develops in the Kenya context. But what you described is very much about how do you manage the tension between data flows, data management, data protection, at a kind of top-down level, at a government, innovator, company level. And Angela, if I could turn to you, with Ushahidi, you've been doing a lot of work thinking about how individuals can manage the relationship with data themselves, and particularly with open source technologies. And that's very much a bottom-up way of thinking about how do individuals navigate innovation, be part of developing new services, new tools, and obviously in the context of AI, thinking about new ways of using data. And I'm wondering if you can just share a few thoughts from your perspective on that.
I think one key ingredient or tenet that underpins all of that is trust. Trust. The communities that we serve have to trust in whatever tools being brought into their localities are going to provide value or create change for them. And so that's why, again, to my earlier point, that it's not just about the technology, it's everything else. That really has to be, or has been, the mindset that we've walked in with. It is understanding what the challenges are for those communities in the first place, the appropriateness of whatever tool that's going to be brought in, but also recognizing the situation, the level of vulnerability that exists, so that we are also thinking about how to protect them, but also empower them so that they are part of the solution, so that it's not extractive. It's not just somebody sharing a piece of data about themselves, and then that's it. I run away with the data, go put it on some server somewhere, but that it'll come in and somebody will see it and there'll be a turnaround action as a result of it. We've seen this cut across different impact areas, whether that's crisis response, human rights protection, climate change most recently. So that's one thing that I'd really try and plug into that. I think everything that we're all discussing right now, even when it comes to the risks that we are exposed to with AI systems, if you were to list down all of them, it'll all point down to one thing. We do not trust the systems that exist right now. And so we need to figure out how to build that trust, both at the government level, at the building level, but also for the local community. So that for us has been one way of making sure that there's a bottom-up approach. I think second thing would be, again, meeting people where they are, right? So it is recognizing what tools these groups have access to and innovating around that, not trying to have it come from the top going down. Yeah.
Thanks, Angela. I think that's a really nice kind of full circle to in essentially summarizing what this panel has really been trying to do, which is bring together this regional perspective around how do you manage the tension between data flows and sovereignty, that national perspective in terms of how does a state manage and exercise authority over where data is, what's happening to it, at the same time fostering innovation, not wanting to be left behind by the opportunities that are there. And Angela's really important take and insights into what that means from a bottom-up perspective for people themselves. We're running out of time, but I really want to make sure we have a little bit of time for any questions. So I can already see hands going up. That's great. Maybe we could start here, the lady in white, and then gentleman in the blue, gentleman in the grey, and the gentleman in the coat. Apologies for my descriptions.
I forgot all the order, but if you were first, just like wave at me. You first? For real? Okay.
Should be me. Thank you. Thank you. I'm Evan Chumi. I'm founder of and CEO of Nyamga. And my question today is for Mr. Karama. It might sound provocative, but that's not my goal, right? I'm trying to understand. So you said something which is really important or which is real, is that the mobile telecommunication companies in Africa have a lot of data, right? And we see how they use it. Like they have extremely aggressive marketing campaigns, what they're doing with this data. But also knowing that they were the one investing in optic fiber, right? And now you said that you are trying to leverage them as data source, like seeing how you can collect the data that they're already having from the people. I mean, they might not be the GAFA, but from African perspective, they are the GAFA, right? So they own all of the data. And if now the African Union politic is to leverage them in this data source role, so my question is it not a form of promoting data colonialism? Thank you.
And we're being honest, so who was two? Okay. You were two? Okay, cool.
So I respond? All right, thank you. Actually, this is a very good question, but let me maybe again bring a bit of, not correction, but be a little bit more precise. Fiber, especially fiber transmission, fiber infrastructures, mobile companies are not the ones who are investing. In most, and I have the data here, in most of the African countries, fiber infrastructures are financed by public money. Most of the countries, either through debt, that's one, or through a PPP, but in any case, governments are the ones bearing the risk. So it goes back again, you know, to be, it's guaranteed against public money. So I hear that many companies are saying, well, we are the ones investing. No, they don't invest into the fiber. And there are about 6 actually ongoing fiber transmissions, projects on which we are working. One of them, one of the biggest one, which is about to be completed, is a trans-Saharan optic fiber linking Algeria, Niger, Chad, Mali, Burkina Faso, and Nigeria, actually, and which will go as well eventually to end up in Cameroon. This is financed 100% by the governments on financing that they have mobilized through African Development Bank, and the government of Algeria actually is even taking the biggest share in terms of public money investments directly. And that's, of course, going to benefit to those companies. The second one, which is the Amilcar Cabral optical fiber project, which is a project that we linking up actually 6 countries in West Africa, and we are structuring it as of now I'm talking to you. It is also financed directly by the countries. They are the ones mobilizing the resources. Of course, we establish FPV here and there to fast track the process and to close the deal, right? But they are not the GAFA, not the mobile companies. Now, the reason why I said that we need to find a way to harness the data that are being collected by the mobile companies is because in terms of spread on the territories, they have much more presence than any of our public institutions, definitely. Secondly, in most of the countries, you buy a SIM card like that. You know, you don't even need to show an ID card, usually. And even when you don't have an ID card, you can actually get your way out of it. So rather than, and I've seen that actually in China, rather than waiting to find a solution, it's actually better to start maybe relying on the existing infrastructures that they are using, infrastructures that most of the case have been built from public money, so we can actually expand our presence on the territories and start really having proper data on our citizens that will be on. Now, the storage is where there is a problem, and I will stop, I will pause here when I will finish with the storage. As of now, you have about 155 data centers in Africa. 155 data centers in Africa, out of which about 70% are all located in South Africa, the remaining one in Nigeria and Kenya. Most of the countries don't even have data centers. So the entire continent have less data centers than India. Yeah, we can be happy to say, well, we have more or less the same number of data centers as Latin America. Latin America has 159, right? But we won't compete with mediocrity, isn't it? So we have to compete with something better, right? So this is, again, where I think we are really lacking. We've been pushing. We come with the kind of solution to say, well, since many countries cannot invest into national data centers, why can't we actually move toward having regional data centers? So, for instance, we are pushing for Central Africa region to have a data center in Gabon, in Libreville, which is going to be a data center that will be hosted by ECAS. ECAS is we say in French, CEAC, I don't know how to say it in English, Communauté économique des États de l'Afrique centrale. You know, it's a REC, Regional Economic Community. You know, and the beauty with the REC compare versus the African Union is that directive from the RECs usually are part of what we call droit communautaire, which actually makes them quite binding to the country. So if we manage actually to erect this data center, the regional one, and to make it functioning, at least we can provide some relief to those countries like Central African Republic that have 0 data center. You know, well, so are we going to promote data colonialism? We are already in data colonialism. So we don't need to say we are going to promote. Now, the idea is how are we going to get out of it? And that's why we come with the Malabo Protocol. We come with the Africa Digital Strategy as well. And we come with the Program for Infrastructures Development, which have a very massive, big component on ICT, and part of the ICT, 80% of the investments on ICT are actually about data centers, you know, and transmission lines, to make sure that at least we can store the data that we are producing, though, as I told you at the beginning, 80% of the African data have not actually been captured yet, but that is coming already. So we have to be able to keep them and to store them, to safeguard them, and to protect them. So this is where we are. We need to get out of this data colonialism, and the best way is really to start investing massively on our own data centers. We are not yet there, but hopefully, and I will pose out one last thing. Just one last thing. It's extremely important what I'm going to say, because you see, one of the big problems we have in infrastructure investment in Africa, of course, every time we speak about investment for infrastructures, we have we speak about billions. And then, of course, we say, well, let's go to see development partners to come on to finance this, or let's get private sector actually to come on to finance that. It never worked, basically. And to give you just, our governments are doing a lot on that. The initial setup of PIDA, Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa for trans-regional infrastructures, we have, we were expecting about $12 billion from development partners. We ended up having $84 billion, and the $84 billion, guess what? 50% are coming directly from our governments. And then about 20 billion additional is coming again from our governments through debt. And then about 19 billion is coming from development partners, but again, it's through debt, which means that we are directly financing ourselves 97% because only 3% come from private sector for whatever reason that is not actually the venue to speak about it because that's not part of this panel. So our governments are doing something and we need to find a way actually to really step up our efforts so that we invest more on a data center, fiber, you know, and all the ICT infrastructures that we need, including computing power for the AI. Thank you.
Thank you, Idris, for a comprehensive answer, I hope. We have time for maybe two more. No more questions. You had a comment. Closing comments, and then we can wrap up.
Okay, it was, well, an additional provocation to the question and the comment. But when I hear about the types of data we talk about that exist on the continent, there's one glaring one that we keep ignoring. Community-generated data sets are important. We need to stop looking at our people as just people who are consumers of information, or people that we come in and extract from and walk away from. They deeply understand the contexts of the solutions we are trying to build. Right now, the fight to try and digitize African languages, it is not the mobile technology companies that will do it. It will be the local communities that will do it. And so that also has to be factored in.
Really important. Do we have time for any more? No, unfortunately we've run out of time, but thank you to my panelists for deep insights and very in-depth information sharing, so appreciate that. And I thank also Carla for organizing not just this panel, but the whole Side Village. And I think the point was made in the previous panel, really important to recognize that in terms of retaining value, it has to be about really reclaiming it and owning it and really driving that itself. This wasn't an invitation from the broader AI Paris summit. This was something that's really been driven, generated by African initiatives, African efforts. So just kudos to Carla for organizing this whole effort. Thank you.
Fantastic. Sorry for the place my statement.
No worries.
We have created a decentralized social media system. This is also quite interesting for you.
Okay.
Mic test. Okay. Picture time.
The opposite. We're the opposite of the big American companies.
Picture. Okay. Okay. Picture.
So we're going to take a picture, and then how is the room feeling? Are we still feeling energized? Do we want to catch a 5-minute break? Are we ready for the next panel? Because I know people are trickling in and out, so I'm not even sure what the general energy is. So maybe we can do like a show of hands. How many people are feeling like energized enough to get into the next panel by a show of hands? Okay, how many people feel like they need a little break? Okay, well, they're not owning it, so I guess we will be getting into the next panel, which Sabrina will be introducing. Amazing. So I'm going to be a little bit more strict on the next panels and the next moderators because we need to catch up on time. So we will do a 20-minute conversation, and then we will do a 10-minute Q&A. And I will be like staring at you the entire time. Yeah. Well, okay, welcome on stage.
Ça?
Voilà, ok, très bien. Et donc c'est un cas pratique sur le modèle africain.
C'est des cas pratiques sur l'utilisation de l'IA dans le secteur de la santé et de l'éducation. Cas pratique, éducation. On était censé avoir une culture aussi. À qui je demande
Alors nous allons reprendre avec notre prochain panel. On va vous proposer un cas pratique. Cette fois, c'est une approche un peu plus opérationnelle. Un cas pratique sur l'utilisation de l'intelligence artificielle dans les domaines de la santé et dans d'autres domaines. On a le plaisir d'avoir avec nous Hélène Smertnik qui va finalement modérer cette session. Merci d'être avec nous, Hélène. Est-ce qu'on peut applaudir chaleureusement Hélène, s'il vous plaît, mesdames et messieurs? Voilà, ce village AI Africa, c'est aussi la possibilité de mieux comprendre de façon technique et opérationnelle de quoi est-ce que l'on parle finalement. Et on va avoir des intervenants en duplex notamment. Donc c'est Jay Patel qui va nous rejoindre. Je vais vous laisser donc la parole. Normalement, il est connecté. Donc, hi Jay.
Hi, Helen.
Hi. Welcome in Africa AI Village. We are so happy to have you. Thank you so much to be here.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Great. Hi, Jay. Thank you very much for being here. We can see you on the full screen, and hopefully you can see the room. You might not be able to see us as a panelist, but we're waiting just for one more participant, Toriola. I don't know if you're there. Is that you, Toriola? Yes? Okay. I'm sorry, I'm putting you on the spot, but I've been... Okay.
Voilà, donc on va pouvoir débuter cette session. Est-ce qu'on peut applaudir nos panélistes, mesdames et messieurs? C'est parti pour ce cas pratique pour mieux comprendre l'intelligence artificielle, notamment dans le domaine de la santé. Je vous laisse la parole.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for everybody for raising the hand, for continuing. I know this the energy might be running a little bit low, but we have a fantastic panel with us. So yeah, hopefully we'll keep the energies going. I will start by introducing everybody, and well, first welcoming, and again, thank you very much for being here. Today the panel is called Life or Hype, AI for Africa's Three Musketeers, hunger, sickness, and poverty. We have, I'm Hélène Smertnik, I'm senior consultant in digital development, and we have with us distinguished panelists. I will start with Jay, who's with us online, who you can see intermittently. Jay Patel is Director of Technology at Jacaranda Health, joining us from Nairobi, Kenya. Jay leads the technology team at Jacaranda Health, focusing on multilingual machine learning, data engineering, and infrastructure to support mothers across Kenya and 4 other sub-Saharan African countries. We also have Ismaila Sek joining us from Dakar, Senegal. You're overall AI expert with all sorts of tools, corde à votre arc, as they say. You are CEO of Lengo AI, a native AI organization, and you've been focusing on natural language processing, is my understanding, and you're a key figure in democratizing AI in Senegal, and also one of the initiators of the AI hub in Senegal. We also have Séverin Tokpanouk, who is joining us from Cotonou, Benin. Séverin is francophone, so he will be speaking in French, and hopefully we will have some translations going on. Otherwise, I might be helping. Monitoring and evaluation specialist for the Women EdTech organization, and I think that says us all. And then finally, but not least, we have Toriola Oladeji, who's a co-CEO of Insight Limited, coming from Lagos, Nigeria. You will tell us more about it, but it's an innovative EdTech company who helps visually impaired individuals, and I think to date you have more than 8,000 you've supported more than 8,000 visually impaired individuals across Nigeria with an AI assistive reading. Yeah. So before we get into I'll start with one opening question for all the panelists, but I did want to make one. I don't know if to you the title surprised you. When I saw Musketeers, I thought that was an interesting title. And I can't help but share just one thought that popped to my mind immediately as a French person. So the Musketeers are, the Trois Mousquetaires was written by Alexandre Dumas, who's a French author, and I only learned about a month ago that he is the grandson of a slave from Haiti. And that was never in my textbooks, that was never told to me, and I think it speaks to how data biases exist, in textbooks and now in digital versions, and what it means in terms of control, power, and trust when we don't have the right information at our hand. And I think it also has wider implication when you look at AI. So I couldn't help but share this anecdote. But now to our topic. So I'll start with one opening question, because really this isn't the first technology revolution. AI is just one. Mobile technology back in the day was the big game changer. Thinking health, agriculture, and so on. Then came big data, IoT, blockchain. You all know about this. So I would like to start with Jay. Not because you're online and want to make sure that you feel part of the group. Your organization has been adapting to the technology changes over time and how it is applied to the healthcare sector. So what do you feel is changing in the healthcare sector due to AI? And please use your Jacaranda Health's experience and specifically how it's also changing in the Kenyan sector and environment. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Someone asked me the other day, what's AI going to be like 5 years from now? I couldn't tell you what it's going to be like 5 months from now. It's moving and evolving so fast. But if you think about the way that cell phones removed the need for African governments to build expensive landline infrastructure, I think AI is set to do the same for healthcare. It has the potential, and I'll use this word potential a little bit here, but it has the potential to bypass outdated and resource-heavy systems and bring personalized care directly to citizens, no matter where they live, no matter what language they speak or what level of technology they have access to. I believe, again, it has the potential not just to be an upgrade, but to be a shortcut to equity. And if we look into the future a little bit, what if, for example, every mom across this continent, across Africa, regardless of her geography or her income, regardless of whether she owns a smartphone or a very basic feature phone, what if she had a health assistant in her pocket, which is as responsive as ChatGPT, as knowledgeable as a clinician? And what if that assistant knew her medical history, was able to offer personal, contextual advice in the language that she understands? It could refer her to a human doctor when necessary, then offer the doctor a report that they could use to help make a decision about her care. And what if that assistant was built on publicly available open source technologies built by Africans for Africans? I don't think this is a dream that's going to take 30 years to realize. I think this is already starting to become a reality, but we need to be careful because it won't happen automatically. And it won't happen at all if we don't address basic challenges like poor infrastructure, siloed healthcare systems, lack of data. AI can't work if it doesn't have the fuel that it needs to function, which is basically good, clean data. But in so many health systems, here in Kenya, especially, patient records are still locked in filing cabinets. If equity is your priority, AI has the potential to see it applied at scale. If innovation for the marginalized is your goal, AI can accelerate it. But if systems remain fragmented, data remains locked away, and the vulnerable remain an afterthought, AI will only make those gaps wider. And I think the question is not whether AI can transform healthcare. I think it absolutely will and is already doing so. The question is whether we have the courage and the will to make that transformation matter for the people who need it the most. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Jay. Toriola, can I turn to you? The education sector is also being revolutionized by the sector, by the implications of AI. And it's particularly interesting that you're working on the use case of visually impaired people. What do you see as a change in the ed tech sector due to AI?
Okay, so yeah, thank you very much for the question. So in the tech sector for education, I see a future, and not just a future for teachers, but a future for students. Okay, yeah. So I see a future not just for the teachers, but for the students. For instance, at Vinsight, pretty much what we do is we use artificial intelligence to aid the visually impaired to read books, and this would not have been possible without AI and without data, right? So pretty much how we do this is we use OCR technology to capture text of books and convert the text to audio output for the user to listen to. So aside this helping the students, it also helps the teacher because the teachers are able to, teach better, are able to pass on information better to the students, and are also able to, save a lot of time and stress when they teach. So AI in education is going to be a game changer. In fact, it's even a game changer already because there are a lot of solutions that are helping people with disabilities, such as screen readers, digital brailles, which are powered by AI. So this is actually helping people who have disabilities to, get access to quality education that they deserve. So I see AI as, a leveler also for different people in terms of, making the education playground a leveled one for people who have disabilities and people who don't have. For instance, if you have a class, an inclusive class, the conversation about inclusivity came around because of AI. So if without AI, you can have a visually impaired and a sighted person in the same class learning at the same pace. So with AI, it's quite possible because the visually disabled students are able to, have tools that support them to be able to meet up to standard and able to learn fast, just like their sighted peers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's interesting how, you know, there's both the risk of AI widening gaps, but also more opportunities for inclusivity. Thank you very much. Séverin, over to you. I think you know what the question is, so I'll just say it in English, but you know what the question is. You're also working in the edtech sector, but focusing on women. And what parallels do you see with what Toriola has said, and how are you seeing the challenges for women in particular in terms of education being met and broken by AI? You can answer in French, I think. Yeah. I believe.
Bonjour l'assistance, bonjour Hélène. Bonjour l'assistance, bonjour Hélène, merci pour l'invitation. Alors, avant de répondre à votre question, permettez-moi de faire une description de Women EdTech, la structure, ce que ça veut dire. Bah voilà, Women EdTech, c'est un centre de formation à la création de compétences numériques féminines. C'est aussi une structure d'appui à l'entrepreneuriat innovant. Et également, c'est un accélérateur des projets des femmes responsables de petites et moyennes entreprises qui a pour but de contribuer à réduire les inégalités du genre dans le domaine du numérique. Voilà. Pour donner quelques aspects à ce que M. Toriola a dit, je pense que nous avons l'accessibilité, comme l'accessibilité pour les personnes malvoyantes. L'IA peut aussi permettre de donner des formations à distance à travers quelqu'un qui est à la maison. Avec l'IA, peut avoir des formations à distance, juste se connecter avec une connexion très fluide et puis être au courant de tout ce qui se passe et aussi de formation pour être voilà, dans les... Et après, je pourrais dire que l'IA facilite aussi la formation aux besoins des femmes en réduisant les barrières linguistiques. Voilà, merci.
Merci beaucoup, Séverin. Finally, Ismaila, you are one AI native organization, and I keep mentioning this because I find it interesting, the difference between organizations, say, like Jacaranda Health, that have, you know, adapted to technologies versus organization that from the day zero is about AI and how you embed it. So I think it means that you have a different, you know, philosophy. Your platform, I'll let you actually say a little bit better than me what Lengo AI does and tell us how it's been changing the game in terms of informal retail in Senegal.
Okay. Thank you very much. So I'll start by saying that Lengo is a global company operating from Senegal. So actually the aim is not just Senegal, it's at least Africa and at best the entire world. What we are trying to do is bridging like the gap for decision makers. We are bringing in data that no one else have. We gather data from the mom and pop shops, so the corner shops, not the supermarkets. And we are able to aggregate that data and display it in such a way that, I don't know, big firms like Coca, Kiren, or your FMCG player in your hometown country can leverage that data to make better decisions. And doing that, we also enable the shopkeepers to better manage their shops, basically tracking everything that's getting in and out of their shop, having data about their shop. And to do that, I think we have talked about inclusivity. Like, it's not, what I want to say is that not all the users of the tools we are creating know how to read or write, either in French or English, depending on who the colonizer was, or in the local language. So you have to build a tool for them to be able to interact with your tool without the necessity to read or write. And I think what most of them can do is just speak. So we build in our tool the ability just to track what's getting in and out, just speaking and clicking without writing. So that's what we do.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I was expecting way more mathematical algorithmic coming from you, so this is manageable. Thank you. Great. Okay, so I think we've got a good overall view, and now I would like to, you know, at the risk of again getting a bit in technicality, but hearing a bit about like from a concrete solution perspective, maybe both you, Toriola, and Jay, or sorry, actually, it might be more, I think in terms of local language usage, I think more Ismaila, actually, and Jay, you've been working on breaking down access to local languages and literacy challenges. Ismaila, you started talking about it. Can you tell us concretely, where is it difficult, like technically speaking, when you develop these models, where is it difficult? What are the challenges, and is AI making really a big difference here or not?
Yeah, like AI is making a big difference in the sense that without AI, we wouldn't be able to develop those models to allow people to do what they are doing just using their voice. And yeah, where it gets difficult is like getting the data, because we know the process. You take the data, you put it into a model, you say, if you have this input, this is the right output, and it learns to associate the right inputs with the right outputs. But to do that, you need the right data. That data is not always available, so in our case, we had to collect our own data. And yeah, that was maybe the difficult part, because you have to collect like data with enough quality and enough quantity to be able to create something of value that can be used by your target, your users, with great ease. For example, it's not, if I speak English, it doesn't necessarily mean that I can just take Whisper, the model from OpenAI, talk into it, and have it transcribe correctly what I'm saying, because maybe it was not trained on my accent. So that's one of the challenges where we need some time to either gather more data or find better ways to train the models so that they are more robust to accents.
And how much data did you need to collect, and how much time did that take?
So I went, let's say, very conservative. I collected less than 100 hours. And with that, I managed to have quite satisfying results to show that, so the entry barrier has lowered because the models are pre-trained. We built on an existing model that was pre-trained and on hundreds of thousands of hours from all around the world. I think it has 120 plus languages in the pre-training data set. So I guess it has most of the sounds available around the world, but still you have to affine them to your accents and, I don't know, your alphabet or something like that.
Can I ask you a basic question? How did you collect those 100 hours? Did you go to people that you knew spoke specific languages, or like Pearl or whatever, etc., and ask them to talk into a microphone? Or how
Yeah, so basically I can describe what we did because I got inspired from a work that is public, so it's not a secret. So what we did is we created, let's say, I don't want to use the word prompt, but yeah, let's go with prompt. I created a prompt, visual prompt, that I would send to people through WhatsApp. And I'll ask them to describe what's in the image. So they would say, yeah, I have, I don't know, 10 packs of Coke, 10 pack of Sprite, and I will just gather those audios because I'm working, in a niche sector with fast-moving goods, and then I get that transcribed using my tricks, so that I would be able to expand into new geographies. Yeah, that's what we did to get the data. Then we worked with our partner, which is the CLAD, the Centre de Linguistique Appliquée de Dakar, with linguists, so that they can transcribe with guidelines we give them, and we kept adjusting as we moved forward.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Really, great. Jay, hopefully you're still with us. Can you tell us a little bit also about your experience working on multilingual learning language models?
Sure. And I'll explain it through the story of one mother and her 2 pregnancies. The mom's name is Millicent. She's 37 years old and 8 months into her 2nd pregnancy. She owns a feature phone, so like the old Nokias, and doesn't have WhatsApp, doesn't have any internet. And she also lives more than an hour away from the nearest health facility. So when she has a question during pregnancy, she cannot do something that we all take for granted, which is simply to Google any questions she has. And that lack of information is a problem. During her first pregnancy, Millicent started experiencing severe headaches and blurred vision one evening. She didn't realize that, during pregnancy, if you get severe headaches that are persistent, that don't go away, and blurred vision, it's a potential danger sign. It's a sign of preeclampsia or high blood pressure. And because she didn't realize that, there was a small delay in her getting to a hospital. Unfortunately, that delay resulted in a stillbirth. And Millicent's not alone. There's millions of moms across Kenya and sub-Saharan Africa that experience the same challenges and worse every day. In fact, here, about 7,500 women die every year during childbirth, and 90% of these deaths are preventable. And 30% of the deaths are simply due to delays in getting to care. But during her second pregnancy, Millicent signed up for our service, we call it Prompts. Over using her basic feature phone, she was able to ask any questions she had, and she asked dozens of questions. One of the most common questions we get that Millicent also asked is, can I eat avocados when I'm pregnant? There's a lot of myths around that, maybe causing the baby to be bigger. So she was able to get information reliably and quickly. And most of the questions were answered by the language model or the AI that we built. We built it in-house. And we built it to respond to questions in informal Swahili, because moms are using these phones, they're texting us using abbreviations, a mixture of informal Swahili and English, and Sheng, which is kind of like a slang. Questions which are in local vernacular and reference local context. So we built the AI model to be able to better handle these kinds of questions, and also alert our help desk in case there's something that requires immediate attention. So during her pregnancy, Millicent again experienced preeclampsia. Same kind of symptoms, headache, blurred vision. She texted us in. The AI flagged that as an urgent question and then sent an alert to our help desk. The help desk realized that this was a danger sign. They picked up the phone and called her and told her, you need to get to a hospital immediately, which she did. And fortunately, got the care she needed. And a few weeks later, she gave birth to a happy, healthy baby boy. So Millicent moms like her ask us up to, I think it's now 12,000 questions every single day. And a human-only help desk is no longer kind of a sustainable solution to this problem. What the AI and the language model has done is help us shift the human intelligence to where it matters most. So now the help desk is not answering the avocado questions, they're answering and putting their focus on danger signs like bleeding, swelling, headaches, fever, and questions like that. And what this has helped us do is help offer fast and personal care at scale to millions of moms across multiple African countries in situations where speed is important, and how fast you get to care could potentially be a lifesaver.
Great, thank you. And just, you mentioned, you told me in the past that you work in 5 different countries in Africa. And so for each one of them, you also, like Ismaila was explaining, also gather data for each of those countries and the local languages and what they call low resource languages as well?
That's right. So we're in Kenya, Swahili. We're also working in Ghana in Twi in English. We're launching in Nigeria, so we're training up a model that can similarly do in Hausa what we can do here in Swahili in Kenya, and in Eswatini as well.
And I'm going to ask a very basic question to both you and Ismaila, but you guys are producing your in-house solutions. Is there any way, or any, we've been talking a lot about, having an AI collective action and so on. Is there any way where people start using the same models instead of producing in-house? It's just a basic question, but I'm curious.
We've open sourced all of our. We've open sourced all of our language models, so anyone can take them and build on them. We're happy to support. If you need guidance or help on how do I train it for my use case, reach out. We're not trying to keep anything in-house, and we're hoping other organizations build on top of the work.
Thank you. Ismail, what do you think of that?
Yeah, so same. We don't have our model open source, not yet at least. But I'm also a member of Galsen AI. I wear many hats. Member of the, as you said, co-initiator of the AI Hub. So we try to build models that are open sourced, and we have some speech translation, speech to text models that are open source, some text to speech models that are open source in Senegal. But as a company, I didn't open source yet my models. Maybe we could make it available on an API call so that others don't need to build their own model. But instead of wasting a year, you can just have access where you send me your audio, I transcribe it, and I send you the transcription back. So everyone is happy. But as a community, we are trying to tackle that issue where we not only put the models available, but we also put the data used to train the model available, because I think that's the higher level of open sourcing. It's here is the data, here is the model, here is the code. You can rerun it, you can do whatever you want with the data. You can find better ways of training better models. Yeah.
Thank you. So you've heard from Jay. He's welcoming any person who want to work or use their models, and maybe eventually for Ismaila. So we spoke about accessibility and inclusion with regards to languages. Toriola and you, Séverin, are working with more vulnerable communities and giving them access. I remember doing a study on young people living with disabilities and their experiences trying to use e-commerce platforms and just having a very hard time making any money whatsoever because it was all the access and just being able to register was particularly complicated. And e-commerce platforms had no appetite in changing their programming in order to make it accessible because it cost them money. So how do you reduce these cost barriers to make, and is AI helping in reducing costs, and specifically in order to make content and information accessible to people with disabilities, visual impairment in particular?
Yeah, currently, right, there are tools called screen readers. So pretty much this helps people with visual impairment to be able to read content on their screens, digital content, yeah. And okay, so there are screen readers which are, AI enabled, that helps, visual impaired persons to read content, digital content on their screens. And most of these are even free. So, a couple of them are even downloadable on the App Store and the Google Play Store. So, and I believe they are made free because, when we speak about driving inclusion, especially for people with disabilities, right, we want to ensure that they're able to have access to these solutions at very affordable rates, and if not even that, even free, so that, they're able to, although they're already disenfranchised, they're able to still have access to read content just like their sighted peers. So yeah, it's out there, and it's quite affordable and accessible at the moment.
But even if it's out there, I mean, how many people are actually using them? How many are aware of it? How do you actually get that into people's? I feel like there is a gap between having a piece of software out there and available and free, and actually people using it.
Okay, I think this is where conversations around these tools come into play by, firstly, maybe the media. So the media should, if possible, have a focus or a segment that lets people know about different tech trends that are available for visually disabled people. We have general tech trends. For example, we have maybe TechPoint, TechCrunch that speak to general tech news. But if we have disability-focused tech news or tech medias that always put out new tools that people who are disabled, visually disabled, can always use, I think this will go a long way in helping people access these tools, because it's not just good that the tools are out there, but accessing and even knowing about the tools is also very important. Yeah.
I would love to spend a little bit more time talking about youth and innovation hubs, but it's not today's panel, but it's a very important part of creating the right AI ecosystem for the continent. So thank you for the work you're doing. I think, Séverin, you're also part of a hub, no, in Benin, isn't it?
Alors, merci beaucoup. En termes de solutions, je pourrais dire que l'IA promeut l'éducation inclusive et puis adaptive aux besoins communautés vulnérables. Et grâce à l'analyse des besoins d'apprentissage, l'IA aussi adapte les formations en fonction du niveau, du contenu des apprenants. Et aussi, en termes d'initiative, je pense que Women EdTech a mis en place un programme de formation qui va à l'endroit de ces femmes qui sont passionnées de l'IA et de Big Data. Ce programme a pour ambition de former 1000 jeunes femmes dans les compétences de l'IA et de Big Data. Et là, nous sommes à la première cohorte. Nous avons clôturé la première cohorte novembre dernier, qui a formé déjà 40 femmes qui sont actuellement actives sur le terrain et qui travaillent actuellement avec des startups béninoises et puis de l'Afrique, en fait. Et je pense que cette formation permet à cette femme d'être compétitive sur le marché de l'emploi et de l'entrepreneuriat. Voilà. Donc, en termes de solutions également, je pourrais dire que l'IA traduit et valorise en fait les contenus en langue locale pour toucher les personnes, les populations non alphabétisées. Voilà. En ce sens, nous avons aussi un programme qui permet à cette femme de comprendre en fait ce que l'IA, en fait, les avantages de l'IA. Avec l'IA, qu'est-ce que l'on peut faire en fait? Et nous avons un programme qui permet à ces femmes entrepreneurs de créer quand même de contenu et de vendre leurs produits en ligne. Et déjà, ils créent des boutiques en ligne, en fait, et ils exportent jusqu'à la porte du client. Quelqu'un qui est au Bénin, l'entrepreneur qui est au Bénin et puis qui veut vendre son produit, déjà, en France, ici, il peut vendre. Il suffit juste, le client tape sur la plateforme, il écrit le nom il écrit le nom de l'entreprise, et puis il passe la commande en ligne déjà, et puis cette commande vient jusqu'à sa porte, c'est-à-dire qu'il faut d'abord normalement être dans les rangs en fait et comprendre les initiatives avant de s'intégrer. Donc, il faut normalement avoir, je pense que cette compétence, et grâce à ce LIA, nous formons ces femmes pour qu'ils puissent comprendre en fait les avantages de l'IA avant de se lancer dans différents domaines. Voilà.
Merci beaucoup. Okay, so I think we have just a few minutes before getting questions from the audience. Probably finishing with some of the barriers and challenges you face and also the partnerships you need to lead. I'll go to you, Jay, first, because again, you're online, but lack of local data is something that, and ethical biases that result from it, is something that's been discussed. I don't know if you were online for the other conversations, but has been discussed quite at length. And I wanted to know how you and Jacaranda Health has been doing in order to try to reduce, in particular, the ethical biases that might exist, especially when you're dealing in something so specific and sensitive as maternal health care.
Yeah, thanks. In regards to our language model, how to reduce ethical biases and build in safety guardrails, we took an open model, Llama, which was developed by Meta. It wasn't very good in Swahili. We trained it in 2 steps. First is on general Swahili data, so any public Swahili data we could get our hands on. But secondly, we then trained it on a huge amount of questions that moms had asked and responses that they'd provided, that the help desk had provided. And these were questions in informal Swahili, very contextual to our use case, and kind of, we think, we're still doing some research into what biases are built into the model, but because there was such an overwhelming amount of data that we fed into it, it kind of learned our context, our language, and started to be able to answer questions at the level that moms engage with us. So they don't have to do any extra work to kind of get the support they need.
Okay. Thank you very much.
But,
it's interesting that you had, no, thank you very much. And it's interesting that you are yet, continuing to identify what biases might exist. So you kind of have to learn as you do. Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely. This is quite new technology. The models can be unpredictable. So it's important to build in guardrails and several layers of safety, but also continue to evaluate how they're performing, where the biases are, and just retrain to eliminate them.
Right. Does it feel fair to all of you on the panel that are we still in the early days? I feel like 3 months ago I might have been on a panel and I was saying, this is still the early days of AI and the use cases are still being figured out. 3 months later, do we still feel like, are we still in the early days of figuring out AI, or are we well into it now?
Okay, so I think I would really liken the AI, buzz with the internet buzz. So even till date, there are still some, states and countries, for instance, Nigeria, where I'm from, we still have issues with, internet connectivity in some places. For instance, just today, I think MTN had to increase tariff of, our data plans. So, and, internet came into Nigeria in, I think, 2002. So 2002 till, 2025, that's a lot of years. So, and we are still not there yet. We are still, sort of scratching the surface or in between. So I think for now, it's similar with AI, right? Especially in Africa or Nigeria, where I'm from. So we are still scratching the surface, actually. And I feel we still have a very long way to go in ensuring that, we actually get there. It's going to take a lot of years, but definitely I can see, the light at the end of the tunnel. Yeah.
It's this one. So I think talking about let's say, the wild adoption of AI and the number of possibilities it opened recently, we are still at the early days. Like AI didn't start at ChatGPT. I think that's the mistake all of us are doing usually. We think AI as November 2022 when ChatGPT came out. It was well before that. And yeah, we are still discovering new use cases. Yeah, I think it's still early days in the sense that, for me, AI today might be looking like what medicine looked like, I don't know, in the 80s or in the 90s. Like, 18th century, I want to say. People are doing medicine, but it's still new. We don't necessarily understand everything. Like, we know that things are working. But I think even to date, explaining exactly what's happening, what's going on in the AI models, it's an active field of research. So yeah, we are still in the early days, and I think the future, like before transformers, maybe we didn't know that transformers will have this impact. Maybe we are going to have another kind of model, like in the following years, and we'll all forget about transformers because we'll all jump to that new architecture. So yeah, for me, it's still early days, and there is still a lot to do.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Maybe one last comment around who do we need in the room in order to make sure that, who do we need to partner with, like in each of your cases, in order to actually make progress? And
okay, I think for us, we need access to OEMs or mobile devices, because we are building softwares, and these softwares does not exist in a vacuum, right? And our users pretty much are mostly low-income earners, right? So we need access to or partnerships with OEMs, mobile phone manufacturers, to be able to propagate the use of our solution for millions of visually impaired persons.
Jay, I know Jacaranda Health works a lot with governments. Who do you think needs to be in the room for things to move forward?
Policymakers, I think you'd mentioned, Helen, education, and not just for students, but also for policymakers. And getting them up to speed about what AI actually is, what it's capable of, what the pitfalls are, and how to think about it from a regulatory perspective, in addition to all the data protection laws as well.
Thank you. I think there's a lot of conversations on regulations happening at the AI Action Summit, and also even here a little bit. Thank you very much, Jay.
Yeah, so I think, as we are saying, so people in regulatory sector, the people actually building the models, because sometimes I feel like they are, like, we talk about regulations, but we want to talk about regulation in the absence of the guys building the actual model. And I think they are the, thank you very much. And I think they are the ones that are better placed to explain to the others how this technology works and where the pitfalls are, because there are a lot of people selling too much about AI capabilities. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that like it's not changing the future. It is, but sometimes I feel like we are overselling it, and I think technical people usually are not overselling it. They are saying what's possible now and what could be possible in the future. And I think it helps to know that this is the state of AI. Now we can regulate based on like very clear possibilities and not just speculations.
Yes, I think one panel ended with "to the builders," wasn't it? Yes. Séverin, do you have any suggestions also on experiences of who you need to partner with when it comes to women and your Women at Tech organization in terms of improving your training programs?
Oui, effectivement. En fait, nous sommes une ONG, donc nous avons besoin des partenaires qui pourront nous accompagner à mettre en œuvre nos projets. Et je dirais que ces femmes que nous formons, nous les mettons à disposition des startups béninoises, que ça soit local et puis dans l'Afrique en fait. Et elles sont compétitives, elles travaillent avec ces startups-là, elles mettent en pratique en fait tout ce qu'elles ont appris comme notion. Donc, je dirais, je vais lancer un appel, si vous me permettez bien, parce que nous sommes à la première cohorte et nous voulons former 1000 jeunes femmes dans ces domaines-là, l'IA et de Big Data. Nous avons beaucoup plus de demandes. Nous avons beaucoup plus de demandes et là, nous avons besoin des partenaires pour nous accompagner dans cette initiative. Beaucoup plus de projets ont été mis en place et déjà, pour la première cohorte, on était en partenariat avec la FREA, l'agent francophone de l'intelligence artificielle, qui nous a accompagnés, et aussi Holding Bunjun et un appui financier de Certis Bénin. C'est un réseau social du Bénin qui accompagne à former ces jeunes dames-là. Actuellement, elles travaillent. Il y a certaines même qui sont dans les structures au Sénégal. Nous avons fait une conférence la fois dernière et franchement, il y a eu des témoignages. Nous avons aussi des vidéos, des témoignages d'elles. Et en fait, ça a donné un impact significatif sur cette femme-là, en fait. Et donc, d'ici les mois prochains, nous allons lancer en fait la deuxième cohorte de ce programme, en fait. Et je pense que vraiment, il y a beaucoup de demandes. Pour la première cohorte, nous avons 700 candidatures. 700 candidatures dans plusieurs pays, de l'Afrique aussi, Europe aussi. Nous avons aussi des demandes. Franchement, on est engagé vraiment à aller au bout de ce rêve. Et je pense que d'ici là, nous allons atteindre les 1000 jeunes femmes. Donc, les partenaires, en fait, beaucoup plus sont intéressés. Et nous avons le but, c'est d'ouvrir une école vraiment pour apprendre, pour donner l'avantage de l'IA. Parce que monsieur a dit tout à l'heure, l'IA, ça vient de commencer. C'est novembre 2022 que ça, en fait, nous avons vu les avantages. Si on va comparer les images que l'IA a créées dans les années précédentes à aujourd'hui, franchement, je vois qu'il y a d'innovation. Donc, il faut intégrer l'IA dans, en fait, là où nous sommes, dans n'importe quel domaine, l'IA nous accompagne. L'IA, en tout cas, moi, personnellement, l'IA est comme un outil, franchement, qui m'aide beaucoup à ne pas trop casser la tête, à vraiment chercher, à dire, mais écoutez, ce qui est là, ce n'est pas, en fait, ce n'est pas ce que vous voyez, c'est exactement là, en fait. Donc, franchement, nous avons besoin des partenaires pour nous accompagner dans ce domaine. Merci beaucoup.
Merci. J'aurais aimé qu'on ait que 2-3 témoignages des femmes que vous avez formées, ça aurait été fantastique, mais en tout cas, c'est super d'entendre parler. Merci beaucoup. Je pense qu'on va passer, we're just going to move to the questions from the audience, if there are any.
Robin Hofmeister, CEO of Cocoveto. We are a French company that is making AI for agriculture. We make some models, and we are working on AI models in local language for agricultural advice. Also, I think we are working with Microsoft, and I would be really interested in exchanging with you about exchanging our model and see which one is better in local language, in away or phone, to see if it could be interesting or not. On more of that, about your program in Benin, I'm quite interested about helping women in agricultural sector and helping them to manage agricultures or be advisor on the agricultural sectors, so we could work together.
No, we'll just take one question. Yeah, we're really running behind. So this is the golden question, hopefully. Okay. Oh, Michelle, online. Oh, wow. Michelle, okay, well, let's answer this question as we figure out Michelle's situation. Oh, we're ready for the panelists. Who's taking the question?
We don't know the question.
Oh.
Just bring the question and yeah, we'll see.
Not Michelle's question. Not Michelle, Michael. This question that was asked by the audience, we can start answering that one. Oh, beautiful. Maybe. Could we get a mic? Is your red light on? The red light needs to be on for it to work, I'm learning. Okay, it's still not working?
It's working.
Okay, so Michael is able to ask the question.
Yes, so Michael, thank you for your, hopefully you're still with us. You're saying, I would like to know if one can help small startup grow, mainly if all governments sell all contracts to the West. We develop Swahili large language models and no Swahili speaking country think to use it.
Hello.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I've sent this question pre panel, so this is a new panel. So I have a question for this panel also, especially Jacaranda, if it's okay.
Jay,
yeah, thanks.
Yeah, so I've been contacted when Jacaranda creating their LLM. It's called it was first Swahili LLM, and where we get inspired to to mimic Jacaranda. I tried to contact Jacaranda people, and unfortunately, I didn't hear anyone from Jacaranda. So when they say they want to collaborate, so does it mean they want to collaborate with the big companies only, or even a small startup like us, you can collaborate with us? That's just this question. So previous question I've sent is, it was from previous panel and no one responded to it. Sorry for that.
Hi, Michael. We're more interested in collaborating with smaller companies. I'm not sure where your question might have gotten lost, but I'll reach out to you. It's more effective if we as a small organizations get together and build. We can move faster, we can work closer together, and have, I think, more of an impact on the ground than working with big tech. So I'll reach out and we can take this conversation forward.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I love the sentiment here of working together. I think the last panel was talking about community build data. So I think that's the right sentiment. Thank you so much, everybody, and on to the next panel, I believe. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much.
To the panelists, and thank you to Kala.
Yeah, time to take a picture as we get ready for Mtoto News. Thank you so much for joining us, especially everyone that's online. We're giving you a shout out. We can see you. Not quite see you, but we know you're here. So thanks for joining us. And then Sabrina will be bringing on the next panel.
Thank you, Ashley. Merci pour votre attention. Est-ce qu'on peut applaudir encore chaleureusement nos panélistes, s'il vous plaît? Voilà, on a eu un cas pratique vraiment pour comprendre en quoi l'intelligence artificielle peut bouleverser l'écosystème africain, que ce soit au niveau de la santé, de l'agriculture et bien sûr dans d'autres domaines. Merci infiniment à notre modératrice et à nos panélistes pour avoir partagé leur expertise avec nous. Alors, on va continuer avec une autre session. Cette fois, on va parler de l'avenir, de la prochaine génération, de nos enfants et adolescents et le rapport qu'ils peuvent avoir avec l'intelligence artificielle. Un sujet capital parce qu'effectivement, on s'interroge beaucoup pour savoir quel sera l'impact de l'intelligence artificielle sur l'éducation de nos enfants, sur leur construction. On va pouvoir en parler avec notre modérateur ainsi que ses panélistes. J'invite monsieur Upendo Nabouir à bien vouloir me rejoindre, s'il vous plaît, pour poursuivre cette conversation portée sur l'éducation, les enfants, les adolescents et leur rapport avec l'intelligence artificielle. Upendo Nabouir, s'il vous plaît.
Upendo? Is Upendo in the room? Yes? No? Okay. We're paging you like at the airport. Amazing. Okay, you're the moderator? Okay, so you call all your panelists because you know the So, I mean, then you can all just have a seat. Are there any more panelists in the room? Okay. A lot of us are meeting here for the first time, so, and we're not sure who's online and who's in person. So, yeah, please have a seat. Yes. Mokui is here. Idris will remember you from before, so that's good. Yeah, I think we have the whole crew, right? All right, yeah, please have a seat. So we're going to be playing a video. So Are we ready? Are we good? Okay, perfect. Dr. Idris? It is your moment again. Sorry.
Where do you want to sit? It's such a fancy Wednesday. Everybody got their own initials. That's fancy. No, it's up to you. Do you want to sit at the corner? What do you want to do? No, we had
Amazing. Let's give Dr. Idris a round of applause. This is the second time he's coming on stage today. Shirley, you can sit on the same seat you sat at last time. All right, okay. I'm going to do a quick audience engagement thing to just see how people are feeling. I will ask a random question to the first person my eyes land on, and it happens to be you. If you could build anything in AI right now, you have the money, the resource, you have all the resources you need, what would you build?
Something around governance, optimization, and governance, way of better using our money.
Amazing. Did everyone hear what he said? No. Okay, you got to say it again.
No, I would build a solution that will optimize the way governments spend our money and use our money and detect corruption inside government.
A solution that helps us track how government is using our money. I'm going to take one more answer from you. Not at all? Oh my God, yes. I don't want to scare anyone away from the conference. Cool. Okay. I think we're ready to play the video. Maha, we good? No? All right. Maha is our big boss at the back. If she says we're not ready, we're not ready. Is there... We're ready? Amazing. Okay. Well, here's the long-awaited moment. I've been told about this video for a long time, so I'm very curious to see what video is going to play. And welcome to the whole crew.
The thing that I'm really excited for AI in Africa, especially for children, is the ability to have fun activities such as learning, sharing our creative ideas, and innovations with the world.
You can do lots of study, learning, learn how to script, do almost everything with AI. Yeah.
We as African children can connect with different people or different children in our continent, actually.
AI could make school even better for us and for other children, not just in Kenya, but across the world.
There are disabled children that are able to go to school, so they will get better education through AI, and it is cheaper because I would say getting data may be easy in some places, better than going to school where they have to pay school fees and transport.
Use AI like it's a tool. So when they need to refine something, they ask AI, how do I refine this and this to get a better result?
And another thing is that here in Lesotho, we learn geography, but we don't have an ocean. Through AI, we have a way to know about the ocean and without having to see it physically, but we can already create a picture, or AI can create a picture for us to know more about the ocean.
you so much. It is my pleasure to welcome you today.
The thing that I'm really excited for.
Sorry about that. So my name is Catherine, and it's a pleasure for me. It's a pleasure for me to welcome you today to this session where African children interact with artificial intelligence. I hope you can hear me. Great. So we have created different AI platforms with children, one called Haki, in relation to children's rights, and also another one called Kato, where it's climate child-friendly, simplified in the language of children. Right now we have a session that will be moderated by a child. Her name is Upendo. I do not want to talk so much because, as I said, Mtoto News, we are from Mtoto News, and we are child-led. So she will take over the session. Welcome, Upendo.
Okay, hello everyone. Thank you so much, Catherine, for this introduction. I am so grateful for this opportunity, and I'm sure other children are grateful to be at the forefront of this event. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Mtoto News and its partners, Kala, ADMI, Child Fund International, and Safe Online for sponsoring this event, this side event. And I would be making a presentation on what children all across Africa have said on how they interact with AI and their awareness on AI. As one of the lead child researcher in the It's a Fact. Frankly, we all know that AI is evolving rapidly. Us as Africans, we have been able to see that, and African children being at the forefront, being the ones who are growing up with AI. We are able to see that through the research, we're able to see that those children who are aware of AI, who are able to gain access to smartphones, devices, tablets, laptops, as well as AI tools such as voice assistants such as Siri, and as well as ChatGPT and other AI tools. There were a large majority, that being from urban, rural, and even conflicted areas in Africa. We are also able to see that in the usage of, the clips should be here for that. I'm not sure why. There are clips that should be here. I hope. Can someone cue them, please? The clips for the research. Okay, let me just continue with the presentation while it is put on. In the usage of media tools, devices, and AI, a lot of children were using it for research, such as what I'm doing. We went to, of course, you research through Google and stuff. Learning, communication, we all have to communicate one way or the other. You will always find a way to communicate with each other. And as well as gaming. You can't be a child and you don't game. We all have children here who game, right? You can't take them away from it. There are also AI tools, ChatGPT, Roblox, voice assistants, as I said, Siri. It makes life easier. Let's not lie. It makes life easier. Just press of a button. And as well as learning apps. These are all tools that we have used and children have said they use. There are also okay, so on the talk of AI learning and fun, a lot of children see that AI makes learning fun. It helps, in Kiswahili we say kuchangamsha. So it makes them more aware, they get more energized, more hype, in simpler terms, to learn more. This also helps a lot in STEM. So a lot of 64% of them have recorded a positive impact through learning through AI. Surprisingly, only 83% have noted that the AI tools and the AI characters are not real. So if your child says that the character they're talking to online is real, they're part of that 17%. Let's look into that. There's also privacy, which a small percent have noted that there is a concern about their privacy being upheld on AI platforms. Though a lot of parents and teachers, I hope you're one of them, have talked to their children about their safety concerns and how to keep themselves safe. In the future of AI, we can acknowledge that a large majority of them are very optimistic about our future going with AI in their development and in various sectors, with slight concern, which is important in daily life, having a balance between optimism and concern. There is also the tools. Surprisingly, a lot of children have a lot of ideas, innovative ideas on how AI can be used in education, climate change, even household chores, make things simpler. And then some challenges that we had seen were the accuracy in information, as information cannot always be trusted as much as AI is something that develops as well on its own through information. Humans can tamper with it, so we have to be careful on the accuracy of the information. Privacy should be something that we look into, data privacy of children, to keep them safe in their future. And the ethical grounds. This was talked about in a previous session, where we should look into the ethical backgrounds that this AI is operating on and developed on. So some of the recommendations are the literacy, in which data and AI literacy should be taught in school systems, as this will help guide children and basically guide Africa into the future, as we will need AI and this data literacy to help thrive in the future. As well as critical thinking is needed in the development, as we must understand how can we accurately and properly develop these systems. And then responsibility. We should all take responsibility of what we do on AI, how we develop it, so that everyone can be kept safe, as one person can impact a whole village. That is something I would say. So that is all for my presentation, and I would like to welcome Mukwimbi Ndio from ADMI to talk more about what ADMI is for now.
Thank you, Fendo, and thank you for your presentation. That was great. Thank you so much. So I'll introduce ADMI. We're so happy to be thinking about this issue with Mtoto News. So ADMI is a training institution. We're based in East Africa, and we equip young people with the digital and creative technology skills that they need to work. So we have been training for the past 10, 12 years in different digital media skills, including animation, gaming, film, music production, video game design, and business skills as well, including digital marketing and data analysis. And our main focus is getting young people to work, so getting children into, eventually into sustainable livelihoods over time. So we focus on very practical skills, we're industry-driven, job-ready skills, and we partner with global and industry leaders to make sure that we're giving young people the skills that they that will need to succeed in the global market. And so we focus that our students are, they're doers. Like once they get into a place, they can actually do and work. Oh. They can actually do and work. We focus on problem-solving skills, soft skills that they show up as professionals. So yeah, over the past 12 years, we've trained over 5,000 young creatives from all across the continent who are now employed or running their own businesses.
I would also like to ask a follow-up question on What do you think is the future with for African children and youths in AI?
So I think you mentioned this, Upendo, that AI literacy is critical for young people. As we've seen, as we've been training young people, the skills that we teach, which are cutting-edge digital skills, so film, animation, all of those in the past few years have been disrupted by AI, you know? So it's not enough to teach a person the technical skills, you also have to teach them the the AI tools, in order for them to be able to keep up with the global market. And so what we believe is that it's important to teach young people AI skills, to be able to use the tools, and then with the hope that, you know, we're going to be able to teach them to actually make the AI tools that work for them. So right now we're in the midst of a campaign, AI for Africa. So we're talking to schools and businesses and governments about how they need to integrate AI as we develop more, understanding and training solutions for young people so that they will be able to stay at the cutting edge. But it's really important that we can't sort of hide our head in the sands about this issue. We understand the safety concerns. We understand, the biases that current AI tools have. But it's important that we keep African children at the cutting edge of this technology.
Okay, thank you. And I understand there's supposed to be another video for children across Africa.
That over 1.5 billion children worldwide are navigating a digital landscape that wasn't designed with them in mind. Kids in Africa, Southeast Asia, Latin America, and Caribbean are growing up surrounded by technology. They make up a huge part of the population, yet their voices, culture, and unique needs are often left out of the tech that impacts their lives. Most AI models and digital platforms weren't designed with children in mind. Why? Because their voices were missing from the conversation. The result? A digital world that can put them in harm's way. The problem isn't just the tech itself, it's the choices made by people behind it. Every algorithm, every button, every feature is a decision. And here's the kicker. Technology is a choice. Each feature is crafted by people. When those choices overlook what kids really need, it can lead to serious risks. That's why we created the Kutunga Initiative. Our mission is to empower software engineers and developers from the Global South to create child-friendly systems, including AI. Online safety isn't just about rules. It's about building safety right into the technology we use. So we are aiming to train 50,000 software engineers in Africa, Latin America, the Caribbean, and Southeast Asia over the next 3 years to design safer digital spaces for kids.
Global Learning is an edtech organization that is focused on providing quality education in today's digital world. We are excited to partner with Tutonis in the upcoming Kutunga program. This Kutunga program aligns with our mission, which is to provide inclusive and innovative e-learning experience.
The benefit of being in this program is really when it comes to matters surrounding child safety. We now live in the age of cyberspace and AI, and it's encouraging to be able to know how best can we also learn about laws that govern these spaces in terms of being able, again, to deal with the minors and the sensitivity that comes with dealing with that particular audience. I think thirdly also is that this becomes very fascinating, whether from a research perspective and also in terms of incorporating different stakeholders within the ecosystem, multi, inter, transdisciplinary, in terms of being able to come together.
Our approach is built on 5 core pillars: training, evidence-based research, collaboration, ethical design, real-world impact, software engineer or developer. But we can't do this alone. We need industry leaders, educators, policymakers, and innovators to join us in putting children first. By embracing a child-centered approach to coding and AI, we can shape a future where technology meets the needs of all children, no matter where they come from. Together, we can build an innovative ecosystem that's diverse, inclusive, and most importantly, responsible. The future is in our hands. Let's make sure it's built with care, compassion, and commitment to our kids.
Okay, now on to the panel segment of this session. I have a firm belief that no one can tell me about someone better than themselves. So I would like our panel to introduce themselves while answering our first question, which will be, as we all know, AI is evolving rapidly. We already said that. So now in one sentence, I would like everyone to tell me, both the panelists here on the ground as well as those online, I would like for them to say what excites them the most about AI in Africa, especially for children, given this is a child-centered conversation. On to you first.
In one sentence?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Amin Idris, and I'm on the work. I'm the Director of Infrastructures and Energy and Industrialization at the African Union Development Agency. Right? I should say that this is the most difficult panel that I have ever had on technology and AI, because you are asking us to speak on a matter that we always actually really forget, how we actually, whatever we are doing, how does it impact the life of our children? Because usually we really overlook that. We don't necessarily go into this conversation. So if you will allow me, I will come back later to talk a little bit more about what I want to say. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so a little bit about myself. My name's Samantha Wolf. I work for an organization called In Hope. We have 55 hotlines in 51 countries around the world, and we work to remove child sexual abuse material from the internet. We work very closely with the internet industry, law enforcement, international law enforcement, and national law enforcement around the world, and I'm responsible for expanding the network. So I work in a lot of African countries and a number of countries around the world to set up hotlines being places to which the public report child sexual abuse content. So the terminology is a little bit confusing, but a hotline is not a place that many of you will know of as a helpline. It's a place to which the public reports child sexual abuse material for removal. So we work with the internet industry in the country to make sure that content is removed at source. And if you've got any questions regarding In Hope, the organization I work for, later or on the panel, then please don't hesitate to come and talk to me about that. I'm also on the board of Entoto News, very proudly. I'm on the board on a few boards, but this is the only African-led and child-led board that I am on, and I'm very proud to be part of it. And I think the most, one of the most exciting things, because I think with AI, we don't really know what's coming, but with one of the most exciting things is the potential and the ability for Africa, the countries in Africa, on the continent of Africa, as well as other countries in the southern hemisphere, is that possibility and the potential for inclusive and equal access to education in a way that wasn't there before, and also African-led initiatives. I think we've heard a lot today and this morning. I don't know how many of you are in the panel. I was going to say just before lunch, but lunch sort of didn't really happen. Maybe the third session of the day, I don't really know, on data centers and the fact that Africa is, and there's a lot of homegrown African businesses and initiatives regarding data centers, and the ability that, and the smarts that are in Africa, if they just have the ability to fly, then I think Africa can absolutely look forward to the future itself and make sure that the way it it is able to take leadership and ownership of its own data, of everything that it's doing, that it can do itself, I think that's an incredible opportunity, and it's very much provided by access to AI and access to artificial intelligence for our young people. On the flip side, we have to be careful of the dangers, and I'm sure there's going to be a bit more discussion on the dangers of AI, potentially the dangers of AI and the dangers that we're seeing already in the child protection space. So I think I'll leave it there for now, but we'll probably come back to more discussion after.
This is making my intro easier. Hi, everybody. My name is Maria. I'm not going to pronounce my last name because nobody's going to be able to pronounce it anyways. But I am the executive director of Safe Online. Safe Online is sadly, the only global fund focused on child online safety. And we've been funding solutions over the past 8 years, and so far have raised and invested $100 million in over 100 projects. Out of those $100 million, $25 million have gone to the solutions and projects in Africa. And we're a really proud supporter of Mtoto News as well. But what makes me really excited about this moment in time is that aside from the fact that kids are really excited about potential of AI around education, around skills, around overcoming barriers to language and access to information and all these kinds of things, the most exciting thing for me is that I feel that kids are this time around really refusing to be passive recipients of technology, because social media was sort of a space which was put onto us by a bunch of people from US having some ideas around how to better access information, who to date on campuses and universities, right? And now we have this whole mess in the world around how social media is influencing the ways in which our kids are behaving online and all the harms that come with it. But now kids are really wanting to learn about AI and they want to participate. And that to me is they're demanding ethical and safe AI, and they're really clearly voicing their concerns around trustworthiness, around information, around what AI is and is not. As you say, Upendo, like, do they even know that it's a machine or it's not a machine? And it's a really important piece of information for kids to know how to behave online. So I'm really excited about kids having a voice in this time around, and hopefully the governments and ministers that spoke last night will actually take kids seriously in this debate.
I would also like to go to our online panel. I hope they had the question. Introduce yourself.
Should I proceed?
Yes.
Okay, good afternoon, good morning, everyone. My name is Joshua Ongwae, and I am calling from Nairobi. I work for Child Fund International as Senior Advocacy Manager for Africa and the liaison to the African Union. It's exciting for me to be in the panel here. And at Child Fund, we advocate for the rights of the children, among other things, online, where we advocate for a safer digital environment. We do it at the African Union level. We are in Asia, Americas, and Africa as a whole, where we are in a number of countries, about more than 9 countries. So for me, what excites me the most is the fact that AI is opening up education and providing opportunities for especially children, for them to thrive, to learn and authenticate information. You know, when a child hears something, likely they will go online, you know, to try and check whether this information is accurate. So I'm seeing a new lot of innovators from Africa, you know, children innovating, coming up with solutions on climate change, on health, you know, on education. So that's exciting for me, and I look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Okay, if I may go, I'm also online. Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me very well. My name is Nena Tundu. I work with the AU Department of Health, Humanitarian Affairs, and Social Development. My portfolio is, one of my portfolios is on online child sexual exploitation and abuse. And I'm very happy to be part of this discussion. I've been following it here and there from the beginning. And this is a great opportunity to also bring forward what we've been doing. Madam Moderator, you said one sentence. Okay, if I may switch, because if you may allow me to switch off my video for a minute because of sometimes network connectivity, and I don't want to lose the connection. Is that okay, Madam Moderator? And then I'll give you my sentence or what I need to say. Is that okay, Madam Moderator?
Yes, it's fine. Do what is best for you.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so what I think excites me about AI in Africa, I think AI presents an excellent opportunity for children. So I work, in general, I work within the child protection framework. So I think what excites me is that AI presents an excellent opportunity for children and young people in Africa to grow. And AI can also help to bridge gaps in education, as my colleague Joshua said, such as providing vital and extensive information for learning and research for young people across Africa. Even those in remote areas have access to some sort of device which they can learn from. But this requires significant investments and upgrades in technology infrastructure and capacity within the African context. And AI also expedites complex topics for expansion of knowledge, modernizing African economies in commerce, business, and trade. And I would just like to say that for young people who are wanting opportunities in small-scale entrepreneurship, and they need information on market research and how to access these entrepreneurship opportunities that they may have. Young people and children have amazing ideas, and they know from dealing with children, since I'm dealing with child protection, they know what they want, but they need that information and that investment, like I said, in market research and access, and also improve logistics towards as they grow if they're given the opportunity to improve their small-scale businesses, that they can eventually formalize those businesses. And one of the key things is that we do have a child participation platform in the department I work in, where we do discuss these issues with children from the ages of 12 to 18, and sometimes a bit older, so young adults as well, so that we can hear their perspectives and hear their innovative solutions on how they can contribute to also not just developing themselves, but also solutions on how they can contribute to protecting themselves when they're on data platforms. And it was mentioned earlier in an earlier panel about the DeepSeek AI model from China, which is a good platform on solving mathematical problems, coding challenges, and situations requiring multi-step logical thinking. We have that as well, which we don't, meaning we do have those kind of initiatives. One is called the African Girls Can Code Initiative, which encourages, we've been in partnership with ITU and UN Women, and it encourages girls and young women to be more involved in STEM subjects, particularly programming and coding, and also in robotics and other areas. But it's important that they need to be able to be safe when they're doing these things online, that what they're developing, because some of them have developed amazing apps. Two of the apps that come to mind at the moment is one on how to help girls at risk of gender-based violence, such as harmful practices, child marriages. This is an area I also work in. So they've developed apps on reaching out to girls who are at risk of these gender-based violences. So I'll stop here, and I hope I have an opportunity to give more information. Thank you so much. And also, one last thing, I'm sorry, Madam Moderator. In the previous panel, the one before, one of the ladies, I think she's from Kenya, she talked about digitizing African language by communities. This is also important, and this is something children can also be involved in. We cannot underestimate the minds and the ideas of children. They have to be involved in this discourse because it is about them. They are the future. They're the ones who understand what the issues are. So thank you, Madam Moderator. I look forward to having an opportunity to discuss further in this panel. Thank you so much.
Some of the other online panelists, are you there?
A couple of hands up, so I wasn't sure if there's an order by me. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here with you all. For me, it's more an opportunity for continued education, learning, and growing from you all. And I think that also speaks to what is exciting about the conversation and the times we find ourselves in. But first one, my name is Usang Maria Asim. I work at the Dalla-Oma Institute for Constitutional Law, Governance and Human Rights. We're located in the Law Faculty of the University of the Western Cape here in Cape Town, South Africa. And I spearhead the Children's Rights Project, where we tackle a range of issues on law, policy, advocacy, and grassroots mobilization with particular focus on different aspects of children's rights. So in that regard, we serve as a technical partner to the African Union Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. So we're engaged in their research, development and output, as well as in trying to advance the work of the committee in the promotion and the protection of children's rights. Back to what is exciting, I agree with what all the other panelists have said. Just to highlight that from a children's rights perspective, what is particularly exciting for me is over the years, we've been at pains to just explain what exactly children's rights is all about and to move away from the paternalistic approach of only seeing children as vulnerable and in need of care, but not necessarily giving credence to their agency. So I think with AI and all that is happening in this day and age, we are now able to see that the young people are actually the ones who are the drivers of this change. They are the ones at the forefront of the process. And as such, we have no other option if we want to advance and make any progress than to empower them and give them that agency to drive the process so that we all learn and continue to grow in the process. Thank you.
Okay, we shall go on to our child panelists. Then we can finish with Mr. Idris for this first question.
Okay, hi everyone. I hope you can hear me. Madam Moderator?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Godwin Moza, and I'm a child rights advocate from Zimbabwe, and I'm also a national delegate of Children's Matters in Zimbabwe. And above all, I call myself, I am a Pan-Africanist. So what is so exciting about AI for me on a child perspective, speaking from children's perspective, is that AI has created a space or a platform for us as children to learn, and it has helped children in their school assignments, projects, and etc. And also AI has helped children to create songs and even animations, which is fun and good for us as children, for our development and our growth in the digital technological world. So AI also has provided a sense of digital growth in children, which is a good thing for African children, for them to grow up in a world that is digital, that is technology. So that is what is most exciting about AI for me. So I would like to thank you for this opportunity for us as children to share our ideas on this crucial topic of AI. Thank you, Madam Moderator. This is for me.
Okay, thank you. The next child panelist. Hello?
Please unmute.
You're still muted. Okay, there seems to be a bit of an issue, so we shall come back to Mr. Idris as that is being sorted.
All right, let me go back. I was saying that this panel is probably the most difficult. Why? AI and children, or children and AI.
I am not sure whether I can be heard. Kindly unmute the Africa AI Village. We cannot hear anything, those online.
So I continue? Okay, so say again? Yeah, okay, I will continue. I was about to say two things. I will speak first as a father, because I'm a dad of 3 girls, 1 year and 1 month. So she's born within the AI, you know, and then 12 years old and 14 years old. And how challenging it could be, actually, it can be today for parents to educate children in and to follow up on their education, especially even on the curriculum and what they are doing at school, to make sure that they learn, they improve, and they succeed in a world where solutions to problems that are typically being given to them at school could be resolved in a matter of seconds through ChatGPT or Gemini or those kind of things. That's number one. And how to make sure that they keep continual learning how to write by themselves, but even writing by hands and not necessarily only typing, when we know that actually learning how to write using your hands actually improves as well your brain. This is, I think it's a challenge that whether or not we want it, we would have to face it, you know, as parents. If we want our children to thrive as well, to adapt, to become better than us, we need to face this challenge today, you know. And I have the impression that many parents are not really aware of this point. Of course, when we talk, it's slippery, you know. It's my fault, because usually, yeah, thank you. If it's not you, it's me. Sorry. So whether we like it or not, this is a challenge that we would have to face. Because every time I hear a conference about technology and children today, usually people keep focus on the matter of regulation, protection, which are extremely important. But we forget actually really to mention how we can help parents to cope with those challenges that they are going to face. That's number one. And then number two, because I'm very much aware of those challenges, I have decided since the beginning of ChatGPT to say, well, am I going just to rely on what my kids are going to learn at school, knowing that in one way or another, ChatGPT will be actually going to school. Children would use it, whether we want to or no. Teachers will be challenged, definitely. So what do I need to do, and how am I going to tackle this challenge? The first thing I did was to make sure that my daughters learn programming, not just the programming that they are learning at school, because of course at school they learn, they are 14 years, 14 years old, she's at grade 10, and then 12 years, she's actually at grade 7. So obviously at school they will learn about they will learn about robotics. They learn as well kind of light, I would say, programming, using actually the visual and the object programming, the Scratch that they use at school. But I wanted them to learn problem-solving methodology, to understand proper algorithm, and then to understand as well proper programming using Python. This is extremely important because, and in my opinion, this is really what is right now missing in the school, and we really need to bring kids to start learning problem solving so they won't be actually overcompeted by the AI. They need as well to learn before even to say that AI today can help you coding. They need to understand what coding is themselves. They need to master somehow as well coding themselves before to use the AI to debug. Actually, it's extremely important. They need to understand how to write by themselves. This is extremely important. So those are the things that I think are challenges that we are facing. And as a parent who is very much worried, not just aware, I'm worried about what the new world actually would be. I have decided to take up on those challenges to make sure that my kids, my daughters especially, will not just be prepared for the new world, but should also be part of the ones who are going to lead it. This is extremely important. And then finally, the last point I want to mention, we are selfish. We always think about our children, but we live as well in a continent that is characterized by a huge digital divide. During the COVID, we could see children from wealthy families, high-end middle class, did not really have education interruption because our children could actually go to school, connect directly, use Zoom here and there. But 80% of African children don't have access to, or 90% don't have access to computers, don't have access to digital solutions. And then, and that will continue now in this world that is going to be characterized by the AI. Majority of our schools in the rural area, in the remote areas, in the poor areas, in towns, in cities, don't have the infrastructures, even to cope up with the existing education needs. Then now imagine in this new world, the digital divide will keep actually increasing. So we definitely need as well to think about innovative solutions. And that time, I'm not speaking as a father, I'm speaking as an official working for the Pan-African organization and handling public policy. So it's not just about the protection, it's actually really about paving the future, a more inclusive future, more equal future for all the children, not just the children of the few, the ones that who have, but also most of the children from everywhere. How are we going to cope up with this challenge? In the previous panel, somebody was talking about satellites. So how can we use satellite infrastructures? How can we use radio? How can we use television? How can we use any kind of infrastructure so we can come with a new model which is adapted and that will give the same access to all the children to this technology. Because this technology is going to kill thousands of jobs. It's going to transform our industries. It's going to transform the way we deal with businesses. And then if we are not careful, in the next 10 to 15 years, we are going to have a group of children from very wealthy families who are going to be perfectly adapted to this world. And 95% of our children from majority of our citizens who are going to be totally left out. For me, this is the biggest challenge that we are facing, and we need really to address that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much. Due to time, we'll have to cut off this conversation here. But I would like us to continue this conversation on our socials with you hashtagging Africa AI Village. And I would like one of the children online to give a closing remark on this discussion on their involvement in AI as a child. Godwill, if you may.
Okay, thank you very much, Upendo. So my closing remarks is that as children, we want AI for African children to be fit, and we want AI to be child-friendly wherever we do our things or whenever we search for information. We want the language to be child-friendly as African children. And also we want AI to reach all the African continent, be it in rural areas, be it in urban areas, so that we as children, we get access and we get involved in the AI world. So, and also I would like to say to tech companies like TikTok, that you have a major responsibility to ensure that child safety is there in online platforms. Such companies like TikTok, they should remove appropriate harm or dangerous content which distract the full potential growth of a child in an online space. And they should also prevent exposure to adult content which contain violence and sexual and any other content which is not good for a child or relevant for a child. So we as children from Africa, we want AI to be fit for us, and we want it to be a child-friendly so that we as children, we understand it. So that is from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. That is our session, but I hope this conversation can continue on our social media platforms, as we all say, that is our global village. So let us continue the conversation there where we can all be engaged. Thank you.
A big clap to our moderator. Well done. Huh? Congratulations to you.
Merci infiniment. Est-ce qu'on peut applaudir chaleureusement notre modératrice ainsi que nos panélistes sur cette question de l'éducation et de la jeunesse par rapport à l'intelligence artificielle. Alors, on va faire une petite photo de famille, comme pour chaque panel. Et ensuite, nous allons poursuivre avec une prochaine session, cette fois. Merci à tous nos panélistes, ainsi qu'à notre modératrice, ainsi qu'aux personnes qui étaient connectées et qui ont participé à cette conversation de manière en ligne, tout simplement, en distanciel. Merci, merci. Alors, on continue avec, cette fois, un autre panel à propos de la recherche liée, effectivement, à l'intelligence artificielle. On va s'interroger avec des chercheurs, des docteurs et professeurs qui vont finalement nous indiquer ce dont l'Afrique a besoin en matière d'intelligence artificielle et ce que l'Afrique veut et attend de cette nouvelle technologie. Alors pour ce faire, je vais inviter Ashley, ma co-host, à me rejoindre. C'est elle qui va modérer ce panel dans quelques instants. Donc voilà, on va poursuivre et ensuite nous aurons un dernier panel. Ce sera avec les startups qui sont au cœur de cet écosystème, nouvelle technologie et innovation. Donc voilà, ce sera notre dernier panel dans un dernier temps, j'ai envie de dire. Et pour l'instant, voilà, j'invite Ashley à me rejoindre sous vos applaudissements, mesdames et messieurs. Ashley, co-host de ce village Africa Intelligence Artificielle. Ashley, je te laisse la parole pour cette session sur la recherche.
How are we feeling? We need a break, right? Yeah, it's been on and on and on and on and on, yeah? Okay. Okay. So, you know, the people who are trickling, but I feel like the people who are tired. Okay. I love how everyone's looking at me to make like an executive decision. So, okay. Sorry? We have 2 more panels. This one, yes, the AI researchers, all the wise people in the room, and then we have the startup panel right after. Yes. You can survive? Okay. The survival is happening here. How are we feeling over here? Okay. Yeah, Alex, you need to give them what you're having. And how are we feeling over here? We're good? Okay, cool. Well, let's get into it. It's the... So I'm going to call the panelists that are here on stage. This is the first time, well, not the first time, but this is one of the times that I'll be the dumbest person like sitting here as we're having these conversations, because everyone's a doctor, PhD, and all of that good stuff. So I'll start by, so I will be moderating on behalf of Kojo. He's representing us in a different panel right now. Yes. So I'm trying to see who's in the room. So we'll start with you, Dr. Eric Mifari, because I can see you. Welcome on stage. Professor Jonathan Shock, I love that you look like your profile picture, so I can easily identify you. They lost the names. Okay. And then Naftali? Okay, Mr. Naftali, thanks for joining. Are you also doctor? Not yet, but you're almost there. Okay, that's good. Maybe you can encourage me to become doctor too. And then we have a couple of people joining online. Are they ready to join us, Maha? Not yet? Okay. Cool. So I will start us off as we wait for them to join online. In the interest of time, we'll start doing our... Is there anyone else in the panel that I haven't brought to the front that is in the room? Dr. Dennis is on the line. Amazing. Thanks for joining. They will be updating the slides for you and me, hopefully. But if not, we will just like take up the other people's. Okay, so we'll start with the introductions, and I'll start with you.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you very much. Gosh, so we've been sitting there for a while, and so it's quite strange now to all of a sudden be here and seeing the other perspective. So my name's Jonathan Shock. Better? Okay. My name's Jonathan Shock. I'm an associate professor in the Department of Maths and Applied Maths at the University of Cape Town, and now the director of the UCT AI initiative. I come from a physics background, but I moved into machine learning in the last 10 years. And now really trying to understand about the ecosystem of AI, predominantly within South Africa, but Africa more broadly as well. And so coming here and listening to everybody has been extremely interesting, and really looking at what the opportunities are for growth within the AI ecosystem within Africa.
Amazing. Mic test, mic 5. Okay.
Thank you, Ashley, and thanks everyone for being here. It's good to have an African village in Paris. I got roped into this a few minutes ago, but I'm happy to speak about this. Is that better? Thank you. My name is Eric Mibwari. I am a doctoral researcher fellow at Harvard University. My research is at the intersection of extracting the benefits of artificial intelligence while mitigating the harms or reducing the problems. My PhD in computer science investigated this question in the digital economy, in e-commerce platforms, in electricity markets, and in credit scoring algorithms. I grew up in Kenya and studied engineering first before switching to computer science. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible? Awesome. Yeah, my name is Naftali Ndongo. I'm actually from Namibia. I'm actually a lecturer in the Department of Software Engineering at Namibia University of Science and Technology, as well as a researcher under the UNESCO chair in digital technology design with indigenous people. So part of my work is, in addition to being a lecturer, I actually work with diverse minorities. So I work with 2 indigenous communities in Namibia, particularly the Ovahimba and the San communities, where we actually try to design sort of responsible AI systems for them, just to make sure that they are also not left out, right? Everyone is talking about AI, they're talking about how they can make an impact, but the question will be, what will really happen to the smallest guys on the ground? Talking about the diverse minorities. So that's what part of our work that we are doing.
I don't know why this keeps, I literally, he's taught me this. I promise you, I've taken this class 10 times. I failed all 10. I promise it's the last time I'll fail. So, Naftali, I'll start with you and the work that you're doing with Namibian communities. And we'd love to understand some of the lessons that you've learned working with them.
Wow, that's a very interesting question. All right, lesson number 1. Something that is always complicated is explaining AI to somebody who don't know what it even means. But throughout working with those communities, I've actually learned that as much as they have quite a number of challenges, they are also as open to AI just like the rest of us. That's one thing I've actually picked up. And this community also, they also want to be involved. That's why most of the work that we do, we always do core design. So we involve the community in the whole design process of designing these systems. And one thing is that when you go there, you're probably going to solve a language problem or an education problem. But before you solve that problem, you end up solving an entirely different problem. Sometimes you go there, then they tell you about, we don't have access to water, for example. Then that's where you have to start before you move on to solving the AI problem. But as much as those have been challenges, it has actually been amazing, and we are actually doing quite very interesting work on the ground. Thank you.
So as a follow-up to that, what can other AI researchers learn about co-creating AI solutions with communities as opposed to imposing solutions on them?
All right. So as researchers, we always have our own perceptions of how things should work. But when you go on the ground, it seems like you actually have to first start from the bottom, right? So you cannot just go and influence your ideas on what you are familiar with. So you have to try to understand the indigenous communities first, or the communities that you are trying to create a solution for. Otherwise, the whole solution will not work. And just throughout doing some of these things, like there's one of a very interesting project where we are trying to solve the issue of school dropout among these communities. And one thing that we had to do is we are using large language models, right? To actually try to create a sort of a resilient application that helps the learners, not to drop out of school. And one of the issues that came about was language barriers, right? So throughout that, it was supposed to be a minor project, but throughout that project, we actually scaling up to sort of a project that is about language translation, where we try to design a language translation system for that particular community. And that should also feed into other initiatives that are done by other researchers. So where we're actually trying to use artificial intelligence to create solutions for helping learners in education.
Amazing. I just want to take a second to welcome Dr. Dennis, who is joining us online. Dr. Dennis, are you able to say hello, give a quick intro, tell us what you do, and then we'll be getting into the next question.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone. My name is Dennis Mugusa, and I'm working with the Africa Research Institute for Artificial Intelligence. This is actually headquartered in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. So at ARIFA, that's an acronym of Africa Research Institute for AI, we are actually conducting researches. So we do research, but we also do capacity building, and in terms of training that are related to AI, but also we do advisory to policy. We review policies and help to draft the policies that are related to technology and AI as well. So we are working with African governments, but also the regional and international bodies. I'm also a part-time lecturer. I'm lecturing in the Department of Computer Engineering and also project management as well. So nice to meet you here. Someone has asked about the video. I do not see any place to switch so that I can be seen. I think this one needs to come from the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you for the introduction. I will wait to see if we figure out your video. In the meantime, I will move back to Dr. Eric for the next question. We'll be switching gears a little bit and talking about regulation and innovation. There's obviously always different schools of thoughts. There's people who think we should allow people to innovate more. Others think we should regulate AI more. Which school of thought are you on, and how can we make sure that we're allowing innovation to happen without compromising ethical and still safeguarding the public good?
Thank you, Ashley. So I mean, this question I've grappled with for many years because it was the centerpiece of my dissertation. One other way of looking at regulation is reducing harms and, fostering welfare in the population. So I do not fall in either school of thought. I think there is room for regulation in a way that doesn't stifle innovation. Maybe one example I can give that a lot of people may identify with, even those who are not familiar with artificial intelligence, is the onset of mobile telephony, mobile peer-to-peer transfers, and then or mobile money, and services on top of that. So in the mid-2000s, Kenya was the first country to initiate peer-to-peer money transfer, M-Pesa. And one of the reasons why it did really well in Kenya is because the government did not require you to have a national identity card in order to have this mobile quote-unquote bank account. It's not a proper bank account, but you can actually, you can have your money on there and transact with it. So in many ways, it's like a bank account. In most countries, to have a bank account, you have to have like a national ID or passport. But Kenya, for the first time, allowed people to have this financial account without having necessarily a bank account behind it, backing it. And this really allowed mobile money to take off in Kenya because it specifically targeted people who were not banked to begin with, right? So rural populations, people who live away from infrastructure, took advantage of this requirement or this flexibility that you did not have to have a bank account to have a transaction account to do peer-to-peer transfers. That's why Kenya became the #1 country in mobile money penetration and usage. By contrast, Nigeria in the 2000s and early 2010s required that for you to have a mobile money account, you had to have a bank account behind it, linked to it. And this really slowed Nigeria a great deal in terms of mobile money uptake. So that's one example of regulation stifling innovation, right? In countries like Nigeria in the early 2010s, and really the relaxed regulation enabling innovation takeoff. However, if we look ahead now, the transaction cost of mobile money P2P are quite high, even in countries like Kenya. And over the last, I want to say, 5, 6 years, now in Nigeria, because a lot of people have bank accounts, the banks started to come together and have this free, sort of like peer-to-peer money transfer that has a much lower cost than the mobile money offered by the mobile operators. So I just wanted to give you both sides, right? How regulation can stifle innovation, but on the other hand, over time, it can enable other forms of innovation. So it's not, black and white, right? So I believe that the kind of innovation that, the kind of regulation that stifles innovation is the kind of regulation which puts big barriers for entry, for example, by new competitors. So that is the kind of regulation which we should not be foregrounding. However, regulation which protects people, for example, by ensuring fairness and lack of bias and no discrimination, that is regulation which should be encouraged. Regulation which protects your data and gives you ownership over your data and your right to privacy, that is regulation which should be encouraged. However, regulation which puts barriers such that, let's say young software engineers who don't have like a lot of money are prevented from like doing a startup because they don't have like a huge capital outlay. That is regulation which should not be promoted. Was there a second part to your question?
No, it was what is your school of thought on that? And then how can basically policymakers help safeguard public good?
Yeah, okay, so maybe just to wrap this up, what I'm going to say is that sometimes when you approach this question from a point of view of the developed world, a lot of the countries in the West have had 5, 10, 20 years of taking advantage of artificial intelligence and benefiting from it, right? Whether it's in medical diagnostics, whether it's in the development of self-driving cars, and they've had enough time to tinker around with these problems and develop innovations which have taken them some distance. Then they've started noticing problems. Problems, for example, of potential weaponization of some of these technologies, maybe data privacy, but they've already advanced enough in their AI ecosystem to a point where it's so widespread that the problems can be noticed. If in the global south or in Africa, we put regulation ahead of innovation, then we will not even get to the point where we start to notice those problems. So I'm not saying that we should not regulate. I'm just saying we should give ourselves enough time to create enough solutions that at least we take advantage of extracting the benefits first before we start regulating. So we don't have the luxury in Africa of putting regulation even before we build any systems. And I'm not saying that we should be oblivious and sort of like walk into problems that we can see, but we should not be regulating our AI from the same point of view that advanced economies do it. When they've already taken advantage of AI, it's in their hospitals. If you go to San Francisco, you can get into a car without a driver, right? That's where they are regulating for safety, for cars. We cannot be regulating for safety for cars when we've not even built those self-driving cars. So just switch in perspective for Africa to know that
we should not be approaching regulation from the same point of view of developed economies. Thank you.
Amazing. So I just want to give a shout out to Bulelani, who has joined us from online. But because it is contextual, before I introduce you, I will ask the first question to Professor Jonathan Schock. And in the spirit of nuance, right, a lot of the research that is happening for foundational AI models is coming out of the West, right, global North. Now, how can African researchers basically, or what can we do to start developing our own foundational AI models that have nuance for the continent and the problems that we're facing?
Thank you. So I think for a start, people are already. So as we've seen, there are lots of people working on, for instance, large language models, but it may be smaller large language models, which are fine-tuned for African languages. And it's very clear that there's a lot of innovation going on within that space. I think it's also important to think about the difference between what we mean by foundational AI and foundation models. And foundational AI may be AI which is on the theoretical side. It's sort of the nuts and bolts of the machine learning systems. And I was at a conference a while ago, and there was a comment made which was that Africans should focus their research on African problems. And I think that that's short-sighted. I think, yes, there are many problems which are neglected, and a lot of the world is not looking at them. But if we're not developing the foundational skills as well, the ways to think about models, adapt them, build them in the local contexts, then we're going to be relying on models which have come from the global North, and I think that's really short-sighted. I think we're going to miss a lot of opportunities like that. So I think for me, a part of it is about building that pipeline of skills with people who are able to work on the applied side, and it may be on drug discovery, which is happening across the continent, it may be on language modeling, it may be on aspects of agriculture, but at the same time not to forget that there is a lot of work to be done which doesn't necessarily require enormous compute, that can be done working on the foundational aspects of AI. And so I think that the two really go hand in hand. I think the other thing to keep in mind is that one of the amazing things that Africa has, and I think that this is really shown in particular in the Indaba, the deep learning Indaba, and the Indaba X, which has come out of it. So the Indaba now, I think it started about, well, almost 10 years ago, 8, 9 years ago. And the Indaba X, which are the local versions of the Indaba, last year there were around 45 of them across the African continent in 45 different African countries. And this is amazing. And what this shows is that there's this incredible community there, a community of researchers who have a massive range of skills. And I think that to be building these sorts of foundational models, be they foundation models or foundational aspects of AI, takes utilizing the fact that there's this amazing community and really having massive sort of skill exchange, something that we are not yet tapping into beyond things like the Indaba, which is amazing, but I think that this can happen a lot more. And by exchanging skills, exchanging people, where mobility is not easy within Africa necessarily, but I think that this is something that we need to be focusing on so that we can build the capacity to work on these models, which are going to be extremely important to, yes, solve the problems which may be focused on Africa, but can be used much more broadly as well.
Amazing. And I think speaking of Africa, Bulelani, this is a good opportunity for you to introduce yourself, and then I'll be asking you your first question, and then right up will be Dr. Dennis's question. Yeah, go on, Dr. Harry. I think we're ready for you. Oh, I go with Dennis first? No, we need an intro from... Oh, he's not... Is he not there at all, or for the whole session, or just right now? Okay. Okay, I'll go on to Dennis, and let's talk about how researchers can basically partner with private companies to make sure that the research that we're doing doesn't stay theoretical and can start to get practical solutions, practical applications, especially for the continent. what are your ideas on how researchers basically can work with both public and private sector to implement the theoretical research that they have?
Thank you. Yeah, partnership, especially with international development agencies, this actually will significantly enhance the capacity of African researchers to conduct the studies that are related to AI that are not only impactful, but also the researches that will deeply resonate with local needs. So first of all, I think there is a need to have access to funding and resources. So this one can be achieved by seeking for the research grants and financial support. And here is where by partnership now we'll be able to provide the African researchers with access to the funds. And this one automatically will enable the researchers to have access to extensive computing resources that we are really lacking in African countries, but also building the infrastructure and hiring the skilled professionals for AI projects. But there is a need to have access to premium data and tools because many international agencies have access to these large scale data sets or advanced tools that can be used for AI research. But the other thing which would be important for the partnership is for the knowledge transfer and capacity building that now training and skills development. The capacity building efforts will increase the technical proficiency of local researchers, but also equip them with the latest tools and methodologies in the AI field. But also receiving of mentorship and guidance from the experienced AI researchers from different parts of the world, from development agencies. These ones will be able to mentor their African counterparts that they have partnered with, but building the local talent pools. This one will help to build sustainable AI research ecosystem by doing what? Maybe nurturing a generation of skilled researchers who can now lead future innovations. Finally, maybe, of course, there are so many factors, but also the access to global connections and collaborations. By partnership, we can be able to have the global research collaboration, whereby partnership now can connect the African researchers with global experts and also encourage the cross-border collaborations that will eventually facilitate the knowledge sharing and innovation as well. But for the policy advocacy, now be able to work with international agencies. The African researchers will manage to influence the global policy discussions around the AI ethics, data, governance, technology access, and international recognition as well for the local organizations to have partnership with international organizations. This now will elevate the visibility of African AI researchers in global research communities. And so it will lead to a more opportunity for collaboration in terms of funding and recognition as well. Thank you.
Just to double down on what you said, can you give us practical things that, let's say, this is what is happening today and this is what can be improved in terms of like how researchers are collaborating with public and private companies so that we can just see like practical applications of this is where we are today and this is what we should be aiming for to have a more quote-unquote innovative Africa AI future? Dr. Dennis, sorry, not sure if you heard my follow-up.
Okay, thank you. You mean how can African researchers leverage AI to address the continent's unique the challenges in the continent? If I have heard you correctly. Is it what you are talking about? I mean, how the African researchers will leverage AI to address the challenges that we are facing in the continent?
Yeah, basically, like, what is one quick win that we can have in terms of this partnerships that we're talking about between researchers and public and private companies? If we left the room today and tomorrow we want to implement one of this, what do we do?
Well, of course, first we have to build the strong research networks. For example, talking of Africa, then we need to have pan-African AI research initiatives. This can be done by fostering collaborations across the countries. So the researchers will be able to create networks that will help to share resources or knowledge and best practices. So this one will actually help in building a collective voice that is more likely to be recognized globally, but also contributing to open source platforms. In most cases, these open source platforms, we don't have that habit, but by partnering or participating, we create open source AI projects, not only to help us build local capabilities, but also to give African researchers a chance to showcase their expertise on international platforms. And we really need to engage with global AI research communities in terms of publishing and presenting research internationally, maybe to publish in the high impact international journals, or presenting at global AI conferences like the one we are doing today. So here the African researchers will be able to gain visibility and recognition as well by participating in these conferences and symposiums. So we need also to host these kind of events even in African countries, so that can be a way to showcase the innovations and bring global attention to the continent contributions to AI. I'm not sure if I answered this particular thing to what you're about.
Well, thank you so much for your answer. I'm still not sure if Buleleni was able to join us, but in case, Jill, you're on the call, please, someone let me know. Yes, this is amazing. Okay. So I'll give you a quick minute to do a quick intro of yourself, and then I'll ask you one question, and then I'll open it up to the audience because we have 10 more minutes, and we would want to spend that time hearing what you have. And every panelist can use the next question to get a question from the audience. Oh, wait, did we? Oh, we have you. Amazing. Okay, I thought we lost you again.
No problem. Hey, everybody. Bulelani Jili. I'm based out at Harvard University. I mostly work that sits at the intersections of kind of AI and cybersecurity and Chinese technology in particular. Yeah, that's it. Thank you so much.
Thanks for joining us. Give him a round of applause. You know, he's been joining us for a long time, and we finally... So we're going to ask you a question about, we had government people here, and we had people in private sector, and basically everyone is talking about data protection and us, I found out today that only 2% of African data is stored in Africa, and that was very surprising to me. So when it comes to policy, what kind of policy harmonization can Africa think about to drive more innovation in the continent, just given that everyone is coming out as a data protection warrior and data sovereignty is starting to look like we want to do it in Kenya and we want to do it in Uganda and Togo, but like where does Africa lie in that, and how can we harmonize some of these policies a little bit more for the better good of the continent?
Well, I guess the way in which I interpreted that question, I'm assuming it's supposing that like data harmonization could potentially support scaling economic activity on the continent, and in particular trying to leverage AI and supporting that kind of scale effort. Obviously, as you just noted, that at one level, the data is not necessarily stored in Africa. That in itself is not a categorical problem. It's more so a question of whether or not individuals and companies themselves have got access to that data, and whether or not they are sufficient enough, say, policy infrastructures that will allow for the easy movement of data across kind of borders and kind of across communities. So that way, innovations are made possible. So in terms of kind of questions of storage, that necessarily might be a problem in relation to how secure that data is. But in terms of where it's stored is not necessarily as critical. In terms of how do we then say, kick the ball forward in terms of ensuring a commitment to data harmonization. At one level, it's really about illustrating to stakeholders what is the significance and importance of data harmonization, and not just simply thinking about data localization. And then another kind of initiative should probably be driving the point home is about what kind of scaled economies are made possible by greater kind of access to data across kind of borders. And then, lastly, it will also be about speaking to people a bit about some of the kind of challenges that the continent still faces in terms of cybersecurity and cyber stability. But yeah, I'll just kind of hold it there.
Do we have any follow-up questions from the audience? I want to open it up to the audience to have a question that any panelist can answer. Are there any questions, or do you want us to keep going from the front? Michael has a question. Oh, Michael, that is online, has a question. All right.
Yeah. So first, I didn't introduce myself early. So my name is Michael. I'm a research fellow at University of Glasgow. So I'm doing AI developing model for telecom system. I'm also co-founder of a certified company which is located in Tanzania. I've seen this thing in Africa particularly. So today I was following up AI summit in Paris, and the EU pledged to provide, I think, 200 million for EU to develop kind of this super infrastructure, whatever they are going to do. I don't see this in Africa, and I think this is a shame, because all I can see, we are just trying to control, like policy, but I haven't seen a little investment in AI. So anyone from panelists, how do you see Africa in 10 years? Because I don't see Africa in 10 years in terms of AI, rather than just end users, because I haven't seen African, especially leaders, they're trying to do something about to create a developer. Because, for example, my company has 5 employees, and sometimes we're trying to develop something, but it's very costly for us to learn or get a support from government. Infrastructure itself is very costly. So from anyone from panelists, can you address this thing? Thank you.
Who was answering the question? Okay, wait.
Well, I'll just make a comment on it. It's true that African governments are not putting in the kind of money that the EU or the US or China are putting behind AI innovation. But that's a problem for all of us in this room, and there are folks who are thinking about it. Earlier today, me and Professor Schlack were on a panel about bridging the funding gaps for AI research in Africa. And in the meeting, we had representatives there from funding organizations, including, UNDP, the World Bank, and a few others. And the question we were grappling with is, if we have a certain pot of money, what should the money be put into? And I think the big debate was infrastructure versus talent. Because some of the recent developments have potentially shown, if it is true, that you don't have to put in billions of dollars to develop, for example, a cutting-edge language model, maybe there is hope that we don't need too much money for infrastructure. But at the same time, my point of view is that whatever amount of money we're able to put our hands on, we should invest in talent and education and research. Why? The reason is so that through investing in deliberate, painstaking research that is relevant, and education, and investing in infrastructure for education, we will be able to come up with a sort of exemplar use cases that show the government or show private enterprise that there is value in AI. Once we show private enterprise, for example, there's value for money in an innovation, whether it's in agriculture or health and education, then it follows that they'll follow the profit and potentially invest the big sums of money that are being required for large-scale data centers and large-scale large language models. So, I mean, just to your point, Michael, we could do more, but there are folks who are thinking about those things, and those folks are in this room. And the folks who are here, the folks who have hope that things can be done.
Anyone else wants to add more color? Okay.
To add on top of what you said, with my views, of course, I understand that we have a very big problem in terms of investment. But to my understanding, I think for the startups and innovation hubs that we have across the African continent, we really need to develop or come up with solutions that will definitely attract more funding, actually not from local investors, but also from international sources. Because the interest from venture capitalists and multinational tech giants like the Google, the Microsoft, the Meta in African markets will definitely accelerate. But the other thing, since we have the government decision makers, I mean, and we keep them engaged in whatever initiatives that we are doing, so then we should let them know that there is a need of drafting the policies, which also attracts the incentives. The government now to adopt the AI-friendly policies and in order to incentivize the investments, such as the tax breaks, the grants, and the dedicated funds for the AI startups.
Thanks,
so
Michael.
I think if the public-private partnership will emerge and also will enable the sustainable growth. I think that also might be of help. Thank you.
Yes, Madam Moderator, can I say something, please?
Okay, sorry, I'm just going to I will give Professor Jonathan an opportunity to respond first to Michael, and then we will hear from the child panelist, and then I will take one more question, the last burning one, and then we will be wrapping up the session so we can give the last panel an opportunity as we still have people. Yes, okay, over to you.
Sure, it's just a sort of a little additional point that the investment in compute, we're aware that AI technology at the moment is using enormous amounts of energy, and that's only increasing, and it's something that we have to be very aware of. Certainly within South Africa, where there's talk of the just transition, which is a transition to a green economy, which means that everybody can benefit equitably. These two things, I think, can go hand in hand in terms of development of green technologies, the real drive for renewable energy, hand in hand with the large amount of energy which is needed for compute. And this is something that Africa has an opportunity to really develop in. The resources that we have in terms of sunshine, in terms of the opportunities to build real solar power stations that can help power the compute that is needed. I think this is really important to keep these things in mind, and they can grow together.
Child panelist. Did you still have a question or a comment? Yes. Okay.
Yes, I have a comment. Thank you so much for giving me this time to talk. Initially, I wasn't able to contribute during the time that the child session was going on. The child session ended and I was not given the platform to talk. But nevertheless, my name is PC Philippa Kraidol. I am the national president for all children in Sierra Leone, and I'm speaking from Sierra Leone. So my contribution, which I would love to say here, is concerning giving a recommendation to people who are owning these companies, how best they can ensure that the AI is being protected when it comes to children. So first of all, what I am suggesting is that those people who are owning TikTok, YouTube, those social media apps, or even AI, what they should do is that they should ensure they create a platform where children can give their inputs and their feedback. Reasons be because we believe since children are the most vulnerable ones and we are being affected, they need to listen to our opinions. And if they want to ensure that these apps or AI is friendly, it can only be possible if they get the voices and the opinion of children. And then secondly, I am suggesting that they should educate us on digital literacy. One of the challenges which children, not only in Africa, but the globe, which means the world, is that most of these children do not have rich knowledge when it comes to digital literacy. And this is why you can see that they are mostly being vulnerable online because they don't know how to use it, what to post, how to post. And then advocacy and youth representation. So what we are also advocating is that while they'll be making this app, they should involve children, because when they involve children during the starting process, there will be good initiative or progress suggestion that will come from a child representative. So they should be involving children into it. And then the feedback which and the recommendation which I will give to government, since government is in charge of policies and government is ensuring that all laws are being implemented, governments should ensure that those owning these companies should implement what they promises. For example, when they are doing this AI, there should be age and they should specify age limits. So by that they can be able to do that. Oh, we are dealing with a child, and then government should hold them accountable of their work and their activity. And then lastly, the recommendation which I will give to all children as children activists is we should continue to raise awareness on AI. We should continue to raise awareness and educate our peers. Truth to be said, not everybody has much knowledge when it comes to AI. So as children activists, I just hope that when such summits, when I know that this summit will continue, and when the summits continue, they should continue to involve children representatives like what they are doing currently by involving us, though we are from different countries, even though we cannot make it in person, but at least let our voices be heard. And one of the exciting parts of AI, which I'm happy for, is the fact that it's going to create more apps, which these apps will be used by children as fun. They'll use it to play games, and also it will encourage them to do their assignments. It will encourage more females into the STEM areas, and then it will also help that children will evolve into innovation and make the impossible become possible.
Thank you
so
so
much.
much. Oh, look at us. What's your name? Oh, are you still on the line?
Wow. Yes, I am, but I'm done talking. Thank you so much.
But do you want to tell us what your name is?
Okay.
Sorry?
My name is PC Philippa Kraidor. I'm the national president for all children in Sierra Leone from West Africa.
Ooh, round of applause. I wish I could say your name so I could go and sing your praises out there. So maybe type it on the chat and someone will save it and we can post you somewhere, but very well done. It sounds like we got the closing remarks from, I can't say her name, but is there one burning question before we close this session and thank our panelists? We have, okay, that's obviously really burning. Okay, I'll bring you the mic.
Hi, panelists. Yeah, thank you for taking the time today. And we talked a lot about the challenges or problem. So I thought it would be good to actually finish on a positive note. You know, what areas of research excite you that's either coming out of Africa or in the next few years that you think will actually might make a change? So from a future-looking point of view.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, I think from most of the talk that we had here, we have a lot of folks talking about languages. That actually really excites me. So that we are already diverse. Imagine if we can actually easily communicate with each other. I think that's actually one of the areas where a lot of Africans are putting in a lot of efforts, and it's actually going to contribute quite a lot. And if we can communicate, then we can collaborate.
It looks like you wanted to add something. You should be, as I walk to the stage to finish. So
Sure.
Let's go.
Yeah, just very quickly. So drug discovery is an area that I think is extremely exciting, and there's an enormous sort of area of acceleration that can happen there. Africa has the highest genetic diversity in the world, and there are a lot of neglected diseases which are not being looked at by the rest of the world, and AI has a massive role to play, I think, in drug discovery. So that's an area that really excites me.
I managed to block you as you answered the entire question. My apologies. But thank you so much for the answer. And you want to close?
Yeah, just to finish,
All
I
right.
think is education. For those of us who are trying to get into technology, AI is making it a lot easier to learn now. There's a question of, for example, is AI going to replace software engineers? My answer is I don't think so. I think it's just going to make software engineers better. But more importantly for Africa, it's going to make it easier to learn how to become an engineer, a computer scientist, because now you can ask questions without necessarily having an in-person, live person tutor. You can have customized learning. There's not a lot of AI tutors being built. So I'm excited for that because it can be customized and it can be scaled, because one tutor can potentially teach thousands of students. So, and actually, if we combine what I'm saying with what he just said, if it's in local languages, then even better, because then we have, as Mandela said, speak to someone in, the language of their mother tongue, it goes to their heart. Speak to someone in another language, it goes to their head, right? If we can combine like the power of our local languages with personalized, scalable education, I think it's going to make a big difference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much, Dennis, Bulelani. I think it's picture time, and then we need to all get up and do a little dance. I saw that in, I think it's Japan or Korea or somewhere. They have to do dances in the middle of school, and it keeps them alive for longer when they're older. And so I think we're going to do a little dance after the picture. And then Sabrina will be introducing the next panel. And maybe she might lead us in a French dance. I'm bringing gender balance, These PhDs are so serious. That's the most serious picture I've ever taken in my life. Thank you so much.
Merci Ashley, on peut la raccompagner avec un tonnerre d'applaudissements ainsi que nos panélistes pour cette session. Merci également à nos panélistes qui étaient en ligne ainsi qu'à nos participants. Alors on va poursuivre avec le dernier panel, on va faire un zoom sur la créativité et les startups innovantes du continent qui notamment ont recours à l'intelligence artificielle dans leurs solutions. Un panel qui va nous être modéré par monsieur Léonard Mungaroulir. Bonjour. Hi. Ça va, vous? Est-ce qu'on peut l'applaudir chaleureusement, s'il vous plaît, mesdames et messieurs? Voilà, l'idée, c'est de laisser la parole justement à ces startups prometteuses et à voir finalement les challenges et les défis qu'elles doivent surmonter. Je vous laisse la parole.
Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. I know we are all tired, but I'd like to pick up from what Silas said earlier. Let's end on a positive note. They saved the last for the best, and they saved the last for startups. And we all know that AI without startups will not accelerate and deliver the Africa that we want. And so please help me, for those who can't move in front, so we just have an intimate conversation. We're going to make it fun. We're going to make it 30 minutes so that it's worth your time. I love to dance, but I don't know how to dance when there's a panel like this. She asked that people dance to get their energies up, but maybe if I can ask, just stand up for 1 second for a bit of mental work-life health balance for just a little bit. As I get my panelists seated here, please join me on the stage. Thank you. And if you haven't met your neighbor, if you haven't said hello, if you want to connect with somebody else, move to where they're seated and get to speak with them. Please, welcome. Thank you. Good. So, please have a seat. My name is Leonard Mungarurire, and I'm an associate partner with Dalbag, based in Kigali, Rwanda. I lead our digital data and AI work across the continent and also work globally. Dalbag is a social impact advisory firm that works in 30 offices across the world, including here in Paris. And it's an honor and privilege for me to be moderating this panel with these esteemed panelists who are going to unpack the question of startups and how startups on the continent are engaging with artificial intelligence, how they are disrupting, and how they are innovating. Now, we all know that for the last 2 days, and if you think about it, for the last 5 years, the conversation around artificial intelligence has been around talent, African talent, and the fact that perhaps there's insufficient talent, insufficient funding to unlock and support startups to scale. We often argue that the gap is particularly more challenging for startups that are seeking to grow, the missing middle. There is sufficient funding for startups at early stage, pre-stage, and growth stage, but the missing middle, and that gap is between $600 and $800 million on the continent. We actually did a study to see this. And the other funding around compute, many of you around this audience have been in rooms today and yesterday and prior where we are having conversations about digital infrastructure and compute, or conversations around regulatory and policy. So joining me on this panel, and as they come on stage, as they speak, they'll introduce themselves so you get to know what they do and how, to Silas's point, how they are seizing opportunities and how they are looking to the future to make an impact and to unlock more opportunities to create AI-enabled jobs on the continent in different sectors and in different use cases. As I wait for Mutembei to join, because I know he has to leave in the next 30 minutes for an important conversation with his investors. He's pitching to investors in the next 20 minutes, and so we'll have to be gracious to him. I'll start with him, and please introduce yourself to the audience when you begin, is to really, one, tell us the story of Fastager, and two, when you think about some of the challenges that African startups are faced with right now with regards to digital infrastructure and with compute, and how through Fastager you've addressed this challenge and the kind of opportunities you're seeing, and most importantly, the future outlook. I'd really like to leave this room, these 2 days, with a future outlook that paints a picture of the possibilities. Rather, we all know the challenges. Let's really anchor on the opportunities that we see. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Leonard. And great to meet again with you in another city. So my name is Mutembei Kariuki, co-founder and CEO of Fastager. So Fastager is an infrastructure AI deep tech startup really focused on finding ways that we can deliver online, offline, on-device ML and AI solutions, especially to solve the coming AI divide. One of the challenges, so we started in 2019, and around then, I remember interacting with colleagues such as Alex back then. AI wasn't and ML wasn't as sexy in Africa yet, right? Now after the ChatGPT moment in 2022, everybody started talking about it. But back then, you'd talk about AI, and especially doing AI in Africa, and everybody would think you're crazy. We'd go to investors, and investors are like, okay, I think you're wasting your time, right? you would say like there's no talent. So even though you're there with them and you're saying that we can actually build this, and they're saying no, it's like you don't exist. I think for us, our journey mainly taught us that one is the big challenge of even deploying machine learning and AI on the African continent is that right now it's very cloud reliant. If you're using ChatGPT or you're using a lot of ML models, you're very reliant on having a stable internet connection, good cloud connection architectures. But then the reality is that almost 60% of the African continent has never used the internet. Like literally never used the internet. So if already we have that huge digital divide, and then we are talking about people, getting access to whether it's personalized like learning agents or such, then you're talking about most of our schools are in places where electricity is an issue. You're talking about computers, you're talking about devices. Those are huge issues across the continent. And so we decided, our focus was actually going to be on edge machine learning and AI. How do you actually deploy models on, especially the kind of low-power devices that we have on the continent, right? We don't have iPhones, right? There are a number of people who have iPhones, but most of it is what? Is Xiaomi, Techno, Infinix sort of family of devices. And these are really low-power, low-connectivity devices in most instances. And so how do you, enable, whether it's a healthcare worker or an extension worker, in the periphery to actually be able to run a machine learning model? And so some of the things that over this period of time we've realized is that the same way, DeepSeek and the conversations now around DeepSeek and the previous papers that they had written, working within the constraints that they had and developing is the same way we need to also think as the African continent. Is like, what is it that we can contribute uniquely because of the constraints that we've had so that we can be able to actually, harness, the powers of machine learning and artificial intelligence. And one of the things that I also keep on thinking about is that, even in the US, they had the Apollo moment. Most people who are right now technologists and innovators in the US, or who built some of the large internet companies and who became engineers or computer scientists, can somehow connect it to watching Apollo. Right? But what is our Apollo moment like on the African continent? What kind of companies have emerged that have really inspired people and that are going to push us, right? In terms of language models, I think in Nigeria, everybody's talking about Awari right now and what's happening in that side. What are we trying to do to really inspire the generations of people who are going to be building machines? And it also reminds me of something else that I think out of our experience, we talked about the problems which are there, but something that Jeff Bezos was saying recently that, everybody is always asking, why is Silicon Valley the way it is, right? And he said something interesting. It is because of the risk capital. He mentioned something interesting. We're in Europe right now, and I think France just announced, I think, $109 billion for their AI. And Jeff said something interesting about the US is like risk capital. Someone can go and do a seed raise of $2 million to test out an idea. The reality is, on the African continent, that almost doesn't exist, right? Someone, putting risk capital. Recently, I think it was WeTracker that did a number and said, $2 billion was raised by, African startups in 2024. But if you actually look at it, a lot of that went into solar projects, right? One solar project takes 100 million, another one takes 200 million, another 300 million, because that is actually a very risk-free engagement. You have no technology risk because you're just importing those solar cells from China, right? You have no sort of like, consumption risk because they're just going to be connected to the grid. But there's no innovation there. There's no knowledge transfer. There's nothing that has happened there for those solar projects. And that's what's happening mostly in Africa. Unfortunately, there's not that much going on into, offering out research, kind of money that can go into deep tech, of technologies that can actually work on the continent well. Yet we have minds from all over the world. From the best universities in the world, you have African minds that are there. But on the positive note is I think there's already a lot of work that's going on in either small startups really trying to write papers or talent being developed, whether it's engineers, African engineers at NVIDIA. And the more we have this, the same way even the Chinese model was, where a lot of young people, if you look at a lot of papers, even for machine learning and AI, are coming out of Chinese students who went to American institutions. And so with the more and more we have that, and then we have an incentive for people to come back to the continent or from wherever they're in the world to build for the continent, then I think that will be positive. Similarly to our startup, my co-founders are in Sweden and have been working in the US, and now bringing that knowledge back into building for the continent. And I think the more we have of that, then the more benefit we'll have.
Thank you very much. And I want to pick up on his point. The more we build, the better for the continent. And we all know the role of hubs and accelerators. Even here, there was a business conversation run by startups in one of the biggest hubs in Paris. I forget, Station F. You probably have heard about it. In Africa, we have many of those. We have iHub, we have CC Hub, we have Noshken in Kigali. We have Noshken in Kigali. Ojoma leads CC Hub in Nigeria. But the unique thing about CC Hub is they're actually present across the continent. They're in Nigeria, they're in Rwanda, they're in Southern Africa, they're in Kenya as well. iHub in Kenya. And so they do a lot. And you all know the role that accelerators and hubs play. They incubate, they accelerate, they help scale, they connect, they help nurture and deepen relationships. And so we're going to ask Ojoma, she's going to help us unpack the role of hubs on the continent, what success factors, and she deals a lot with the creatives. Nigeria is a country that is known for its creative industry. So is Ghana, so is Kenya, so is South Africa. And I think looking at the power of AI and what AI enables solutions, creatives, and startups on the continent using hubs can take advantage of. What are you seeing? What exciting things are you seeing on the continent?
Thank you so much. Hello, everybody. For those who don't know CC Hub, we like to describe ourselves as a creative and innovation ecosystem enabler for the continent. That essentially means that we support people working in the creative industries and the technology and innovation space through incubation, acceleration, advisory. We have a few funds that we deploy, some off our own back, some on behalf of various kinds of institutions, foundations, development institutions, banks, and so on. We've been around in Nigeria since 2010. We expanded into Kenya by acquiring iHub in 2019, expanded into Rwanda, also 2019, Namibia 2023, and Togo, running the Janta Tech Hub for the Togolese government just a few months ago. But we support startups across something like 40 countries on the continent through our range of programs. Every year we support something like 3,000 entrepreneurs through the range of services and activities that we deliver. So I think somebody in the previous panel, somebody mentioned as well the role of hubs. I think it's critical. And we've designed our approach to fit what we know is the opportunity for hubs on the continent. I think the first thing is around community. And this idea that there needs to be a diversity of talent and capabilities that make any sector work. And particularly in our own sectors where we're cash constrained, we have to figure out how to make collaboration work. And we cannot collaborate with people that we do not know or people that we're not in communities with. So that's the core, I think, of what innovation hubs can bring, is bring diverse stakeholders together, whether you're talking about academia or whether you're talking about industry or you're talking about strategic partnerships with large-scale companies and so on. So I think that's the first thing. And we have many examples of where that has worked. In Kenya, for example, we work with Safaricom and M-Pesa to run an accelerator for startups across a range of sectors. Many of them increasingly are obviously building AI into their tech stack or their business models and so on. So I think that's the first rule, is around community. I think the second one is around infrastructure. We've talked about it a lot in the last several hours. And whether you're talking about basic infrastructure from high-speed internet to infrastructure around access to software or access to tools that people can use, I think that's a role that hubs can play. The third one, I think, is around capability and capacity, whether it's capacity for the founders or capacity for the talent that works for the startups. There is a big role, and we ourselves, we do a lot of work in that regard. We do all kinds of startup support programs, incubators, accelerators, but we also do a lot of tech talent development. We have a data science fellowship that we do in Lagos. I think Awari has employed a ton of our data science fellows from the fellowship. So we believe that there is work not just on the startup talent side, but on the supply side for talent for startups. So we do a lot of that as well. And then there's, of course, financing. We've been thinking a lot about investment models for startup ecosystem in Africa because we're convinced that the current models do not work. And so we have to figure out what does work. You talked about 100 million, 2 million risk capital for somebody to raise and try things out. We do not have that. And so the focus at CC Hub at the moment is, okay guys, we do not have it, what are we going to do? And over the next few months, we're putting resources into figuring out, one, where is the local capital and how can we influence governments to incentivize people with money on the continent to fund startups. They're not going to do it because they love the continent. We have to figure out incentives to make it interesting to them. So I think that's also a role that startups can play, is influence and advocate for things that benefit not just them as an incubator, but the whole ecosystem. Just a final point I'll make. I think one thing we do not talk about a lot is the fact that innovation hubs themselves need to have strong business models. And there's not a lot of work that goes into that at the moment. So we end up with hubs who themselves are not sustainable, who themselves cannot raise money, who themselves cannot practice what they tell the startups to practice, being the intermediaries. So I think we need to have a strong, hard look at innovation hubs and the support for innovation hubs. And we ourselves are starting to do that work. So increasingly, in the way that we've developed a methodology for startup support, and we have our own methodology that we've developed over supporting something like 10,000 startups. What is the model for hubs in Africa that works? Because again, it's not the Station F model, it's not the Y Combinator model, we need to figure out what is the model that works. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much. And as you were talking, I was reminded about conversations I've had with folks that have founded accelerators and hubs on the continent, people like Accelerate Africa, Future Africa, and many others. And the debate right now, even from the biggest philanthropists, although there are two sides of the argument, that there's funding, it just needs to be unlocked, even on the continent. Angel investors, family, friends, starting with those. And that perhaps the biggest challenge is the quality of business ideas and quality of pipeline. And so folks like Future Africa, Accelerate Africa, trying to address that challenge. I know there's a debate around that, and I want to come to Silas to maybe ask him to, yes.
I'm so sorry. When people say family and friends and funding in Africa, it gets my goat. Our families and friends have no money. So we should stop telling startups to raise money from their family and friends. Our families don't have any money. So we need to figure out a new model that works for us.
I hear you.
Sorry, I had to say that.
No, it's good. And that's the idea, to actually bring out these issues that are, deeply rooted in our content and context to figure out exactly what can be done to address. The other argument, though, is that while there's some good ideas, they need to up the game in terms of getting the ideas to prototype, to product market fit before you can even unlock that funding. And so the role of hubs, and you also work with hubs, but there's an entrepreneur in our midst, a serial entrepreneur, Silas. What has your experience been, one, raising funding? Because I said in my opening remarks that there's a funding gap of between 600 million and 800 million, acknowledging that that gap exists. And how do we sustainably, as African startups, address that issue? And also, three, how do we unlock the pockets of funding lying in this part of the world?
Sure. Should I give a background on myself as well?
Please do.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, first of all, thank you to everyone that stayed back this late, because I know we had timing issues as well. If we look around, I think this is a representation of the challenge that actually faces the Africa startup ecosystem. You know, the topic we're discussing is, what do startups want? And you know, as a small feedback to the organizers of this event as well, this is a great opportunity, a great room. Yesterday, when the ministers were here, the room was full. And we could have hijacked that actually to have the startups in front of them so that they could hear. But also, a lot of people maybe just wanted to take selfies with ministers. So we have this method of kind of putting, you know, maybe we don't get it, or we don't realize that startups are, they operate at the frontier, at the gaps in society, and they bring new things to society. And so it's a huge shame, because, you know, when you say what do startups want, and startups are here to talk about what they want, but no one is listening, that tells you one of the big problems in Africa and some of the challenges that we're tackling. So my name is Salas Adekunle, or Salas Adekunle. I'm a robotics engineer by training. I'm a serial entrepreneur. I've built products at the intersection of robotics, gaming, augmented reality. I've built companies in the visual AI space. I run a company currently working in the medicines manufacturing and discovery space, leveraging AI to help there. And at the same time, I'm also co-founder and CEO of Awari, where we are, what we're actually doing is not just building Nigeria's first large language model. That's a key part of what we're doing. What we're really focused on is building the critical AI software infrastructure that's missing right now. So as part of that is data platforms to allow you to actually digitize the reality in Africa. So that's everything, you know, a lot of people talked in previous panels before around building full stack capabilities. How do you collect the data, prepare it, build models, deploy them, and continue to run them as well? So just to give a flavor of the kind of background that I come from. So to answer, you know, some of the question, I guess, if we start from funding, 100% agree with you. The models that work in other ecosystems and countries don't particularly work in Africa. Yes, you know, some people might have friends and family, but if you're coming from lower to working class, the amount of capital that you even need for these types of frontier technologies that we're talking about, you might not be able to source that from, you know, your friends and family. Even when I moved to the UK and launched my first company, it's also about your network. As an immigrant, I didn't have a network of family and friends that had money. So it's not just the Africa problem, it's more to do with your socioeconomic background, which is kind of then a challenge on a macro scale when it comes to Africa. So, you know, to talk about the ecosystem, I guess a mix of, there is money in Africa. There are angels and investors that want to see Africa do well and progress. The business models need to be very, very sound, but there's also some education that need to be done. I've interacted with so many investors from the previous generation that mostly understand traditional business models. I think some of the roles that government and the general ecosystem have to play is advocacy, to communicate, you know, what the opportunity here, what some of the sizes are, and entrepreneurs need to do that as well. But I think one of the things that's missed is, for every startup and business that's built in Africa, it does two things. First of all, you're by default a social enterprise because you're creating jobs, you're creating opportunities. But the second is as well, the nature of startups is, if they're successful or not, you are working on problems that are so niche that you have to be innovative and come up with new methods to solve them. And these things have a way of filtering into society. If you look at some of the things that we can learn from the other ecosystems is, you know, a startup like OpenAI is built, you know, they have thousands of engineers. People eventually leave and diffuse into society and create other companies. And so the type of work that's being done here, the impact that something like CC Hub has had in terms of actually spawning and creating lots of opportunities, that might not even be able to be quantifiable. And we need more of these types of network effects. happening on the continent. I think I can, there are more that we could talk about, but I think I've just highlighted some of the problems and some of the challenges when it actually comes to fundraising. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Please give him a round of applause, because I think he's touched on very important and pertinent points around network effects and spillover effect from those engineers that leave OpenAI, and we want the same on the continent. I also think that your challenge to us, the organizers, is well noted, which is, startups, many of whom are seated here, should have an opportunity to engage with policymakers so they can actually understand the challenges you're faced with. So I'm hoping that the Global AI Summit for Africa that happens in April in Kigali will have startups actually speak in front of heads of state and be on the first day. I'm reminded of the Inclusive FinTech Forum. It's one of the largest African FinTech platforms that happen. It's happening in 2 weeks' time in Kigali. And 2 years ago when it was held, there were 3 presidents in the audience, and startups were on the panel engaging. And believe you me, some of the policy challenges they put forth to the heads of state were immediately solved. So you raise a very important point, and I'm sure Carla and team behind are listening. So for the next event, we'll make sure that this, it's very important. Yeah. But please.
To just paint a little picture, if you look at what's happening in all the other environments, right? Again, I'm not saying that these methods specifically translate to Africa. And I'm also acknowledging that we have an opportunity to build a different type of working model in Africa. But America is behind OpenAI, it's behind Meta, because these are their shining lights and they put resources behind them. France is behind Mistral. We're doing this thing where we're like, oh, what's the policy? There's too much, of course you need startups and the private sector and government to kind of work together, but we need to enable builders. I think that can't be overstated. It's just so important, and it seems to be lost on us right now.
Thank you. We'll switch to Dauda, and you also work with hubs. You work with startups, you work with innovators and entrepreneurs, Girls in AI, Deep Learning in Indaba. Earlier this afternoon, there was a session, and one of the co-founders of Deep Learning in Indaba, there's a lady who spoke passionately about the work they have done, and I want to connect my question to what he said and what she said as well, which is around community. You work with grassroots communities. How is Girls in AI and Deep Learning in Indaba helping to accelerate success of startups leveraging AI and other technologies in Senegal and across the continent? And are there a few examples so we can have that network effect and spillover going beyond West Africa to across the continent to get many unicorns, to get many more gazelles out of Africa? And please do introduce yourself as well.
Okay. Thank you. So thank you, first of all, for this invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. And just to answer to your question, I will just maybe have a bit story around Girls in AI. So Girls in AI was founded in 2018, so with a focus to build a platform where people can learn and share on AI topics, okay? And his main mission is to enable the talents, and to popularize artificial intelligence across West Africa. And we are a platform with 14 or maybe 15 now followers on LinkedIn and 3,000 members on WhatsApp. So, which is great because it shows how the topic of artificial intelligence in Senegal is growing, and people are really interested about that topic. And we have 2 kinds of activities, so which are meetups, so which are a platform where people can come and share on AI topics. And we have also workshops which are practical gathering where people come also to share on AI knowledge. And you also mentioned the deep learning Indaba community, which is a big community in Africa. And we have the chance last year to host the main deep learning Indaba event in Senegal with more than 700 of attendees, and 47 African countries were represented. So this year it will be in Rwanda, in Kigali, so it's a chance for you. And we are willing to have 52 countries in Africa to be represented on that event. And the main focus of deep learning in Indaba is to strengthen the machine learning and data science community in Africa. And if we have to answer to your question, we should know something, because we cannot build startups without having talent. So communities are focused on building capacity on the talent. So to have the capabilities to run AI models, to have the capabilities to develop algorithms. So it's really important for startups to start. And just to answer to your question, I think at Galcian AI, we collaborate with companies and startups in two kinds of ways. So we have hackathons where companies come with their problem, and at upfront we are dealing with them and see if AI can solve that problem in order to make more revenue. And just to give an example, we've get one hackathon with a telecom company, which the challenge was to build the churn prediction in order to know if this customer will leave our network or not. So we've also done one hackathon with a logistic company just to predict the time between the delivery time between the point A to the point B. And those kind of activities that we are running in with Galcian AI can show how we can nurture talents, but it's not sufficient because we should have also the support of the government, because startups, the problem with startups, they cannot compete with the big tech players, because they don't have the same amount of paycheck. So if we want to nurture those talents, we have to have a political strategy. Maybe the government should bring those big tech companies in Africa, or especially in West Africa. Or also, another way is to support our startups to have much more power to retain those talents. Yeah, so I think the main challenge is that. And also, just to add something, because I heard about this founder, Harari. Yes, if we want to build startups and we leave the continent, it will be also just kind of difficult to develop our continent, because of course we have challenges, and a lot of startups are leaving Africa now to go to United States or to come here in Paris to launch their product. So this is also, it's a challenge that we need to fix. It's a problem that we need to fix. And to fix that, I think we have to get some kind of ecosystem where we can have a strategical level of access to the policymakers in order to make them know that it's a really challenge that we need to fix, because if we don't fix it, those startups will be just developed in another country, but the comeback will be more difficult. Yeah.
Thank you, Dauda. Please, a round of applause for him. I've picked up 2 key points from him. One is on talent, and the second one is on policy and regulatory. And I maybe want to challenge a little bit on talent because we keep hearing that there's talent on the continent. In fact, I don't know whether Ashley is here or you have talent, you have data scientists and engineers in Nigeria. And so, it's two ends of the spectrum. You have talent in other ecosystems, and you also have a lack of talent in other ecosystems. And so I think it's important that while we acknowledge the challenge, it's also important to celebrate the talent that is there and also give them opportunities. Ambassador Bitange, who moderated the ministerial panel yesterday and spoke this morning, always challenges me and says, start with what you have. So for those ecosystems that have talent that is working and delivering quality time and quality products, encourage them and provide more opportunities, challenge them to the next level, notwithstanding the fact that we still have to address the issue of talent and invest in institutions like Carnegie Mellon University Africa or Africa Institute of Mathematical Sciences or universities in Senegal that are training AI and machine learning. There's a lot that can be done. More scientists, more PhDs, but let's start with what we have. And then on the issue of policy and regulatory, I don't know if many of you know, but I think Africa has about 10 countries, if I'm not mistaken, the last count, including Senegal, that have startup acts. I know my country, Rwanda, has, and the idea is to incentivize startups and make it friendlier, make the business environment friendlier for them to thrive. Obviously, a lot more can be done so that we can accelerate our innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem. I now want to open it up to the floor. So if you have questions to any of the panelists, please raise your hand. I'll bring the mic to you. Let's address the question to either of the panelists, and then we'll take maybe 3 questions. I know we are out of time and we need to go to other events, and so let's have 3 questions and then we'll wrap it up. Thank you.
Easy questions.
We want thought-provoking questions. I'll begin back here.
Thank you very much. It's a quick one. I think, Dauda, you just mentioned about, as your startups try to grow talent, you get to lose them as they move to other continents, or the startups go, get opened up in France and abroad. It gets me to think of, like, for them to stay at home, it's almost like you need to see that success. You need to get that commercial success to grow big enough and be able to pay them so they can stay at home. And the thing that enables that to happen is enterprise purchasing from our startups, our government especially purchasing from our startups. So I will ask maybe Ojoma, given that you have this view into so many countries across Africa, what are some examples where you've seen our government purchasing from our companies? Like even alternatives to Gmail, we have those that have been built on the continent. Why aren't we adopting our own Gmail or our own Facebook? There are alternatives that have been built. Have you seen examples of that happen?
Thank you for that question, Ojoma. Is that mic working? While you answer that question, I just wanted to also let him know that there's an equivalent of WhatsApp that I've seen in my own country that is used, but it's like the best kept secret that no one is using. And my challenge to them is, how do you commercialize and scale across the continent, and what will it take? I'll give you more details later, but Ojoma, this question is for you, if you could please.
I feel like that's a bit of a leading question because you know the answer. Our governments are not procuring from startups. We did a study in my former life, we did a study looking specifically at fashion and garment manufacturing about who's buying from them. Only 1% of their sales come from government institutions, whereas there's tons of government institutions that procure different types of garments and fabric and all kinds of things. So there's a lot of evidence that suggests that our governments are not procuring from startups. And in fact, one of the things that we started to think a lot about at CC Hub, so we have a whole thing around distribution and channels for sales and markets for startups, is historically, certainly in Nigeria and many of the countries we work with, we thumb our noses at working with government. We don't have the patience, we don't have the tolerance for how government works, including us at CC Hub. And then, of course, fast forward to 2023 and our founder becomes minister, and suddenly it's like, yeah, well, okay, maybe we should talk to them because we like this one, right?
But then we realized that we've been leaving a lot of opportunities on the table by not engaging with government. We don't understand how their procurement cycles work. We don't understand how their budgeting cycles work. We don't understand who the decision-making people are. So I think there's both a problem in government and in our ecosystem about us not just knowing. And we need to be more committed to understanding. So one of the things we're trying to do in CC Hub is to set up a public policy institute for the startup ecosystem. Because for us to engage them and influence them, we need to understand them first. Because a small example, in Nigeria we have, now we know, we didn't know this 18 months ago, but there's a lot of government money that goes into procuring hardware for educational institutions. And that money has been spent. Every year they spend it, the budget is completely spent. But none of our edtech startups that we work with are aware that that fund exists. And they're looking for OEMs to partner with and donation of devices, whereas government is spending tons of money on buying those devices. And it's not always corruption. They buy the devices, they're locked up in a room because somebody had to award the contract, but there's nothing on the devices. So there's no software, there's no learning that's happening as a consequence of that. So my answer to you is not a lot is happening, but there's an onus on us as an ecosystem to take the lead in understanding how government systems and processes work. And when we understand that, we'll be in a much better position to influence government procurement, because at the moment we haven't got a clue. While I have the mic, a quick thing about talent. I think there's a nuance with talent in our ecosystem. And to me, it's a lack of diversity of talent. We have too many devs. Actually, no, I take that back. Not too many devs. Relative to the other types of talent we need, we have many developers. But you cannot build commercial success based on development and products. So there's a situation where majority of the ecosystem is made up of technologists and devs coding with no real reference to commercial awareness, no real reference to the business of the sector. So we support a lot of edtech startups, for example, very little understanding of learning science or pedagogy, but you're building to improve educational outcomes. So I think there's a big problem with talent, but there's a nuance that it's a lack of diversity of talent rather than no talent at all. So we need to do a lot more to bring in sector talent. I mentioned education, pedagogy, learning science, financial sector. If you're building for that, you need people that understand regulation and so on and so forth, but also commercial acumen, business analysis, and so on and so forth. So I think that talent question needs to be nuanced.
Yeah, thank you. And before I give the mic to him, I completely agree with you, Ojoma. I would say two things. One on regulation and particularly on procurement is to say there are some governments that are progressive in terms of innovative and disruptive procurement policies that are particularly targeting SMEs and startups. And I think the onus is on startups to be more, if you will, more aggressive and pushy, because the African youth and workforce that we see increasingly tech savvy, they are upwardly mobile, they push agendas on social media. These are things that can be done and influenced. And so while you still are influencing both Galsen and CC Hub, I think there's an opportunity to, because you represent millions of startups across the continent. I want to give you the mic, Silas.
Yeah, I was just going to add a perspective as an employer on the continent as well that's gone through this. And running two startups in parallel in different ecosystems actually gives you a unique perspective of the different challenges you face in those different ecosystems. So compared to if you're in the US or UK to a certain extent, startups in Africa need to have a certain level of social intelligence that's not required if you're in another country, which is to some elements what you said. How do you actually navigate this complex landscape? It would normally in other ecosystems would be enough to just have a great product, just judged on your intellectual capability alone. But that's just the nature of the game. That's just the landscape. Because again, when we talk about investment, if an investor is going to put money into the business, they also want to see a certain level of awareness of the policy, some of the things that you're mentioning. What does government think of this? Because it's so, and I don't blame them, because it's so dynamic. they've had horror stories in other places where a startup is like coming up and then government comes along and how are you protecting and defending against that? So these are just some dimensions that you need to think about as part of the business. The other thing on the talent side, literally living through it, is I think in Africa right now, as you mentioned, we need that diversity of talent. A lot of the softer skills on the, for a continent that is so culturally rich, when we come to traditionally, that's not translating into some of the digital space. I think we have such opportunities to bring new types of product design, not just in the digital space, but even in the physical space. The world doesn't all have to kind of look the same. So we have this quantity, we're missing some of the diversity, and we also have a quantity of talent, but not the quality in some cases. So when we put a job out for AI engineer, we get so many CVs, and our people are really, really, really good at talking a good game. And then things fall down at the interview stage, and you have to filter so much. And I think it's an emergent property of the ecosystem just because people are not getting to work on difficult products at the frontier. Again, if you don't have, look at DeepSeek, for example. I get tired of so many people saying like, oh, because China did it, that means we could have done it. Unfortunately, we couldn't have done it in the same way. First of all, the talent or the PhDs, yes, we have the raw intellectual brain, but the hardware optimization, if you haven't had enough people playing with GPUs, how are you even gonna have access to that level to know what works and what doesn't work? And anyone here that's done hardware and played with it knows when you get into low-level coding. Like, for you to even understand these things intuitively, you need the experience. So those are some of the challenges that are facing the ecosystem.
Yeah, I really like the nuance here. And we could go on and on. Any further questions, perspectives? Yes.
Sanjiri C., founder of Ackergrove. Hopefully you'll be hearing more about that soon. Somebody mentioned a key word earlier, and that was social economics. I think there's an inherent, sometimes, lack of awareness and ignorance of our socioeconomic reality, because there's an invisible cost to our socioeconomic reality, which is, for example, you mentioned the nuance between building a startup in the US or UK or in the West and doing so at home. Building products and building teams takes time. It takes nurturing people, creating relationships, building high-performing teams, all these things. In our reality, most people are juggling, startup reality, trying to pay ends meet, taking odd jobs to continue financing, family and friends, right? And just, so there's a reality where I feel startups, if we look at startups, just taking a look back, as a means to an end, to better innovate, to better experiment, there's other means where we can create sandboxes which aren't as costly as startups, for example, because startups take time, they take energy, they take longevity. And so creating these sandboxes around some of these issues could help, I think, and could help, by way of that talent acquisition, that sort of, that you need, because it's, acquiring talent is about experimenting, testing things, right, repetitively, right, and then learning from that, and then taking that, replicating in another situation. So I don't know if that's something, Ojoma, or even yourself, Silas, if there's been, sort of a different thought process around creating long-standing sandboxes as opposed to startups, as another pathway to innovate and then sort of amplify our talent pool.
And as you maybe think of your answer, I wanted to give an example that answers your question. At the Inclusive FinTech Forum I mentioned earlier, we all know that FinTech is perhaps one of the largest sectors on the continent in terms of disruption and innovation. And I remember two of the largest FinTech entrepreneurs on the continent presented a challenge to heads of state at that FinTech Forum. And the challenge was around regulatory sandbox that can allow for innovations to be if you will, I think Europe or maybe America, I could be wrong, please check me on this, is the fact that you have a sandbox that can be easily used and applied in a different context. So for example, in Nigeria, if you're given a regulatory sandbox for health tech or ed tech, it can work in Zambia. And the heads of state in the room basically said, why not? Let's start. Let's start between these two countries. One is in East Africa, another one is in Southern Africa. And so, but this came from startups, came from such kind of conversations and questions. And I think they're very useful, especially in the context where, we talk about scale, we talk about market, and the fact that, you need disruptions that can allow you to scale across the content. So maybe, Silas, if you could also address his question.
Yeah, thank you for that question, actually, because something I was missing from the end of my comments was some of what we were doing to kind of deal with that reality. So to not just talk about the negative, to talk about the positive as well. Some of the advantages that we have in Africa is scale, and naturally a community type of based approach. So for every person that sends us a CV that talks, very big of themselves, you also have a few people that are just willing to even do stuff for free because they're so hungry to just learn, right? So one of the things that we set up quite quickly in the company as part of our development was training. So someone could start in data science, become a junior developer, become a senior developer, so that there's active training and learning. And I think some of the things as well that's really, really important for startups to do is share option schemes. I think if we're looking at building wealth and making sure that these are some of the practical ways to actually retain talent and incentivize them to stay. So that's just some example I can kind of give as well. But I think the knowledge transfer element is really, really important so that startups can start to be aware of the role and impact that they actually have to play on society as well.
Thank you.
Just to respond very quickly to his point, I think absolutely what we find a lot is that you're a founder, you have an idea, you have to have a job that funds your life while you try and figure out the idea. The consequence is that the product is not as good because you haven't spent as long, right? And you haven't had the bandwidth to develop it. So part of what we're thinking a lot about is what models, again, back to that question, our incubation, acceleration models need to take that into account. While they're building their businesses and they have evaluation of X, they still need to eat, they still need to pay their rent. So what are the models that we use for incubation and acceleration that make sure that the founder gets paid while they're ideating? And it's back to my point about the sources of capital and the models of capital. But in the short term, one thing that we're thinking a lot about now is venture studio models, whereby somebody has an idea, it's often the more experienced type of founder, and you bring them into an ecosystem that supports them and pays them a living wage while they figure out the product and while they figure out the business model. So we've launched a venture studio for EdTech. We'll see how it goes, but we think that is a model for making sure that people can do one job, and the job is the startup that they're building. It's a big problem.
Thank you. So just to add just few words on what has been said about ecosystem. I think for technology to be developed in one country, you have to identify the real actors or the real players, okay, of that technology. And when it comes about artificial intelligence, we have startups is one part of those players, but also we have researchers, we have universities, those who train talent, okay? We have communities also. So I think what makes sense of having a hub is the way to federate all those players around a table so that they can work and collaborate together. I think one of the challenges that startups face also a part of having funding is the collaboration between startups and researchers on the artificial intelligence field. And because they do not have the same incentive and also the same priorities. So universities or researchers are focused on just theory, and startups are focused on building products, develop products, and then deploy and scale the product. And just a way to bridge this gap is to have some kind of innovation hub on universities so that researchers and startups can work together and build something. So I think it's a main point that we need to understand. And also, the ecosystem needs some kind of hub enabler startups. And for that, we have to go and just find funding for those startups. If you look for example, the AI Hub Senegal, what we are doing there, we support currently 4 startups. And the way that we support them, we give them funding. And also, if they need some technical guidance, we can link them to the researchers or the community talents just to do that. So it's a way to manage the ecosystem in an optimal way, I can say, well, just to find a solution to, for the startups' problems. And also, one thing that we are doing in AI Hub Senegal is a program certification that we've launched. So we are certificating 200 students on AI and data science, but it's not the hub that will do the training for the students. So we are working with schools and university that can serve the training to the student. And then after that program certification, we have an integration program where those certificate students can go to the companies, okay, to have some kind of internship there. And then if the internship goes well, then they can be hired by the company. So those kind of programs that we are running in AI Hub Senegal, I think it's a good starting point or a good POC to start. And if you can scale it in all those other countries in Africa or the West African countries, I think it can be a real game changer to the ecosystem.
Thank you. This conversation must go on. Let's give him a round of applause. This is timely, it's relevant, it must go on, but in the interest of time, I'll want to request that we bring this to a close, and I'm going to ask each of you in 45 seconds, what do you see the future of African startups in the next 5 years? What are your positive aspirations? I'll start with you, Ojoma, Silas, and then end with him.
I'll try to project.
Oh, no, there's a microphone.
Oh, the translation. Okay. That didn't work. I think we have a massive opportunity if we do a number of things. We talk about the demographic dividend. That demographic could also be a disaster. And I think we need to treat the situation with the urgency of not just the fact that we have many young people. Those young people do not translate to productivity at the moment. So the future could be bright if we put the building blocks in place that make sure that we're achieving development at scale. So there's a big if. Otherwise, we're not going to make it.
Thank you very much. Round of applause for her.
I agree. But, I think to be in the startup game, you have to be an optimist. And, the odds are stacked against you already. So I think, there are lots of startups in this room. So the only parting words I'll leave us with is for us to keep building. The future of Africa literally depends on it. And I think history will be the greatest judge and the greatest measure of the impact that that the work that we're doing will have on the African continent. So all I can just do is encourage us to keep building.
Dauda?
Yeah, so I will join the same words as my man Hawari, I think, yeah. So we just have to build, okay? And the governments have to support those startups. So if we can predict in 5 years, I think we should have a unicorn or big tech companies in Africa. And it's the way that we need to think, because if we just import technology in Africa, they will not solve the problems. So I think we have to rely on our capacity and our communities and our ecosystem in order to have big tech companies or good startups which focus on real African problems. Because it's not just building startup for startups, just to start something, but I think we need to have a real problem that we need to solve. If we look to all the problems that we have in Africa, either in healthcare, in food security, etc. So if we have a good vertical of artificial intelligence, I think we can find a unicorn in 5 years in Africa.
Thank you very much.
I'll build up from him, and I'll say, be locally inspired but be globally focused. I think what we've been taught recently, even by DeepSeek, is we can look at the benefits that we have as the African continent. Someone said, like, having many problems is actually a blessing, because that means that you actually have a lot of ideas that you can come up with of solving those problems, and a lot of innovations that you can come up with. And we shouldn't only think that, you know, if we look back, we were designing our small towns and you know, the way we used to in Kenya we say bombers, right? Our small houses based on fractals. So we've had also very deep mathematical thinking from our communities, the way we used to design. So let's use those local realities that we have, but think globally. How can we build products that can also solve global problems and have very unique IPs? Because I think that's something we also miss out on. How can we use those problems that we have, those unique situations that we have, to innovate the same way that, you know, DeepSeek innovated with those constraints that we have. We have so many constraints. Build on those. One of the things we are doing is seeing how we can leverage on edge and machine learning and AI, which is actually going to become bigger and bigger as more people using cloud and have to, realize that AI is actually more about inferencing and the costs go higher. So similarly, let's look at the problems we have, what IPs we can come up with in solving those, and how we can turn those into global products.
Thank you very much, Mutembe. So, harnessing the demographic dividend, build the talent, train African youth. Optimism, I really love how you ended. Strong sense of optimism, but also keep building and solving hard problems. Keep building. Push for relevant government policies that support startup ecosystems, innovation, entrepreneurship to foster and accelerate, especially in the context of CFTA, 1.5 billion Africans. And then finally, to the point you made, solve real challenges, real struggles. Mutembe and I were in Kigali last week, and we were talking about AI, and one of the fascinating things we had was, if you're not solving for African real struggles and challenges, you're not going to be locally inspired and globally focused. And so I like how we ended. And so this brings us to the end. I told you they saved the best for the last. I really love the energy that these startups and entrepreneurs, innovators have. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving them a round of applause. And I look forward to continuing the conversation in Kigali at the Global AI Summit for Africa. Thank you. Asanteni, merci beaucoup.
We'll take a picture, and then we have one more little thing before we go. It's going to be 2 minutes after the family picture. We have cocktail stuff going on at the gallery, so please feel free to indulge as much as you can. Lila, we're very excited to have you. That was the finest picture too I've seen all day. Yeah. Very well done. Okay. We'll be welcoming Lila on stage right now to give us the final words. She's one of the partners who made this whole event possible. So let's please give her 2 minutes to close the session for us. Right now, welcome.
Good evening, everybody. You've made it. We've made it to the end. As you've heard, I'm Laila Masharia. I am representing the Aspen Institute. The Aspen Institute has existed in the US for 75 years. We're celebrating our 75th anniversary this year. And we have just in the last 3 years moved on to the African continent. Yes, the Aspen Institute is very vast. We have over 100 programs, but as we moved into Africa, we asked all of you and got a lot of feedback about what are the kinds of programs that are most relevant for this old organization and what can it offer Africa, but also what do we do about this program to make it relevant. There's 2 areas we're going to talk about. So one is technology. We've heard about this from the startups today. And the other one is skilling. We are going to be starting a conversation on this continent. As you all know, the model that we have spoken about, who was speaking about China and what might not be relevant, is that we were all told that we would develop our economies, we'd be looking outward and repeating what the newly industrialized countries had done, which is mass manufacturing for export. As you all know, the geopolitics of this planet has changed. And now that model is not how we are going to be likely to become wealthy in a generation, right? To lift our people out of poverty. So we want to have a conversation about what the alternative is going to be, because many of us feel it needs to be a generation. And so we are inviting you to join us on this. Look at aspeninitiative.africa. Please join us as we have these conversations about what this alternative would be. AI, of course, is one very big one. The new climate offer and economy is another one for that. But we want to make sure that we're bringing everybody along as we look for a new way to have this conversation. My duty here is to invite you to the cocktail. Aspen is a sponsor of this event, and I will be inviting you alongside with the organizers to come and join us for the final cocktail of this event. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you so much to the last panel and for landing it on such a happy note, because you are our future. Thank you very much, and we'll see you on the other side. Welcome.
Thank you. Time to celebrate. Thanks for joining us in Paris.
Merci infiniment pour votre participation et votre présence sur cette journée, sur cette deuxième journée de l'Africa AI Village qui nous a permis finalement de comprendre cet écosystème spécifique au continent africain. Merci pour votre participation. Merci à tous nos panélistes qui ont répondu présents et qui ont partagé leur expertise et leur point de vue. Merci à nos partenaires qui nous soutiennent et qui nous accompagnent, qui nous ont accompagnés tout au long de cet événement. Vraiment, on vous remercie chaleureusement. Merci également au Crédit Municipal qui nous a reçus dans ses locaux pour célébrer l'intelligence artificielle et le marché africain. Et bien sûr, on se retrouve au niveau de la galerie pour le cocktail qui se déroule donc actuellement. N'hésitez pas à networker. Cet événement, c'est aussi une plateforme d'échange, une plateforme d'opportunités, de collaboration. Alors, il est temps de partager vos cartes, d'échanger et bien sûr de vous connecter les uns aux autres afin de voir cet écosystème africain exploser. Ashley, merci à toi également d'avoir assuré cette co-animation. Merci à toutes les équipes de Kala, qui est donc une structure kenyane dédiée à la transformation digitale. Bravo, bravo à toutes les équipes de Kala, bravo à tous les organisateurs. Et encore un grand merci à vous, cher public, chère assistance, pour votre participation, votre interactivité. Merci également à toutes les personnes qui étaient connectées en ligne, à tous nos panélistes en distanciel. Surtout, avant de partir, immortalisez cet événement sur le photocall. Vous avez la possibilité de partager vos meilleurs selfies, vos meilleures photos en suivant le hashtag Africa AI Village, tout simplement. Thank you so much, Ashley. It was a great pleasure to host this event with you. Thank you.
We're looking for the photographer.
Thank you so much. And
yeah.
okay. Donc on se retrouve au cocktail. Merci à toutes et à tous. Et puis passez un bon moment à échanger. Et tout simplement. Merci infiniment.
I want to do both because we're on stage. Hello. Lois? Yes, just at the back. Yeah, go ask for Lois. Oh, there's gifts on the way out, so please speak her back from Kala. Could you please take a picture?
On the photo call.
Yeah,
I'm waiting people because they are leaving.
But could you please take a picture of me and her before people leave? All right, sorry.
Décalez-vous un peu par là.